Had quite a few people ask me what cue Chris is playing with. I know he plays with a McWater, I think it's called, or McWater cue, but I don't know about the shaft. I know yesterday he briefly put the carbon fiber shaft on. Not too sure what that was all about. Are you there, Kyle?
Hey, Darren, how we doing?
How you doing, mate?
Good. Ready for day
So
number 2.
what's going on?
Oh, just got this tournament still running, so running around like a chicken with its head cut off, per usual.
How many players left in the tournament?
Down to the final 32 today.
Okay.
So,
So it's played down to a finish?
yeah, it'll finish today. Um, so we're into the money rounds. I think total payouts went through everything last night. It's just a little over 85,000, so not too bad.
Yeah, so that's pretty good money, eh?
Yeah.
Chris has won the lag. Let's see if he can break better than yesterday. Needs to improve his break big time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that's
we interviewed both the players last night, and that was, of course,
he
was
did.
one of the first things that they both said was how bad they were breaking.
Yeah.
But
Well, it's the start, isn't it? I mean, that's if your break's not there, usually it affects the rest of your game.
sure, yeah,
And it definitely did with Chris, that's for sure. I mean, he must have had ball in hand. I would like the stats on how many times Oscar scratched on the break last night.
I actually have those stats. So my wife, being the lovely lady that she is, was listening in last night on some of the commentary and heard us talking about it. So she went through and watched the breaks last night. It wasn't quite as bad as it seemed like,
Right.
but it was kind of a tale of the two halves. So at the beginning, I think out of like the first, let me see what was it? If you split like the first 13 breaks that Oscar had, he only scratched once. However, he did have several dry breaks in there. But from 14 to 30, broke 30 times. There were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 scratches out of the last 14 racks, basically. So
Yeah,
50%,
yeah, right.
which is,
Especially at pro level.
yeah, just wild.
Let's see what. I mean, Chris set off pretty decent yesterday. He was definitely the stronger of the two. At the start of yesterday's play, he was leading 8-4, but then just weakened from there, and Oscar got stronger.
Yeah.
So if Chris does get ahead, he needs to sustain it for a lot longer. And how did Chris feel like he played? Did you ask him how he felt during the play, or
Yeah, so we talked about. I mean, he basically, obviously, he was, just kind of disappointed in himself. He felt like today his goal. I think overall, what I got from the conversation, he said he felt like at the end of the day he had a good rhythm and kind of felt like he was, settling into to the way he wanted to play, mentally and pace and all that. And so that was going to be kind of his goal today, was try to replicate what he was doing at the end of the match yesterday. So.
and Oscar?
Yeah, Oscar, similar thing. He said he felt like there were obviously a couple key turning points in the match, some kicks that went his way, things like that. But he felt like he was playing overall fairly consistent. The main thing was obviously just the break, which it's hard to imagine that he'll be able to break the same way he did today and end up with the same scoreline, right? So.
Yeah, it's enough to believe he break that bad again. Wait for the combination here. He's landed pretty good. Doesn't need to worry about the cue ball. Just kill the cue ball. So this could be potentially, if it goes to a third set, like let's say a 12 to 14 hour match.
Oh, for sure, easily.
Yeah, yesterday was 7 hours. I mean, with if you include the breaks, probably like 6 hours of play and about an hour of breaks. So you're looking at least 5 or 6 hours, even if it's one sided.
Yeah, absolutely. Could be a long day. If you're tuning in with us on Facebook or YouTube, appreciate you all hanging out. We've got a free preview running. You can get your get the full pass at xpool.live. Cut off after the first few racks here on the social media, and you can also replay yesterday's match if you didn't get a chance to watch it anytime you want. So make sure you check that out.
Landed pretty good on the 8-ball. He can run through for the 9 in the side, or he could play the 9-10 combo, which he might do if it was if the 10 ball was early win, but that's not the case. The 10 respots, or he could punch back across for the 9 in the same pocket. But I think he. I said yesterday it's quite hard to predict what Chris is going to do. Shot selection yesterday was a little bit indifferent at times, and I think that cost him. But he did start the match yesterday good, and it looks like he's going to start good again today. So yeah, play for the side pockets, keep it nice and simple. Just roll this through. And a nice, comfortable start. Didn't have to worry about the cue ball. He controlled his cue ball really well. And how's our boy Aiden doing?
So Hayden ended up losing last night to Sergio. He played a really good match. Lost Hill, and talking to him, I think Sergio made a jump straight back bank to run out at the end. So you know, the guy fires that at you. There's not a whole lot you can do.
No, I mean Sergio's a good player.
Absolutely.
And Aiden's around today?
I haven't seen him today. I'm not sure if he's coming in, you know, in a little bit to catch the rest of it or not. So I hope he does.
Yeah, I can't believe how good his commentary was for 12 years old.
Oh, it's wild. He's just an all-around good kid and really is a fantastic player in his own right.
Yeah. Yeah, for the viewers switching in, we had a 12-year-old commentating with us yesterday. Aiden, what's his last name?
Yeah, Hayden Ernst. He goes by Mavman.
Yeah, did a really good job. A good start for Chris. Needs to get that break going today. He didn't break good yesterday. Wasn't consistent. That was pretty decent, but didn't make the second ball.
Yeah, I think maybe just a little flatter than what he wanted. Get that.
Yeah. Flapped him a little bit. He didn't really get through the cue ball quite as what he would like. But the good news is that it's a tough table. I think the 4-7's not a combination. The 4 will go in the bottom left, but it's difficult to get there, especially where the 3 is.
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, and I don't think he can play the 1-3 combo. Might cut, maybe can cut the 1-3 combination. Maybe from the 2 we can get to the 4. But let's think it. Actually played safe. I think he's just got there.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Could use a jump cue, or he could play a little masse shot. Just swerve round the 10. Maybe catch the 1-ball fin. But he needs a really good feel for that shot. Don't see him kicking this 2 rails. That's pretty difficult. We did look to see if the 1 does go in the side, so maybe he might kick the 2 rails where he's putting his cue now. Yeah, it's very difficult to get this safe. He really needs to hit the. I think they now call. Did he call it in the side pocket there?
He called it cross side, yeah.
Well, yeah. So he's going to try and hit the 1-ball fin, just in case it's called the side pocket, cross side bank. But really, he's just trying to get a good cue ball. He'd like to hit the 1-ball, half ball, and get the cue ball between the 2 and the 10 ball. At least leave distance. Make sure you hit the 1-ball. Good hit.
Done that. Doesn't want to break out the 4-7, but gets around it.
But it's better than giving ball in hand. Getting position from the 1 to the 2 is not easy. That was a good hit there from Chris, making Oscar work for his opportunity. I think Oscar will have to go forward here with a better left. Played the 2 rails. Played it really nicely. Yeah, for this first real shot of the match, that was a good stroke. Got a little bit unlucky getting over the 8. But the good thing is that he's close to the 2 ball, so he should be okay. Yeah, the tee shot in this rack's going to be from the 3 to the 4. It's going to be very difficult. Yeah, I'm not sure he can get in the right angle from the 3 and then come 1 rail and miss the 6. Get on the 4. Might be best even maybe taking a risk breaking it now. Looks like that.
Oh, what a shot.
And I think that's worked out great. I think this is a 4-7 combination. We couldn't have played that much better. Just wondering if you can go forward here 2 rails and not get stuck behind the 8. Depends on the angle on the 3. If you've got too much angle on the 3, I don't see him playing that. He'll probably just punch off the top rail to the side rail. He might be able to go forward 2 rails with left. And you don't bring that 8 ball into play. See, he played it really nicely. Really good cue ball speed there. Might just got to be a little bit careful. I think it's just offset, just so it's not bang straight where it can just draw straight back and leave the 4 where the 7 is. I think there might be a slight angle. So yeah, he's going to punch it. Played it really well. Yeah, you don't want to risk losing the 4 to the bottom rail and not having a shot. So he purposely punched that across. And a really strong start from both players here. Needs to make sure he puts a good stroke on this 4. Make sure you get past the 8.
It's definitely a much stronger start from Oscar than yesterday. And one of the things he mentioned, he was having a little trouble settling in. He said, I really just don't play these big sets like this very often, money-wise, right? Like he plays long sets and used to do this kind of thing often. And, there's a lot on this, not just between these guys, but, outside of the table here as well. So feeling a little bit of pressure, he said. But
yeah, I mean, the first day is always going to be tough anyway. I mean, especially the first few hours, you're getting used to the environment, the pressure, the conditions. Well, the conditions is the big thing.
Sure.
So today, I mean, I think the level's going to be a lot better today than yesterday, that's for sure, from both players. And I think they both break better also. Like yesterday, I don't think I've ever seen either of them break that bad.
Yeah.
Especially Oscar. I've never seen him lose the cue ball so much to the left and right.
Yeah, it was like something like 3 or 4 in a row that Oscar had just 1 hop straight in the side pocket, I think.
We also flirted with the side pocket a lot. I think he's just going to stop the cue ball here. Not take any risk. Ooh.
Spun forward a little accidentally.
What he tried to do, but he's just let up a little bit. So he's left himself a little tricky shot now. And it's even trickier when you've left yourself in this position when you know you should be straight in.
Now, do you, Darren, do you go ahead and just stay above the 10 ball or follow around 2 rails, let your stroke out a little more?
Yeah, I'll probably stay above it. It's each to their own, really. It depends how you're feeling.
Sure.
But yeah, I'll probably just play a soft draw here and just trust my stroke. Yeah, he's put himself under a lot of pressure here when he didn't need to. So yeah, if Chris would have left him in this position, he'd be a big favourite to make it. I mean, he's still a favourite, but he's not a big favourite like he just because he's put himself in this position. But he should still make it as long as he stays down and just puts a good stroke on it.
Yeah, very good stroke. It's kind of funny how that works. If your opponent leaves you something like that, you're so excited and thrilled, and you're going to make it, like you said, every time. You do it to yourself unexpectedly. It's like, oh my gosh, what did I just do?
Yeah, when it's a blind pocket, they're very missable.
All right.
Good start from both players.
Absolutely. 1-1 is our score. Darren, I'm going to have to step out for a quick minute and get a couple things going with the tournament. I do have a helper in the booth here to help us keep up with the score and all that, but I'll be right back with you as soon as I can.
Yeah, no problem. Oh, let's see if Oscar can get the break going. First break will probably set the tone for the rest of this match. I don't want to hit his first break with a one. Oh, this is much better. Lost the cue ball slightly, but at least he got the hop on the cue ball. Got the cue ball above the side pocket, which he wasn't doing yesterday. So even though he doesn't have a shot, he'll be very happy with how he broke the balls. Not too sure if he can cut this one ball in. It looks very thin. If not, I'll be playing safe. Maybe trying to get maybe the cue ball behind the 10 and the one ball somewhere around where the cue ball is now. The other option is to risk just hitting the one ball thin, put it to the side rail, and the cue ball behind the 2. That's a very touchy shot. If he can cut the one ball in, he's gonna bump into the 2. So it depends how hard he's got to hit this ball and how thin the shot is. I don't think he likes it. Oh, yeah. I think he'll play safe here. About speed control. Ooh, we got a nice little flick on the 10 ball there, and that's worked out great. Yeah, if we didn't bump that 10, Chris would have been able to see the 10. Would have made a huge difference. Chris is going to have to play this up the right-hand side rail. Should call the 4 ball just in case, and he has done. Just put 4 fingers up to Oscar. So yeah, play this with your eye on the cue ball, just with a touch of left. Speed is very important here. Not keep it too much. He's had a pretty good result. I'll take that. Yeah, couldn't have really wished for much better because he slightly missed it the one. It was a good hit, but you're never quite sure where you're going to exactly contact the one ball. So I was relying on a little bit of luck anyway. Well, Oscar can't. I don't think this ball banks, so he's not going to try and bank it in the corner. We could cut the one ball into the 2 and try and get the cue ball behind the 7. Or he could come underneath the 3. But then you just sort of not easy to control the one ball if you do that. So I like trying to get behind the 7 here. Bit of left English behind the 7, and I think he's played it great. Very good shot. So Chris can come off the short rail, off the top rail, and just hit the one ball gently. Because I don't think the one passes the 8. It's called the side pocket. Too sure about that shot. Because that means he's trying to kick the one ball, and the one ball's coming down table, but also the cue ball's coming this direction also. The other option is come between, just miss the 6 and come off this bottom rail and go 2 rails that way. I think I just hit this softly, but I think he's playing it with speed. We need quite a bit of luck here, just because the cue ball's going in the same direction as the 1, and he's had a big result. I've been very happy with that. Yeah, that's why I didn't like that shot, because the cue ball had to come down table also. same direction as the one, but he got very fortunate and put Oscar in a bit of trouble. So Oscar will kick this one rail, try and make it in the corner. He'll play this with quite a bit of speed, so that if he doesn't make it, he's going to give himself the best chance to get safe. It's a bit too thin. Yeah, didn't get a good contact on the one ball there because it's too thin. And the cue ball at the 10 and scratch. So it's a little bit unlucky to scratch, but didn't get the contact on the one ball. And Chris definitely needs some rolls anyway today. He had a nice roll there, and that's created a good chance for him here. So we've got a nice wide open table. Just needs to control the cue ball, and everything's really dot to dot. Not too sure what he's looking at here. It's straightforward. Just get to the side rail. Just get off straight on the 2. Draw straight back. That's pretty good. Yeah, the only real shot, really, what could cause him a problem is the 4 to the 6. But I can't see that being a problem as long as he gets good shape on the 4. A little bit careless, leaving himself using the bridge here. And a few times when he was using the bridge, he didn't look too comfortable with it. So, say he's bad with it, just don't look unorthodox, let's say. You could see there, I didn't really get the cue ball where he wanted it. So left himself longer here than what he should have done. It should be okay, just put a good stroke on this. Maybe just a touch of left, eye on the cue ball, and yeah, just try and get back up to the balk line or even anywhere roughly where he is now would be nice. So he's slowing down a little bit. Don't want to get too flat on this. I think he's just okay, but he will have to play for the 6 in the corner now, I believe. I think if he goes forward with a little bit of left, he can come out 2 rails, just miss a 7. Play for the 6 in the corner. Or he could be adventurous, play rail first. If the 4 is just a little bit off the rail, that's not a bad option. Rail first with a bit of left. Play for the 6 in the bottom right. But I don't really like that. But now it looks like he's drawing the cue ball. Maybe he's straight. Going off the side rail, yeah. That was pretty dangerous, but it's worked out good. Would have liked a little bit more angle, but it should be okay. Just a punch draw over. Don't try and get too greedy. Don't need to get too straight or too close to the 8. There you go. So a nice start from Chris. Very measured in his approach so far. And yeah, looks a little bit more focused and more comfortable today. Two to one to Chris. Been a good start, actually, from both players. Both look a bit sharper today, a bit more settled. Okay. So yeah, it's just amazing how much they're losing the cue ball to the side pocket. Direct, and there's nothing worse really as a professional player. Give Oscar a nice, easy starter. Balls are pretty wide open here. Just the 5 to the 7 is going to be the only problem to solve. And that's not really a problem. Balls are nice and wide open. Yeah, that break's going to do nothing for Chris's confidence. Hopefully that's not going to be a theme for him. He was looking at playing the 4, play the 5 in the side, and he can sort of stop the cue ball roughly in line where the 5 is now. Maybe make the 7 and draw out. Yeah, I don't think he's going to do anything clever here. I think he's just going to stop the cue ball and just draw out from that 7. Well, there's actually a lot of people that would have tried to get to the left-hand side rail there, but you're just bringing that 10 into play when you've no need. Oh wow, he completely missed it that shot, but got very fortunate. Yeah, he's trying to draw past the 8 there, and he's completely quit on it. Put a quick stroke in. Yeah, so he'd end up hitting the 8 ball, which he unintentional. It worked out pretty good. Yeah, for sure that could have gone wrong. Yeah, this table does play tough. It's a little bit bouncy at times off the rails. The cloth plays a little bit heavy, so you've got to really put a good stroke on the ball. Yeah, if the table was playing really loose, you'd probably just play the 9 ball 2 rails and play the 10 in the top left. But because the table's playing really tough, it plays quite tight, you might draw back here for the 10 in the side pocket. Yeah, nice shot. Good speed. Left himself a nice, easy 10 ball to tie up. Yeah, I'm quite lucky here. I've got the get to commentate on this match, and also got the UK snooker final on. Ronnie O'Sullivan's playing Ding Junhui. It's currently 5-4 to Ronnie. Race to 10. I think this match might go all the way. And Chris is looking for this match to go all the way. He needs to win this set, take it to a third set, and they're going to finish tonight. But it could be a very long one. Oh wow, Oscar's done exactly the same thing as Chris and Oscar. That was what he was doing all night yesterday. Unbelievable. So yeah, that's not going to do their confidence any good. And like I said before, I've said it loads of times, there's nothing worse when you break and the cue ball goes straight into the side pocket. Well, Oscar's returned the favour to Chris here. Got ball in hand, nice wide open table. No problem balls. And everything connects really nicely. The two's close to the one. The three's close to the four. Four's close. Five's close to the four. So yeah, everything's connecting really nicely here. Doesn't have, meaning that he doesn't have a lot of work to do with the cue ball. Don't have to use many rails. Just keep everything nice and simple. So yeah, just punch down here. Make sure you don't come too short here. You don't want to be short on this free. Nicely played. Didn't want to bring that 8 ball into play. It should be okay, but might have just slightly awkward with his hand position, queuing over the 8. Yep, it's okay. You don't have to jack over the top of the 8. But make sure you put a good stroke on this. Don't quit. Yep, which you did do. Should still make the 4 ball, but he's made it a little bit tougher than what it should have been. So here you're just thinking to yourself, please don't get a skid. Just make sure you put a good stroke on it. And I think both players are using Tayam chalk, so that's a big help. So the table stays nice and clean, eliminates those skids. And with this table playing a little bit wet, if you're both using the other chalk, what's out there, where you leave a lot of chalk on the balls and the cloth, then you see a lot of skids and that type of shot. We've seen it happen a lot where you get a lot of skids. With the Tayam chalk, keeps everything nice and clean, eliminates those skids at a professional level. It's a big thing. So even though the chalk costs quite pricey, I mean, if you're serious about playing pool, it's a good investment, not just for the players, but also for the cloth. Your cloth will last a lot longer, so it's better for the pool rooms. Or if you've got a table at home, I say it to all the people I teach, using a Tayam or something similar to Tayam will keep your cloth will last longer and eliminates those skids. It keeps everything nice and clean. I've got to keep cleaning the brushing the cloth and cleaning the balls every 2 minutes. Right, so does the 8 ball go in the side pocket here? The way he's played that, probably say yes, but with the way he's just pointed to where he wants it, the cue ball, and he's got to punch us in. He's going to punch us in for the 8 in the corner, so he needs to be a little bit careful here. Right, he landed a little bit short, but he didn't want to come too far and get up behind the 9, so it was a tricky little positional shot there. Yeah, I'm guessing I just come twice across. I think he's just about got enough angle for it to be natural. Got to make sure you stay down and put a good stroke on this, because these pockets yesterday for sure I was playing really tight. Yeah, is it that really good? A little bit more of a bounce would be nice. That's perfect. Just so we can get up the side rail. Whenever that cue ball's glued to the rail, it makes things a little bit tricky. So the 3-2 lead. Much better today so far from both players, but they're both just going to sort the breakout. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that Chris and Oscar didn't play more tournaments this year and try and make more of a run at the Mosconi. I know Oscar. I think Oscar's played in 3 Mosconi Cups. I think he's been on the winning side once. Chris, I believe, has played in 2, and I think both times he was on the losing side. Yeah, probably more so Chris, because obviously he's more or less a full-time professional. I know he does a lot of teaching. Oscar's obviously got the pool room there at hard times in Sacramento. So pool's not his job. More of a hobby for him. I know that Chris put an open invitation out there to play these money games. So whether he's looking to play any more or not, I'm not too sure. I guess it depends what happens here. Yeah, this table plays really, really tough, because I did commentate on the Tony Chowan and the Fedor Ghost match, the one pocket, and that was a real struggle, especially for Tony. And yesterday, Oscar played solid, but there was still quite a lot of mistakes there, especially from Chris. But yeah, the table plays very tough, plays quite heavy. It's hard to get through the cue ball with any real confidence. And the pockets were playing very tight yesterday. I mean, they are 4 1/4, but they're playing more like 4-inch pockets. Well, Oscar was doing some practice breaks there. Yeah, he needs to. I mean, yesterday it was unbelievable how many times he scratched. I think we did a stat. I think he scratched maybe 8 to 9 times straight into the side pocket. And he's already done one today also. So yeah, Oscar, I'd be surprised if he was to win 30 to 22. We how he broke yesterday. I don't see Chris playing as bad as what he did yesterday. I think Chris said in the comments after the match that he felt more comfortable towards the end of the match. So hopefully, for his sake, he's going to carry that through today. It was a good break there. Very good break. But unfortunately, he didn't make a ball. So that means he probably didn't rack the balls great, because they are using a regular rack here, a wooden rack, or plastic rack. So it's be very hard to get all the balls touching. Well, if he was using a racking template there, he would have definitely made a ball on the break. So I don't think the combo is quite there. or he doesn't look like he's going to play the combo, so he might just slow roll the cue ball behind the 6 here. Yeah, this is a best of 3 sets. Oscar won the first set yesterday, 30-22. So Oscar needs to win 1 more set. Chris needs to win 2. So if Chris does win this set, they will go straight into another set. So they could potentially be playing probably around 12 hours, 15 hours, if Chris was to take this to a 3rd set. Right, so he tried to slow roll behind the 6. Didn't get tight behind the 6, so I'm not too sure if Chris can get the bridge here and just kick at this 1 ball with right English. That's what he's doing. Oscar's a little bit careless. He would have liked that cue ball a little bit tighter behind the 6, but I guess he was a bit worried about leaking the 1 ball. So I don't think Chris can kick this hard. He's just going to kick it to the side rail and hopefully get the cue ball behind the 6. Yeah, very nice. Very nicely played. He couldn't have played that much better. Ooh, can he see it? Can he see the edge of it? Gotta be careful though. Yeah, the scratch was always going to come into play here. Well, I didn't really like that. I guess it's a little bit unlucky, but he knew that there was a chance of a scratch there. Right, so ball in hand for Chris. Can he play the 2 off the 4 in the side pocket? I think so. Yeah, a few times yesterday I couldn't really predict what Chris was doing. He was playing some strange shots. Yeah, he's going to draw straight back here, and then he's going to play the 2 off the 4 in the side pocket. Just because it was hard to get on the 2 for the corner. I think it's pretty good here. Can just stop the cue, maybe bring the cue ball back a couple of inches. Just not 100% sure where the 4 ball is going to go, but it should be okay. You don't want to block the free, the path for the free to the top left. That's the only thing he's worried about here. We'd really like to he probably would like to try and make the 4 ball in the corner also here. Just like this. Played that really nicely. So here, he'll just punch past the 5 ball. Play the 5 in the side. Just gotta be careful. Make sure you bear down on these shots, because a few times yesterday there was it in the near point, just fractionally hitting the near point. Anything at speed, it was staying out. It was staying deep in the pocket as well. You gotta make sure you bear down on these. Just make sure you don't quit. So we slow rolled it. Played it really well. I think he's okay just to roll the 5 in. Leave the cue ball in the middle of the table. Play the 6 here, maybe just a touch of inside. Okay, can come around the back of the 9 here. Leave a little angle on the 8 so he can come off the side rail. And then he should come in line, nicely in line for the 9. I'm a little bit surprised that Chris doesn't have longer extensions. Because a few times with the bridge, I mean, he's okay with the bridge, but he don't look too comfortable with it. Where really you should have professional players anyway. At this level, you should have different size extensions. I have a 3, 5, and a 11. It makes a big difference. Needs to be a little bit careful here because he's drawing straight back. So make sure you go through the cue ball because it could be easy to miss cue here. Yeah, sort of like just come out of it a little bit. I didn't want to get too clever. So he's got to bear down on this 9 ball now. He's down on the cue quite a long time there, but he committed to it. Put a good stroke on it. We're going to take a 4-2 lead. So yeah, Chris is a lot more reassured, a lot more measured today. A little bit more methodical, a bit more careful, so that's not a bad thing. Just making sure, double checking. Where yesterday he lost his way a little bit, play started rushing. Some of his decision making was a bit odd. Yeah, hopefully he's learned from yesterday, and so far it looks like he has. Right, let's see if we can avoid this scratch in the side pocket. Better break. Lost the cue ball a little bit, but the break was good. But again, it looks like he's gave himself a bad rack and he's come up dry. Fortunately for him, he hasn't left an open shot, so Oscar's got the option to kick at this or push out. First glance, the kick is a little bit tricky. You've only really got this 7 ball to get behind, and the cue ball will be leaking down toward the bottom right hand pocket, so I don't like that shot. No real straightforward, easy safety shot, just because there's a lot of balls there to get behind. So yeah, it's sort of a disadvantage here is Oscar. He's gonna play the push out. Made the 5 ball. The only good thing for Oscar is that the 4 ball's tied up. Otherwise, that wasn't really a clever shot because Chris can put the 1 ball underneath the 2 here and just spin the cue ball behind the 8. The 8 and 3. No, it's just gone all out for the cue ball, really. Yeah, I thought it would have been that 1 ball more, a little bit more full with more right English and try and get the 1 ball just past the 2 and get the cue ball behind the 8 at the same time. That would have been a very difficult hit. Where just the 1 ball held up just enough for it to make it a difficult jump shot. It's not easy to make this one, but he will be trying to make it in the side. Has he got lucky? No. Right, so still a lot of work to do here for Chris. Getting to the 2 to the 3 is very difficult. The 3 doesn't pass the 8. And obviously getting shape on the 4 ball from the 3 is very difficult. So he needs to get above the 3, which is very difficult on from the 2. not impossible. He can get there. He'd have to leave it at the right angle on the 2 into the top left-hand pocket. He'd have to play for the 2 in the top left. Unless you just land just off straight into the side pocket, which he hasn't done. So going forward, making this in the side pocket's no good. Plus these to the 6. So he really might just... I don't know if he can just kill the cue ball behind the 6 and not make the 2. I think that's what he's looking at doing. Yeah, he's played it well enough. He's cut out that 1 rail kick off the top rail, I think. Oscar's looking at a jump shot. So we're going to play a jump kick here. Or maybe jump it direct. Maybe he can jump direct. I mean, he is unbelievable with the jump cues at Oscar. Definitely one of the best jump players in the game. He's called the 2 in this bottom right-hand pocket. Not too sure how that 2 is going to go there. But I guess he's called, or maybe he's called the 3 just in case. He got a good hit. Wow. Maybe he did call the 2, but I mean, he's played a great shot there. Yeah, he's really good with that jump cue. He's definitely one of the best. That was very well controlled. And he's left a tricky kick here because the natural kick off the side rail, the 6 is in the way, so he's going to have to come underneath. He will have to come. He will have to come past the side pocket. Sorry, with like just punch this ball. We'll probably aim at the first diamond just past the side pocket. Can punch it or maybe play it with a little draw. You're just going to square the cue ball up. Try and make the 2. Makes it a bigger ball to it, actually. Oh, wow, it's not in that good. Yeah, that's the worst thing you can do is miss the ball completely. You're supposed to at least hit that ball. Yeah, I would have gone a little bit lower down there. I would have gone a little bit lower with draw, and then it's a bigger ball to it then. Right, but the only saving grace here for him is the 4 ball, because still getting from the 3 to the 4 is very difficult. He's looking where he can leave the cue ball from the 2. So maybe he can make the 3, draw back and come off the short rail and kiss the 10. That'd be ideal, but to land perfect on the 3 ball to do that from where he is now is going to be very difficult. Let's see if he can do it. Not far away. Not quite there though. Yeah, got a bit too much angle on the 3 ball here. He can make the 3, no problem. But I don't think he can draw past the 6. Maybe he can. He must have put a hell of a stroke on this to try and break this up. Yeah, I thought he was just going to make the 3, come over to the side rail and maybe play the bank on the 4 ball into the top left. Right now he's just put himself in trouble. So he's got to slow kick this. Kick it nice and slow and try and get the cue ball behind the 10. Yeah, very surprised that he didn't just make the 3 ball, punch across to the side rail, and maybe play the bank on the 4 ball. And I think he banked pretty good as well, so a little bit surprised. Yeah, he could come off the short rail here with draw and try and stick the cue ball behind the 10, but he's got to hit that perfect. He's called in the side pockets. That's what he's going to do, but I think he can come off the side rail, hit the 4 ball just off full and try and marry the cue ball against the 10. He's more comfortable playing this. Just got to be careful not to let up on this or hit it too thin and scratch in the corner. You've got to really commit to this stroke. Yeah, he's played it really well. Yeah, it was a good kick shot there from Oscar. Not too sure if he's left the edge of the 4 ball here. If he has, it's not a really big benefit if you only can see the edge of it. Because the cue ball's going to kiss the 7. I don't think he can get the 4 ball down table. So he's going to have to maybe kick at these 2 rails. So we'll probably call the 4 ball in the bottom right as where we are on our screen. Didn't see him call anything. But two rails here. Yeah, he needs to see, unless he can mass a round the 6 and hit the 4 ball just full enough so that the cue ball goes into the 7 and get the 4 ball somewhere in the middle of the table, lead him a tough shot. He's also looking at the 1 rail kick with a lot of right English. He needs to hit this really perfect to get safe. Yeah, I didn't like that shot. I think he'd been better playing 2 rails there. He sort of just guaranteed the hit there, where he should have took a risk and played the 2 rails, playing off the left side rail, top rail. I think more good things could have happened. Good opportunity here for Oscar to pull it back to 4-3. Just doesn't want to get straight on the 7 from the 6. He's just okay. Play this with a touch of left English. It's easy. Let the cue ball float up. But, yeah, maybe you don't like it. Maybe he's got to punch out a little bit. Wow, look at this. I mean, surely he's not played for the 8 ball in this pocket. Yeah, I'd be amazed if he's actually. There's no way he's played for this 8 ball in this bottom pocket. He's actually looking at playing safe now. I'm pretty sure the 8 ball passes a 9 into the corner. I think the cue ball's far enough away from the 8 ball to play that shot. Yep. A good recovery, but needs to make sure you commit to this stroke, because we missed a few of these type of shots missed yesterday. Just kill the cue ball here. Just make sure you stay down on the shot. Nicely played. We eventually got there, so that's 4-3. Yeah, you probably don't see it on the screens, but this table plays really, really tough. The pockets play more like 4 inches, and yeah, plays quite heavy, the table. Yeah, I was amazed with some of the balls. What stayed out yesterday. Let's see if Oscar can avoid the side pocket this time. Yeah, I'm amazed how many times Oscar scratched on the break. How many times he scratched on the break? Probably 9, 10 times altogether. Yeah, because I've always looked at Oscar as a really big breaker, really good breaker. Oh, very surprised yesterday the amount of times he scratched it straight into the side pocket. That was a much better break, much better hit. Got the cue ball to hop also. Got pretty unfortunate with the leave. He's on the one ball, but not the way he would like. Don't really see him being aggressive here and trying to cut the one ball into the bottom right as we look. And, that's really difficult. We could maybe clip off the one, just put the one in front of the two and the cue ball behind the pink four. Could hit it thin on this side and try and get the cue ball, let's say, between the 5 and 8, and then onto the bottom short rail. That's a possibility, but you've got to know your angles, and not 100% sure that you're going to get the cue ball between the 5 and the 8 to do that. He might do. It looks like he's playing that shot. Maybe he's just using the 2 ball. Yeah, he's not hit it. He's not hit it. The idea was good, but he needed more speed on the cue ball. Well, Chris does have a shot on the one ball. It's a very difficult shot. But he's a pretty aggressive player. He likes to attack. He could bank the one ball back down table towards the 3. But the problem with that is that if he lets him see the one ball, he's going to probably be in a lot of trouble. Let Oscar see the one ball here. So Oscar's got a lot of balls to get behind now. So, yeah, I think the 9 and the 10's a good blocker. So Oscar could just hit the one ball thin, put it to the right-hand side rail, use the 10 as a blocker, the 5 as a blocker. I'll try and, well, might not even do that, just clip off it. That's worked out pretty good. I mean, and the good thing there is cut off the side rail, the natural side rail kick. That's the 5's in the way. Coming off the top rail, you just have to just miss the 2 and then just miss it on the way back down. So that's very difficult also. So it looks like he's going to have to manipulate an angle here, Chris. Yeah, so he might have to sort of aim at the first diamond to the right-hand side and just miss the 5. Like I say, I think he can just miss the 2 on the way up and then just miss it on the way down, but that's not easy. Now he's decided to tie a ball up. I'm sure about this. Yeah, don't really see any big benefit there, but we'll see. Oscar's going to put him in a probably even tougher situation now. Well, Oscar will roll the cue ball up between the 9 and the 10 here. It might work out good if he leaves Chris a 2 or 3 rail kick here. Let's see. I think Oscar's cut that option out. It was a very clever shot there from Oscar. He was very conscious to make sure that he couldn't see this long rail to play the short rail. Oh wow, what's he done there? So he's purposely just hit through those balls because he knows that he was in trouble getting 3 fouls. So he's basically making Oscar run the rack, which is not a bad option, especially on a table what's tricky. Where if he'd tried to get out the snooker there and he didn't, and he was probably looking at a 3 foul situation. So Chris made sure that he's avoiding that by bringing the balls into play and see if Oscar can run them. But I think Chris should have tried to hit the one ball the first time. Yeah, I didn't understand the deliberate foul. Yeah, we saw quite a few layouts like this get missed yesterday, so got a bit of work to do here. The 3 to the 4, getting decent shape on the 5, because you can see the 10s could be a problem if he gets the wrong side of the 5. The 9 to the 10. Yeah, he's got to play some good shots here. Play some good positional shots. Got a slight angle, but not as much as what I would like. Have to be a little bit careful here. I didn't like that. Yeah, so it ended up being a good decision by Chris, but I don't understand what Oscar played there. I'm guessing he's tried to come round the back of the 8. Yeah, I don't think he needed to do that. I think it'd have been better off just drawing into the 5. Yeah, I mean, there was quite a lot of situations like that, what happened yesterday also. Yeah, the guys were trying to get too close to their work instead of just taking what the table gives them, really. Because I'm one of those, I don't like bumping into balls unless I really need to. I know what Oscar was trying to avoid bumping that ball, but I just think he could have kept it a lot simple, guaranteed the angle on the 5. Guaranteed the angle on the 4, sorry. Yeah, he's very good with this jump cue, so won't surprise me if he makes it. And he did. He made it. He makes a high percentage of those shots. It's pretty impressive. And obviously, he's very confident in the equipment he's using there. But it's still not out of the woods. He's got a tricky shot now on the 5. I don't think you can just follow this. I think it'd be a natural kiss to 10. Drawing it's not easy. But yeah, it's quite a tough shot here. Yeah, I think he's going to come underneath the 10 ball here. Yeah, this makes a shot more difficult when you haven't just got to make the ball, but you got to play a good positional shot also. Yeah, I wouldn't even be surprised. He might even turn this down. He's thinking long and hard what to do here. Pretty sure he got to attack, but the way he's lining up, it doesn't look like it. Looks like he's playing safe. Played a very good safety. He just doesn't want it to lay up, so it's a combo. He just told Chris that he's on 2. So Chris will be taking no chances here. They've been making sure he gets the cue ball over the 10. Again, you got to remember that Chris can't scratch here, so I don't think he's going to risk it in the 5 on the left-hand side, because you could scratch in the bottom pocket or the side pocket. You don't want to risk getting it on the right-hand side, because you could scratch in the left-hand side. So I think it's called the 9 in the bottom right. Make sure you hit this full. Oh yeah, it was open for a lot of luck there, but you had to make sure you hit the ball. But sometimes maybe you're best just playing the right shot. It's got a slight angle, so just play this with a touch of left English, eye on the cue ball. Anywhere just roughly just to the left of the centre of the table, I'll be very happy, just like that. Probably would have liked a more angle than he's got, but it should be okay. Just punch it in and come over. A nice shot there. And this is going to tie us up. 4-4. Right, Oscar to break. He's had his problems with the break, but his last one was a lot better. See if he can repeat it. Cue ball again. So yeah, it's unbelievable how many times he's scratching that side pocket. And that's really hurts you. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Yeah, because whenever I've watched Oscar, he's always broke pretty good. Yeah, probably 40%, 50% of his breaks is probably scratched on the break. The problem yesterday is that Chris wasn't punishing him. Chris was letting him off the hook. So Chris has got to make sure he capitalizes on all these ball in hands, where he wasn't doing that yesterday. Nice angle here on the 2. And that could come out for the 3. So everything connects really nicely, this rack. Don't have a lot to do with the cue ball. Just got to stroke the balls in. Yeah, it's always nice when you don't have to go up and down the table to get position. If you're placing the ball on the table, you pretty much like them the way they are now, just to get warmed up. Just a series of little stun shots, one rail position shots. Keep everything nice and simple. He landed a little bit thinner here than I think he would like, so I wouldn't be surprised if he played for the 6 in the side, which is probably not the right shot. I'd like to play for the 6 in the corner, but just with the table playing as tough as what it's been playing, it wouldn't surprise me if he played for the side pocket. Play for the corner is the right shot to play. But yesterday I was seeing players playing those type of shots, and these two guys are playing for the side pocket just because the table was playing so tough, and maybe their confidence was a lot lower yesterday.
Looks like we've got a really tough match going here today, Darren.
Yeah, both playing a lot better than yesterday.
Awesome.
But Oscar's still having the problems with the break. He's scratched on his two out of his last 3 breaks. He's scratched in the side pocket.
Oh my gosh.
And Chris has scratched in the side pocket also. So 3 of the breaks have scratched straight in the side pocket.
Wow.
I think Oscar maybe his last 2 actually. So yeah, he needs to get that out of his head ASAP. Besides that, they're both playing good so far. Chris looks a lot more reassured. He's playing at a good rhythm, good pace. Yeah, he's just taking a little bit more care than he did yesterday. Come a little bit too far here though with the 8 ball. I would have liked to got straight in on the 8. So obviously he's going away from the 9 here. So he's going to have to punch this in, come back across off the side rail. Played it well. Yeah, everything's been better so far for Chris today. Even though yesterday he started okay and he was up 8-4, his cue ball's a lot better today also. That gives him a 5-4 lead.
I want to give a shout out to our sponsors for making this event happen. Fort Worth Billiards, been big supporters here at Rail Yard. Anything you need, pool, cue, or otherwise, ski balls, I mean, you name it, these guys do everything. You want to reach out to them, do a great job. well as CNC Computer Technologies, IT specialists here in this area. These guys are really good. They've done some work here for us, and anything you need IT related, business recovery, disaster recovery, anything like that, reach out. I can always get you in touch if you need help. As well as Michelle Griffin, huge supporter of Rail Yard and everything we do here. Local realtor, really knows her stuff. Looking to buy or sell, want to reach out to her. If you've been enjoying the stream on YouTube and Facebook, appreciate y'all hanging out with us. We're going to go ahead and cut off to xpool.live is where you can watch the rest of the stream. We've got a lot of action coming your way today. If Chris pulls this off, we have a whole nother set starting over right after this. You can also watch the replay of yesterday if you missed it, including matches with John Mora, Tyler Steyer played a big 10 ball, Federal Gorst, and Tony Chohan. All of it's at www.xpool.live. And see you guys next time.
Well, that's probably his best break of the whole match so far. Yeah, perfect
really
break.
well.
Yeah, perfect break. And he's got an open shot. The only slight issue here is the 5 ball. Yeah, I think even if he gets tight to the side rail, I'm not sure he can make that 5. So, been a bit unlucky there. He might be able to use the 3 though and risk bumping the 8. Should still have a shot on the 4 if he plays it right. I think he can play inside English here, come out with a 2. Oh, he's come a little bit short. He's a little bit short here, so he's not going to be able to bump the 8 ball now from the 3. Now he's got to be careful. He's sort of bringing the 9 ball into play when he comes back across. Okay, so he's actually bumped the 5 ball there. I'm not sure if he played that, but it's turned out great. I'm pretty sure, yeah, he can make the 5 now and draw back for the 7 in the side pocket. So he's going to be very happy with that result. I think he's okay. He can draw the 3 here and get to the side rail, so he's got more or less a straight in 4. Right, so he's left maybe a little bit more angle on the 4 here than what he would like. So he's looking if he leaves a cue ball there. If he can make the 5 and get out, I don't think so. He can make it off the rail first, but the cue ball's going to kiss the 8. So that's no good, really. So he really needs to probably play this with follow with a touch of left. And come round or punch it back over. He's going to draw around the back of the 9. 3 rails. Okay, yeah. Wow, what a shot. That's one of his best shots of the matches of the whole match so far from yesterday and today. That was a really good stroke. So he's got there. He can make the 7. He might come round the back of the 10. He might just play with a bit of inside English. Come back to somewhere roughly where he is now. Yep. Black's got the side rail. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, didn't hit that as good as what he would like, but it's okay. Nice shape. His cue ball's a hell of a lot better today than yesterday. So we're going to give him a 6-4 lead. I'm going to have to take a quick break, so I'm back in 2 minutes. That's one back. Well, Chris got a little bit of a roll there. Oscar can see the edge of the 2, but not too sure what he can do with it. Maybe try and bank it back up table, but get the cue ball behind the 3. 3 in the 5, that's what he's tried to do. Great effort, really. Yeah, he was playing cue ball more than the object ball because he couldn't hit enough of the 2 ball to avoid going near the side pocket or near the 10. Well, he's give up a shot here on the 2. I think the 3 does pass the 5, but getting from the 2 to the 3 is very difficult. Just because he's cueing over the 5. So he can't really dig into the cue ball and go like make the 2 and come off the side rail and get good shape on the 3. He might try and play shape. He might try and hit it really thin and come in between the 6 and the 7. That's very difficult. Or if he bumped the 6th ball, that would be ideal. Or he could play for the 3 in the same pocket, which I was going to suggest. He might do that, try and play for the 3 in the same pocket as a 2. He's probably done pretty good there. He hit the 9, but it's turned out pretty good. The only problem here is that when he makes the 3, he's going to kiss the 5, so he might end up snooking himself, and because of that, he's turning it down. He's playing safe. He didn't want to hit the 6. He wanted to get behind the 7 and the 10. Chris will be snookered here behind the 5. Oscar will just hit the 3 full in the face. Come inside the 5 with a 3 and get the cue ball tight behind the 5 if you can. I don't see him going for the combination here. Not the other way. Yeah, that surprised me a little bit. He played it well. Chris has it called the 4 just in case? I wonder if he can get underneath the 3 enough to get the 3 to the left-hand side rail where he's pointing his cue now, and the cue ball behind the 7 and the 10. So he's going to float the cue ball up down that side of the rail and hopefully get the cue ball roughly where the 7 and the 10 is, and the 3 ball about halfway up past the side pocket on the left-hand side. It's too full. It's too full, but I think he might have got lucky with a kiss there. He did it to rail because the cue ball at the rail. Right, so Oscar's in a bit of a tricky situation here. So he can't see enough of the 3 to make it. Plus, I'm not sure if it goes past the 4. The 4's not right over the pocket, so he might play the carom. Try and make the 4 with a cue ball. Though it's really thin to do that. He's played it really well. Played it really well. Yeah, I know he's not got a shot on the 3 ball, but after this shot, he should have Chris in a bit of trouble. Can get the 3 ball to roll forward, come off the side rail and put the cue ball behind the 7, or he can hit the 3 really thin, I think. Just put him behind the 10. Be interesting to see what Chris does here, whether he plays the one rail, where he's pointing now, or whether he plays two rails, playing from the left-hand side. I think the two rails is more chance of getting safe. He's going to call the free in this corner. But even if he makes this ball, where's the cue ball going? Can he even get shape on the 5? So I'm not a big fan of this shot. Yeah, I didn't like that shot. I think he should have played two rails on the left-hand side. I think a lot more good things could have happened. Could have locked him up playing that way. Oh, Oscar's got quite a bit of an angle on the free ball here, so it's not easy to get to the 5. You can load it with a lot of spin and roll the free in and come one rail for the 5. Or you can just try and draw it with left English, which he's not doing. He might even just be snookering. He might just put it behind the 6. He's gone for it. Played it really well. No legs. He didn't hit it. I think he can hit the 5 thin. Just missed the 10 with a cue ball and get the cue ball on the top rail. Because even if we don't get the snooker, he's going to leave a brutal shot on the 5 ball to get back for the 6. As long as he gets the cue ball close to the short rail, close to where the 6 is, on this table, making the 5 and getting back up table for the 6 is going to take some effort. So you've got to play the table, and you've got to play your opponent. Yeah, so he's looking at getting the cue ball close to the 6, which is okay. Don't give up on it. But yeah, he'll be happy enough with that. There's no way he's going to try and attempt to make this 5 ball, even with right hand spin. So Chris will be banking this. He'll probably call the bank just in case. Try and get the cue ball back up table. Yeah, it's called the bank, cross corner bank. Ooh, it was close. You got the double kiss. Would have been close. I've just passed the 8 ball. I'm not too sure of the angle. Whether he can go forward, come off the side rail, just miss the 8 and get on the 6. Probably for the same pocket as the 5. Played that with quite a lot of extreme right English there, and I think that's what caused him to miss the 5 by so far. Well, he got a nice roll. Got away with it. Because he missed it by so much, that's why the 5's come back down table. Well, Chris is going to kick at the 5 here. He's called it in the top left. Yeah, he wants to play this with quite a bit of pace. He wants to give himself a chance if he doesn't make it to get safe. I'll be making sure I play it with enough speed to get the 5 back down table. No, I don't like that. Yeah, I would have played it. He's got away with it, but I would have played that with more speed. Oscar could put him in trouble here. I wonder if he could get him behind the 6 ball, come off the side rail behind the 6, and the 5 just underneath the 9. Okay, so might be trying to put the cue ball behind the 7 and the 10. Or using the 7-10 as a blocker. Yep. Didn't quite get there. He's left Chris a pretty good kick shot here. So Chris is going to kick at this. If he doesn't make the 5 in the side, hopefully it goes roughly towards the 6. And keep the cue ball where the 5 is. A little bit too thin. So he lost the cue ball a little bit and didn't get the 5 ball what he wanted. It's not an easy shot to make the 5 and get shape on the 6, but he's give Oscar a lot of options here. Yeah, Oscar might just split these balls, try and get the cue ball behind the 7 and 10, and the 5 just sort of roughly towards the 8. Yeah, I didn't like that shot. Yeah, with that shot there, he should have sacrificed one or the other. I think he tried to play both. Might be okay. He might not be able to see enough of the 5 to make it, and he can't. So it's called the bank shot. I don't think the bank is quite there, natural. Sort of changed his mind here. I think he might be punching the 5 around the table. Oh, no, he could make it. He called the bank. Wow, look at this. I mean, he called the banker initially, but then he could see enough of the 5 to make it. It was a good shot. He's been very unlucky if he's can't make the 6 here. I think he can make the 6, but getting shape on the 7 ball is going to be very difficult. He's got to really load it with a lot of right, or sort of draw into the 10 ball. It's very difficult. Oh, come up and down the table. Wow, nice shot. Really nice shot. Yeah, that was a really good stroke. Yeah, Chris is playing a lot more measured today. Good rhythm and more respect for the table. And that gives him a 7-4 lead. Oh, nice break from Chris there. Yeah, except for that one bad break from Chris, he's definitely breaking better today, but he's been brutally unlucky there. The 5 ball just got kicked and stopped Chris from having a pretty routine run out, really. Looks like it's would have been a pretty straightforward 1-6 combination. Now he's in a tough spot because he can't really jump at this ball. And yeah, the push out's not going to favour him. He might tie the 4 up against the 8, just leaving the edge of the 1, but that gives Oscar a chance to play the Karen onto the 6. You haven't got many options here. We don't do that. Well, the 4 still goes in the side, so you can see the edge of the 1. So maybe you can't play the Karen. But he's going to hit the 1 really thin and really try and get the cue ball behind the 4 and 8 if he can. But if he can't see enough of the 1 ball, then he'll just put Chris back in, which I think he has done. Chris seems to think he can see enough of the 1. So I'm a bit surprised if he can, that Oscar's turned this down. Okay, he's a little bit short, but he could definitely see the 1 ball. But obviously, Chris is a bit younger than Oscar, so maybe the younger highs was a big help there. Yeah, Oscar might have to risk hitting the 1 ball really thin here. Try and get the cue ball somewhere to where it is now. But looks like it's playing inside English. Okay. Watch the side pocket. Yeah, don't quite understand that shot. Well, the key shot here is the 3 to the 4. If he gets good shape on the 4 ball from the 3, he should be out. Yeah, he just needs to make sure he gets the right side of the 4 ball here. Very important. For that reason, he might be best using the side rail to the short rail, come underneath the 10. Guarantee the angle. Because if he just plays the 1 rails and comes across here and lands a bit short, he could be in trouble. Don't land short. Chris, don't land short. And he has. See, that's why I thought he would have used the bottom rail there. The short rail. So now he's going to have to draw this. The cue ball's going to hit the 8, so he's not 100% sure where this is going to go. Yeah, that was the problem. Oh, big shot here for Chris. Because he started pretty well, he wants to keep that momentum. Has he called the 6 or the 5? I feel like it's called the 6 here, which doesn't make sense really. I think it should be going because the 6 is not right over the pocket where it's guaranteed. Oh, well, he played it great. What do I know? He played it really well, and he's controlled the 5 ball well. He's purposely played the 5 ball for the side pocket. Again, needs to get good position here on the 7 ball. He's got to jack up slightly. Wow, where the cue ball? Wait, lost the cue ball and he's scratched. I mean, you can say it's a little bit unlucky to scratch, but the cue ball was nowhere there. He's obviously massively overhit the ball. Give Oscar a freebie here. Can he just checking to see if he can make the 8 ball into this corner pocket and punch out without hitting that point? Well, looks very tight. I'm looking at the bank. The 8 does go in the same pocket as the 7. It chooses. Right, so he's pretty confident that he's going to miss the point of the side pocket here. He's got a nice angle on the 8. Yeah, he's fine. He'll be very happy with that. Pull it back to 7-5. So big chance gone there for Chris. It could have gone up at 8-4, the same as yesterday. But instead, it's going to be 7-5. Let's see if Oscar can avoid these side pockets. That was a much better break. But has he made a ball? No ball on the break, but fortunately for him, he's not left a shot on the 1. So options here for Chris. He can rather kick at the 1 ball. You'd have to play it quite. You'd have to really spin the cue ball here. I think you can see enough of the 1 actually, the way he's lining up. Yeah, you can see the 1, so that helps. So he's looking to try and get the cue ball behind the 2, which is very, very cute to try and do that. Right, he's played it really well. If this keeps rolling, that's perfect. Great shot. Great shot. Oscar goes for his jump cue, which is his trusted shot. Big weapon to have that jump cue. What is it? Yeah, it's pretty amazing with that jump cue, especially when you're that close to the object ball and get that much power. Right, so Chris can make the one ball here, but it's very difficult to get shape on the two. So he's going to have to bump the five, but I think he can maybe bump the five on the right-hand side or even double kiss off the five. Oh, he played safe, but he lost the cue ball. He lost the cue ball, and that's why I think he's left a slight edge on the one ball here. Just wonder if you can see enough of the one ball here to hit it thin. The one ball in between the 6 and the 2, the cue ball coming between the 10 and the 9 and back up table. That's what he's looking at now.
One ball. Or just fix.
Got the 10 ball, didn't want to catch the 10. Left a shot. Well, a chance here for Chris to make up the mistake he made the previous run. Not easy. The 3 to the 4 is not going to be easy, and the 4 to the 5. Needs to leave a right angle here on the 2 to get to the 3. The right angle on the 3 to get to the 4. So why don't you play in rotation? Always thinking 3 shots in front at least. Wow. Yeah, even that false. Who was thinking about staying up? With his cue ball slowing down. Don't want to get stuck on that 8. Think he's okay. He can go forward here with the right English. He needs to get good shape on this 4 ball, the pink 4 to get to the 5. Reverse English, but yeah, got into the cue. He didn't get close enough to the side pocket with the cue ball there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he could have gone forward there with right English, played 2 rails. No, here he's only really got a safety shot. She tries to cut it in with inside English. Very tough shot, but he might go for it. He does like these shots. Yeah, he's going to play inside English, so he's just playing just sort of just center of the cue ball with inside English. He's undercut it. Very difficult shot. I don't think he's got away with it. Wow. Yeah, and I think Oscar can come round the back of the 9 ball here and then head just come inside the 7. I do think he's okay here, is Oscar. I think this is the path it's going to take. Right there. You got the speed. would have liked to maybe another roll on that just to be comfortable. They might just have to kill this. Yeah, just going to kill this. Just maybe I'll just roll it in just with a touch of right English. Leave himself a little bit longer on the 6. So, you know, like I say, on this type of table, you just got to take what the table gives you. Take your medicine. I'm just going to draw out here. Anywhere roughly to where the spot is. Maybe just before the spot would be ideal. Nice stroke there. It's still early in this set, but they're both really playing very careful, very methodical, and you know they're both really conscious of the table, playing so tough. Play high on the cue ball there. Touch to right English, comes straight down. A couple of simple shots to pull it within one rack. So Chris had his chance to go 8-4, had another chance in this rack. He did the same thing yesterday. Remember, he was up 8-4. Oh my God. Played that with inside English. Didn't need to play inside English. And yeah, he's missed it fat. And he didn't indicate that he got a skid or anything there, so that's unbelievable. And I think the 9 goes in the side pocket. Not easy, but this is a shot what Chris wasn't expecting. This could be a little turning point here. This was Chris making those type of mistakes yesterday. Wow, so a nice little gift here for Chris. What was looking like 7-6 is now going to be 8-5, so Chris is going to be feeling really good about this. And he's going to need a little bit of help at times. So that couple of mistakes he made there, he's got away with it. And Oscar will be kicking himself. I'm going to take a little time out. I'll be taking a time out myself. I'll see you guys back in 5 minutes.
Such a beautiful thing.
Right, so we're back. Chris to break. Leading 8-5 after that gift from Hosker. He's put the cue ball bang in the centre again. He was doing that yesterday with not a lot of success, so I'm a little bit surprised he's putting it right bang in the middle of the centre. Very rare you see any player do that, really. Wow, but it worked. What a break that is. All of these last two breaks have been the best two breaks of both sets. Yeah, that was really good. It was like a Shane Van Bonin break or Fedor Ghost. Got a nice wide open table. No problem balls. 6-7 is the only thing I could see going wrong, but shouldn't be a problem. Well, I thought he would have played for the two in the opposite corner, but it's okay. Which means he could use a bridge here. You gotta be a little bit careful. Yeah, he's not 100% comfortable with that bridge. That's why he's lost the cue ball a little bit. Where really you should have played that with a touch of inside English. Be in the middle of the table. It should be okay. Can't see him missing this ball, but just made it a little bit more trickier than what it needed to be. He needs to get good shape on the 5 here because he wants to. Obviously, the 6 comes after the 5, and as you can see, it's near the side pocket, so a little bit tricky. He needs to get good on the 6 to get to the 7. All right, so he's the wrong side of the 5 here, and that's all because of that shot with the bridge. So here's going to punch the 5 in. Well, I think he should punch the 5 in with right English and play for the 6 in the same pocket as the 5. But Chris might draw back out and across. A little bit of right English here. Just punch it in with a touch of right, like a little punch draw. Make sure that cue ball goes though. Don't underhit it, Chris. Or stop there, and then he's got the bank. This might have turned out really good, actually. Because this is probably an easier shot than it is him taking it in the top left. It looks like it's held up just enough, so it's more or less a wired bank, really. I mean, this is a bank he should make. 90% of the time. I think he can go forward with a cue ball, side rail, short rail. I feel like he's overthinking a little bit here, so be careful. Oh wow, it's played safe, but it didn't bank. Played a great shot. Well, I thought that banked there. I mean, so yeah, big shot here because this is Oscar jumping. So He's not a big underdog to not make this. Yeah, they'll be going for this in the top right. And if you don't make it, the 6-ball can come back down table and get saved. As we said, he's made quite a few jump shots in this match. Decent effort. I said the 6-ball might come down table. The good thing for Chris here is that the 9's over the pocket, so this should help him. He needs to hit it decent. The cue ball's going to kiss into the 10, so that's going to help him. Difficult to see how he can miss this 9, but I don't think it's right over the pocket where it's guaranteed, so he needs to hit it decent. Yeah, he was probably more worried about losing the 6-ball there, but as it is, it turned out great. Nice little momentum swing here. It was looking like 7-6. Now it's going to be 9-5. So nice little 3-game swing here. And that 9-ball what Oscar missed. Nine to 5 to Chris Reinhold. He gets that breakdown again. Bang in the middle. Oh, he's lost the cue ball. Every now and again he loses that cue ball. Not as bad as Oscar. I mean, Oscar, he's lost that cue ball to that side pocket so many times, but Chris has lost a few also. Yeah, that ball in hand after the break is absolutely huge. So here come, even though the 2's tied up, it's going to be untied in a minute. He's going to make the 1, kiss the 9. And now the table's wide open. Yeah, just need to make sure he gets good on the 6 ball, and then it'll make life easier getting to the 7. I didn't want to land over the top 10, that's a bit careless. And this ball landed a little bit tricky, so he needs to play with this inside English. A little bit careless there was Oscar. He'd like to get somewhere around the middle of the table. Okay, he could get to the middle of the cue ball. But still, his landing might have landed a little bit straight here. So he might have to draw back for the 7 in the top right here. No. Taking his medicine, taking what the table gives him. Needs to commit to this, Oscar. Needs to put a good stroke on it, play it with a touch of left. Make sure you stay above the 10. Nice stroke. Come a little bit too far with the cue ball there. It should be okay, but slow rolling it is not really an option now. Played that really nicely. He's going to pull it back. He's not going to miss this. 9-6. See if Oscar can avoid the side pocket this time. We've lost the cue ball again, but he's got away with it. Very flat. He's got away with it this time, and I'll be very happy with the outcome. It wasn't a good break. I think he's got a slight angle here as well, so he can. I wonder if he can go 2 rails and just miss the 9. Ooh, just. I think he can just punch up. Maybe he can go forward, play the 5 in the opposite corner, but I think he can punch off the side rail, just miss the 10. Yeah, nicely played. Got a nice little angle on the 5 here. He can go forward, play with left English, get over to the right hand side of the table, and then he's got dot to dot from there. His hands in the air. He's not happy about it, but I think he's okay. He can get off the rail and punch it in with a touch of right English. And he's played that perfect. He doesn't have anything to do now. Doesn't need to use the rails. He should pull this back to 9-7. I feel like this set's going. I think this set's going to be close all the way. Yesterday, I mean, from 8-4, Oscar sort of run away with it. Yeah, Chris was never really in the game. I don't think that's going to happen today. Nice out there from Oscar. Pulled it back to 9-7 from 9-5, now 9-7.
Hey, Darren, you there?
How you doing, mate? You good?
Hey, pretty good.
You playing in a tournament?
No, I just came over for a few hours to check out the action match.
You live close by, right?
Yeah. I'm about 30 minutes away. I think we had the score wrong. Is it 9-7 here? Yeah, we need to mark one up. For everybody, this is Jason Sword. I'm joining Daz here, Mr. Darren Appleton. Pleasure to talk to you.
You too, mate. So you going to the Moscone or not?
Yeah, I'm going. Are you going to be there?
No, I'm going to China.
Oh, that sounds terrible.
I fly out on Tuesday.
What are you playing, 8-ball over there?
Chinese 8-ball, yeah.
That's cool.
We got the big. Well, it's called crazy. I'm playing the CBSA World Championship, which is the Star one. You've got Star and you've got Joy.
Oh, okay.
And obviously there's conflict at the moment. So the Star one's not sanctioned by the WPA. So and the Joy one's sanctioned by the WPA. So I've committed to playing about 3 weeks ago. And then I get a letter from WPA saying that if I do play, there could be some punishment.
Oh my gosh, craziness, isn't there?
I've just said, look, I'm not going to be bullied. I'm just going to go there and play, and whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, if you guys want to do something, do it.
Yeah. Plus, it doesn't clash with anything, so it's no issue there. It's because they're calling it a world championship, and because it's not sanctioned. Obviously, the WPA don't like it.
That's something, isn't it?
Oh yeah, but the prize money is massive. I mean, it's $420,000 to the winner.
And you won one of those big events as well, right? A few years back.
It's the same time what I won in 2015.
What did it pay back then?
100,000 to the winner, which is obviously good, but 420 would have been nice.
That would have been nice. Well, go win this one.
Yeah, well, it'll be good. I mean, the good thing is that you can't play the Chinese players until the final 32.
Because they all have to play each other.
Yeah. So well, obviously, from the final 32, you can play the Chinese players then. So I think the payout's decent from the 32. I think it's like 10,000 or something.
Oh, good enough.
And they more or less cover your expenses anyway to go over there.
Well, that's really cool. How are you playing right now? You back to old Darren, or?
Yeah, I'm playing better the last week or so, I would say, than I have done, let's say, my trip to the USA. That was a bit of a struggle. I played okay in patches, but there was no consistency.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm hitting the ball better now than I was when I was in America. But I think that's just playing a bit of Chinese pool as well, because obviously you've got to bear down big time.
Yeah, those tables are tough.
So it sort of like straightens your stroke out a little bit.
I just caught the last few racks of this. Looks like both these guys are playing pretty good.
They're playing better today than yesterday. I mean, Chris played okay up to 8-4 yesterday, and then he just sort of fell apart.
Really?
I don't know if you watched it.
Tell you one thing, he's breaking like King Kong. I know he scratched a couple racks ago, but
Oh, he's breaking good today. Yesterday he did break good, but I mean Oscar broke terrible yesterday.
really,
But Chris just couldn't punish him. He just didn't punish him. I think Oscar scratched about 8-9 times on the break yesterday.
and still won by 8.
Yeah, but I think only once out the 8 racks when he did scratch and he left an open table, Chris only got out once.
Really?
Yeah, I mean the table is playing tough, but I mean Chris yesterday he really struggled, and Oscar just played solid. Like when he got his opportunities, he just cleaned up.
That's just kind of how Oscar is, right? He's just one of those guys. You can beat him, but he usually doesn't beat himself.
Yeah, you've got to beat him, that's for sure.
Yeah, he moves good, usually breaks good.
Yeah,
Good kicker, good jumper.
Yeah, he's solid. He's solid.
Not the best at potting, right? But he shoot okay.
I think Chris is a better shot maker, but Oscar's just more solid.
Yeah, just more
That's been the
seasoned.
difference. I mean, Chris, like, it's hard to predict what he's going to do at times. He sort of like is very inconsistent with his decision making. Like
Yeah.
sometimes, like today so far, he's played very, very good pace. His pace has been good. His rhythm's been good. His cue ball's been a lot better. Where yesterday he was sort of like in and out. He's a bit all over the place mentally. His decision making was like very inconsistent. But today is a lot more focused today.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I think that's one of the most underrated things in pool is, and you said it, tempo and rhythm. It's when you see a player really kind of take the next step is because they figure out that pre-shot routine and not moving too slow and when to think and when not to think, especially in these long races like this.
Yeah, for sure. Right there, I mean, just a little bit careless again. But I mean, Chris, I mean, I like his game. He just, I'm just not too sure what you're going to get with him.
Yeah. Looks like the table's playing a little bouncy.
Oh, this table was really tough. I mean, just watching on the screen, you can see that as a player, you can see that the table's very, very tricky. It looks like it plays heavy.
Yeah, and this is the same table that Federer's played his last few action matches on. He played Scott here. He also played Tony here twice.
Yeah, I commented for Tony and Federer. That was tough. Yeah, Tony. Yeah, I mean, this table, you got to be in dead stroke.
Yeah, and it changes quite a bit too, Darren, because it's kind of close to a door. And there's a lot of people in here. There's a big split bracket tournament here, so it's a full house.
Yeah, he was telling me it's a big pool room, right?
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah, hopefully I get to the Derby City Classic. I can come and see it.
Yeah, they have a tournament right before the Derby City called the Mini Derby. You'll have to come check it out.
Yeah, he was telling me, yeah.
Be good for you. I mean, it's all disciplines.
Big shot here for Chris. Yeah, he likes to fire those balls in.
Yeah, not going to let it roll off on the 10 ball, is he?
Yeah, Chris, what if there's one little weakness, he doesn't like rolling balls. I
Yeah.
think that's maybe something he has to work on, his speed control.
Yeah, that was one thing that you always did well. You always rolled the ball good and good pace.
Speed controls everything, isn't it? I mean, your cue ball controls everything, really.
It really is.
Especially when you're not playing well. It get you out a lot of trouble. Well, that's what Dennis and Alex are so good at. Is that their cue ball's so good.
Yeah, you're right. But they're not scared to roll the ball. You got to trust the table and the equipment. But so who you got in the Moscone?
Well, obviously, if I had to bet, then I'd obviously bet on Europe. But I mean, it's obviously a lot closer now with Fedor playing for America. And I think Tyler's massively improved the last 12 months. And Shane Walford, but obviously, is question marks in it. But obviously, I think he deserves his opportunity. I'm happy that he's in the team.
Yeah.
I think he's put the work in, so he deserves a chance, and he's young. So, but the key is obviously your best three players. They've got to perform. Your top three guys have got to win at least 75% of their games. If they do that, then they've obviously got a good chance.
Yeah, a lot easier said than done in a race to 5 against the best in the world. I mean, Europe putting up, arguably probably the best team they could.
Well, I don't think so.
Well, you could take Kachi and probably slide him in there for Al-Kaidi or something, right? But
pretty
solid.
I mean, catches for sure. I mean, obviously, but he's just been unfortunate with his injury. But yeah, I mean, obviously, it's a very strong team. I think the big thing is that Europe are at home. That's going to be the big question is whether you guys can handle the crowd. Because I'm looking forward to seeing it just to see how Fedor does. Because he's obviously going to get shacked, isn't he?
Yeah, they're going to go after him pretty hard, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get abused, unfortunately. I mean, that crowd's just brutal. So if he can handle that and he silences them, then yeah, it's going to be interesting. Yeah, because that crowd, when they've had a few drinks, they're brutal.
Yeah, I've never been to the.
The thing is that it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. I mean, for a neutral, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, I'm going to get a chance to experience the crowd this year. I'll be there.
Is it your first time there?
Yeah, it's my first time in Europe. The first time in quite a few years actually rooting for the USA, too. Fortunately, I've been usually wagering on Europe.
Is that because you're friends with Fedor?
Yeah, well, I'm just not betting. I'm not going to bet against Federer ever. So I'm not going to bet on Europe this year. I mean, I have the last 8 years.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I mean, I was shocked when I saw the news that he was playing for America just because he'd been trying to qualify for Europe all year.
Yeah.
It was like a big curveball, really.
And did qualify.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Just like it's crazy, really. So what day are you going to the Moscone?
I'm flying out at Tuesday, so I'll get there the morning of. I'm not flying in early, just get too much work.
Yeah, I fly China on Tuesday. I get there Wednesday. It's like crazy, and it's like 15-hour flight.
Meanwhile, Chris just cleaning up.
What do you think about the Moscone? Do you like obviously you like America?
No, I mean obviously you gotta fancy Europe, but I think they got a shot. I think that there are better players than Shane Wolford. I think Shane Wolford is probably out of the fifth spot. I think there's a lot of people that are probably slightly better than him on the table, but I think as far as the team atmosphere and everything, the makeup of the team, I think that Wolford is a good fit. I think everybody likes him. I think Shane and Skyler like him, and I know Federer does. And so it's not like adding a fifth player that's weak and nobody likes. So I think everybody likes Shane. Everybody wants him to do well, and he's gonna follow. He's gonna follow everybody's lead. And I think Team USA has a good shot.
Because the good thing is that obviously the top two players play one or two matches more than everyone else.
Yeah, I was looking at the lineups. I think if they do it appropriately after 3 days, they can have obviously Shane probably play 5 times, and Skyler and Federer can both play 4 if they set it up the right way. And the key in the matchups there are match number 5 and 6. But we'll see how Jeremy plays it.
Long as Shane wins 1 or 2 points, then he's done his job, really.
Oh, I agree. If he win, I mean, if Wolford wins 2 points, I think U.S. is favored.
Yep.
If you were to tell me he's going to win 2 points, I'd bet on the red, white, and blue.
And you only need a couple of rolls, really. You obviously play with the right guy, and you get a couple of rolls, and the other team make 1 or 2 mistakes, and that's it. That's all it takes.
Yeah. Both these players have played on the Cup. Oscar's been there quite a few times.
Yeah,
I think
well,
Chris has been twice, right?
I'm a little bit surprised that Chris didn't try and qualify this year, and also obviously Oscar's got his own business, so I understand that. But I mean, Chris at his age, 25 years old, he should have somebody who's grabbing him really, and just sending him to these tournaments, and because he's a good talent. So, but he hasn't really even tried to qualify, has he? He's obviously been teaching.
Yeah. It's a tough journey, you know, traveling around and trying to make it, and then you don't make it. You blow a lot of money in the process, but it looks like he's hitting the ball to where he could definitely add some value.
Does the 5 pass? Does the 2 pass the 5?
I think it does. We'll see, though. He's going right at it, huh? He's going to need some fortune here, and he got it. Nice little bump, huh?
Yeah, but the 3's down table, so I won't see him attacking. He'll play a nice, good safety. Bring tight behind the 5 if you can. Yeah, at least it's cut off the right-hand side. Yeah, 11-7. Someone's took a timeout.
Yeah, it looks like Oscar's heading to the ladies' room.
5 minutes, so Jason. So I'll take a little break as well.
Take a little break with you. We'll be right back with you guys. All right, looks like we're back. Darren, you back with us, or are you still on break? Eleven to 7's our score here, racing to 30. They are playing best of three sets, racing to 30, and Oscar did win the first set yesterday. So this is the second of 3 sets. Oscar wins this set, it's over. If Chris wins, they'll play another race to 30 tonight right after. I'd imagine they'll probably take a dinner break and then go right back at it. Nonetheless, he's looking at a 2-rail path here. This is the part of the game where Oscar really excels. He's a really good decision maker. Good at all the little things, all the small details. Excellent kicker. Plays nice safety. He's good at jumping the ball. He's calling it a 9 ball in the bottom left corner if you were looking at it. So he's going to hit this ball with a lot of pace and drawing it, trying to shorten it up. Get pretty good. Might get some fortune here. And didn't. It looks like Chris can't really do much here other than maybe just stop his ball and take a steep cut on the 3. Just missed it. Still a lot of work for Oscar here to get back to the 3 ball. A lot of traffic in the way, and it's in the pocket, so see how he decides to attack here. He's looking at position underneath the 9.
Is this from his break?
No, this was Chris just missed the 2 ball. Chris played a safety on the 2. Oscar kicked successfully but left and shot. Watch out, corner pocket. Nice shot there by Oscar, huh? Picked a good time to come back, Darren.
Yeah, Ronnie O'Sullivan has just won the UK Championship, which is like one of the top 3 tournaments to win at snooker. It's unbelievable that this guy's still winning these tournaments.
It's like the Djokovic of pool, huh?
Yeah.
Of snooker, rather.
Yeah. He's got another £250,000 in his pocket.
Sure.
Which is about $300,000.
It's pretty good. It's not a bad day at the office.
Yeah.
How long are the snooker tournaments? Are they just a couple days like pool tournaments, or?
No, they play it out. They don't have like multiple tables like we do. So that they play down to, let's say, 32 players or 64 players, and then they go to a venue. So this tournament, there was 32 players for the final TV stages, and they have it on 2 tables. And then from the semis, they have it on 1 table. So it goes on for a week. It's like this UK Championship was a week. The Masters, which will be in January, that'll go for a week. And it's all on like the main television channel. And then the World Championship goes for 17 days. So yeah, they're proper tournaments. They don't just get you in and out there very quickly.
That's good, though, longer races.
I like it because you can build up storylines. It's good for betting and all that stuff.
Oscar trying to cut the lead to 3 here.
Yeah.
Take a peek at his break. The last break I saw of Oscar's, it was really flat, but he still made the side ball.
Yeah, it's unbelievable how many times he's scratched in the side pocket. I can't believe it because I've always visioned Oscar as been a really good breaker.
Yeah, he usually at least protects Whitey and usually hits it square.
He's scratched about 10 times in the side pocket, straight in the side pocket.
Was he just popping it and it was just hopping in, so he just wasn't hitting it square? Was he getting kicked over there or what?
Sometimes it was just going straight flat into the side pocket. Sometimes he'd like sort of spin it into the side pocket.
So he's just missing the
But
one.
yeah, I've never seen him break this bad before.
We'll see if he can figure it out here.
Yeah, and Kyle says that he's breaking great in practice, but I think once you hit a few bad breaks, it's just difficult to get out of that mode. I've done it myself, so yeah. I mean, I've always looked at Oscar as a big breaker.
Yeah, especially Tim Ball.
Yeah.
But I can tell you this, after watching Chris break just 4 or 5 racks here, it looks like he's really perfected the rack, which is so critical in this format.
Oh yeah.
Just being able to rack the balls.
Definitely breaking better today than yesterday.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Darren. Even if you hit them bad, is if you rack the balls the right way, you can still make them.
Yeah.
But as long as you protect cue ball, but.
Oscar, he had about 4 or 5 racks yesterday where it took him at least 3 or 4 minutes to rack the balls.
Yeah, and it looks like he's had the rack up and down on this one a few times too, so tells me he understands.
Most of the time he was racking pretty quickly, and then he had a spell where he was just taking forever to rack the balls.
This is pretty critical part of the set right here for Oscar. Taking a little bit more time on the rack.
Yeah, like yesterday he was down 8-4, and then he played really solid. But I mean, I was just surprised how weak Chris become. But Chris looks a lot stronger today, mentally and physically.
Yeah, it's amazing how much of a mental game pool is.
Yeah, let's see his break. He's put the cue ball a bit closer to the center also. Yeah, that's not bad, but he didn't quite hit it the way he wanted. He's come up dry.
Dry as a bone.
Yeah, he hit him decent. He didn't hit him his full power. I think he was a bit tentative. I think because he just lost because he's broke so badly and he's lost the cue ball so much, he's just a little bit tentative.
I wonder if Chris can spin this ball in.
The 2 balls a problem though, right? The 2 balls down the table, I think he would do that.
Yeah, he's just going to go side to side here.
Yeah. That's good speed.
Pretty good.
And he might have cut off the short rail here. No, I think he can just get there.
Yeah, just barely. Makes it a little tougher, though. He is frozen to the rail, so.
Yeah, I just don't like the cue ball heading in the same direction as the object ball when you hit this. So I think I'd just lay onto the 1 ball. Because this is, I mean, he's relying on a lot of luck here. I just don't like it when the cue ball's heading in the same direction as the object ball.
Yeah, so you're saying you would have just tried to kick and just nudge it and leave it right next to the 1?
I think so, yeah. I mean, he wasn't gaining much advantage with that, but I don't like the speed he played that shot either.
Like you said, it was one of those situations he just told himself he was going to hit it hard and hope that he could get a little fortunate.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that. Yeah, Chris won't even try this. Don't want to hit that 8 ball. So he's left him straight, and he might play for the bank here. Unless the 2 goes in the side, but they've been turning down.
I think it does.
Yeah, they've turned down a lot of shots, really surprised me. But unless you're there and you can really get a good look at the table, it's difficult to judge.
Yeah, and I'm taking a peek at the table, not the screen right now, Darren. It looks like the 2 plays easily in the side, but I think the question is where does the 3 go?
Yeah, that's why I think he might play for the bank. It's easy to get position from the bank if he lands good on the 2. Let's see, like you said, I don't think the 3 passes the 5, does it?
No, it doesn't. Or at least I don't think Oscar thinks it does, just based on his body language when he looked down the barrel at the 3. He can always give himself an angle here and play the 3 in the top right. If he gets good on the 2 in the side. Missed the ball.
Yeah, every now and again, I feel like he takes a little bit too long on certain shots, and then yeah, just sort of talks himself into missing. Really, he was doing that yesterday. I feel like sometimes we were playing a little bit too. He was taking like he's just second guessing himself a lot.
You've hit this shot 100 times in the last 2 days. Just get down and pocket the ball and draw it back 6 inches.
Yeah.
No reason to belabor it, right?
No,
Doesn't want to hit that 10.
might work out though.
Yeah, it's a decent angle here. He might even be able to go and bump into the 3.
I think he was looking there, see if the.
He is playing the bank. He's gonna have to play the bank.
If the 3 passes the 8, that helps. Or if might play for the 3 in the same pocket as the 2.
Play in the corner, you get that good.
He'll be happy with that. I'm not too sure if he played for the corner, but he'll be happy.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he was more of playing for the side, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he could have easily got on top of the 5 there. I think it's perfect. I think he's got a nice little angle. Run this through a couple of feet and leave a nice angle on the 5 from the 4 to get down for the 6. Just got to be careful with that 7 ball. Needs to draw it back a little bit here. I'm not too sure if he's got an angle where he's going to punch off the side rail on it. I'm going to be a little bit careful here because he needs to miss the 7, so he might be playing for the 6 in the bottom right-hand pocket here, Jason.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think the 7 takes a natural angle to play for the 6 in the bottom left. Because this plays really sharp. These rails really, they come off really square. No, there's no slide at all. Yeah, he's going to put a good stroke on this. Just don't want to get straight. Might be okay.
I think he has just enough angle.
Yeah.
It's like it appears he's a little under the 6 here.
I think he just got enough.
Huh, maybe not.
He looks like he can go forward here.
I don't know why he's choosing to stay under if he can go forward, right?
Yeah, I think he's going forward.
Oh, yeah, he had plenty.
Yeah, he was playing with us.
Messing with our brains there, wasn't he?
Jason, we're living in Louisville. Do you play bank pool?
No, I mean, I personally don't. The game that I like to play is one pocket, but I've watched quite a few racks of banks. Most people around here, that's their game of choice.
Yeah.
Pretty much find a bank by the rail ring game here daily. All the old school players.
Why do you think bank pool is so popular there?
Because everybody's terrible and they can't shoot them in the hole. I don't know. It's just kind of the culture around here. Just everybody likes to play bank pool and one pocket. Always been the thing. There used to be a pool hall here in Louisville called the Bank Shot. A bunch of old school diamond tables, and every table was full of nothing but bank pool.
Is that still open, that place?
No, it closed. I think they put a parking garage there. It was right down by the stadium where the University of Louisville plays, and right in downtown Louisville. And it was an old bank. Had the old vault in there and everything. And they closed. I hated to see it close. It was a good spot.
When did that close?
Probably, I'd say 5 years ago. There really hasn't been a pool hall in Louisville that you could call a pool hall until Kyle reopened this spot and put. I think he has 7 9-foot tables. It used to just be all bar tables for years. And then when Kyle bought the equipment from the previous owner and swapped some of the tables out and added some 9-footers, so it's I mean, this is nice and room. You have a pool room that you're gonna find really top-notch equipment, all diamonds.
Yeah, it looks nice.
The cool thing is, Darren, he went he has all 4 1/4-inch pockets on the big tables, so I think it's perfect. It's the perfect pocket for amateurs. Can play on it. You can play one pocket on it. You can play rotation on it. It doesn't play gaffy. So I think 4 1/4 is a really good pocket size for a pool room.
Yeah, and especially with a pro, I mean, they're playing on 4-inch pockets, so.
What do you think about that move with Matchroom swapping over to 4 inches?
I don't know, really. I think it's okay as long as they're not playing crazy tight. I think you start taking a lot of skill out of the game when you get too tight.
Yeah.
So I think it's borderline. I think it's borderline. I mean, you've got to keep the shot making and I don't know. It just I'm like when I see the tables, what they're playing on now. Like I see the table they played on the Moscone Cup last year. I mean, that was brutal.
Yeah.
And I just thought it's not really pull, really. I just feel like, I mean, unless you're Jason Shaw and all these guys, Fedor and Joshua Filler, I mean, it's just so difficult. You know what I mean? Like, unless you're like a real big straight shooter. Yeah, it's definitely an advantage for the younger guys. That's for sure.
I'll tell you what, though, the U.S. Open this year
You'll have to reinvent yourself again. I think for the older guys, I think they have to reinvent themselves.
In what way?
Technically,
just got to completely change the way that they approach it.
Yeah, I think they need to improve technically because we didn't need to be great straight shooters. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you just needed to be, smart.
We always rely on the cue ball and all that stuff. Where now it's like the game just completely changed, especially on those 4-inch pockets. I mean, and when they've been played in after a while, I mean, it's like crazy.
Yeah.
What do you think of it?
I mean, to be honest with you, at first when I heard that they were switching the tables to 4 inches, I'm like, man, that's gonna be stupid. I think it's too tight. Like I said, I think 4 1/4 is the spot. But I'll be honest, the U.S. Open, I was sitting there with you in the finals actually. But for me, it was and it may have something to do with Federer having such a nice run. But for me, it was one of the most exciting events that I've ever been to.
Oh yeah, I think the diamond 4-inches are better than the 4-inch Razon tables.
I think it's the side pockets, Darren. I think the side pockets on the Razones just play a little too tight.
They're a bit goofy.
Yeah.
They're a bit gap. You can't hit them at speed from an angle.
Yeah, and it really changes the way that your pattern play. You almost can't even play for the side pockets ever.
I'm saying I think the Razon tables, the 4-inch Razon tables, they're a bit of a gap table.
I completely agree.
Diamonds, they played perfect at the U.S. Open, like you said. At the U.S. Open, those tables were perfect. The right pocket size, the tables, the ball takes, the pocket takes the ball, even if you hit it hard. As long as you hit it good, it goes.
Yeah, and I tell you what Diamond's doing on that actually is that it's actually a 4 1/4-inch cut, and they just put a bigger facing on it.
But I know they're going back to 4 1/4 at the Derby.
Yeah.
Obviously, because of the scheduling and all that stuff.
Well, you know how the matches are. I mean, you get so many amateurs that play in the Derby, and it's bank pool in one pocket. That if you played on, I don't know. I think if you got any tighter than 4 1/4, but it'll be interesting to see. I mean, I think they need a couple more days at the Derby. Personally, that's what I think.
I've been telling them for years it's a day short.
Yeah, it's at least a day short. Maybe even 2.
10 days anyway, 11 days. I mean, what's an extra day?
Yeah, because
$100 for an extra day.
And the other thing is, if you actually do well, that you do well in the tournaments, it's just, I mean, it's beyond a grind is an understatement for what it does to you.
I mean, last year was crazy.
Yeah, it was.
And that's not pool anymore, is it? It's just boring. It just becomes boring.
Yeah.
Even for the players. I mean, even did Fedor win the 9 ball?
I don't know
Who
what
won
he
the
won.
9 ball last year when they were playing till like 11 a.m., 12 p.m.?
Did he win the 9 ball last year?
Yeah, I think it was in. Yeah, I think it was in. Or Shane in the final. It was just crazy. But there's no enjoyment. He gets no pleasure from winning that tournament. There's no crowd. You're just shattered. You're just tired. You're just bored. You know what I mean? You win a major tournament like that, you should be ecstatic. There should be a big crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing. Like maybe come back the next day.
Oh man, that's unbelievable.
Come back the next day with the final four at noon or something. That way you have a crowd, you know.
Yeah, you can't be having a big final at midnight. Never mind like 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it is.
It's got to be at 8 p.m., isn't it? I mean, 9 p.m. maximum, where there's a big crowd. Everyone wants to watch the match. And if you win, you can have a few drinks afterwards with your friends.
No, I completely agree.
And you work all week. I mean, obviously, I've never won one of those events at Derby. I've been going there for like 12 years or something. I've won the straight ball, but that's not really a Derby City Classic tournament. So yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to win one of those tournaments. So if you win one, you should be able to celebrate.
Yeah, you definitely want to get out to the bar after you win a major event like that.
If you win one of those things, I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, I've been close in the one pocket, but never really got fourth in the 9 ball. I mean, in that field, it's not bad, but I mean, the one pocket, I've been close a couple of times, but yeah, it's brutal to try and win those tournaments. It's a bit short here. Yeah, a bit tentative there. That's good. So he's left this a little bit tricky. I don't think he can just play this with follow and avoid the corner pocket. Maybe I'm wrong. It looks like he might have to do something with a cue ball here.
Yeah, you may have to draw this, huh?
Yeah.
And missed the ball.
Oh, you should have seen the 9 ball. He missed a 9 ball earlier. I don't know if you see it. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, I walked away and came back, and I saw Chris marked it up. It was up 8-5. I'm like, how the hell did Oscar not get out?
Yeah, that's two big misses. I mean, the 9 ball was much easier than that 8 ball.
Hmm.
So yeah, this is a big rack here. Get a 5 rack lead. It's makes a huge difference.
Yeah,
He's usually pretty good at these type of shots. Like the follow there, a little bit surprised. I thought he was going to punch that round, but it's okay. He's played it good.
yeah, it's gonna sting extra long for Oscar there.
It's a big swing. 12-9. It's 13-8.
He almost missed the 10. Wiggled its feet on the way in.
He's got a little bit of extra pressure on himself, just knowing how important it was to punish Oscar's mistake.
Yeah, Oscar pulled out the banana. Maybe his tummy's a little light.
Yeah, I know that today. I mean, they could possibly playing for what? They could be playing for like 14 hours, 15 hours.
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, they started at 2, right? So they've been playing this set for 3 hours. We're not even halfway done.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're looking at 7-hour races, right? I mean,
yeah, it's unbelievable.
I don't feel like they're terribly slow players. It's just
Yeah, I know.
they just don't run out that clean, either one of them, you know?
Yeah, they've had their moments where they've played quite slow, but they've had their moments where they've played quite quick. That's what I'm saying. Like, there hasn't been any really good tempo and rhythm to their consistency, really.
Oh, and the 8 ball, I think, snuck in last minute there on Chris, looking like he was going to have a tic-tac-toe out.
Yeah, he's definitely breaking the better of the two.
Yeah, and
He's hitting those really good.
it really feels like he's the favorite big time from here, from what I've seen, even though he's down 1-0 in sets.
Think he'll go for the combo here?
Yeah, I think he's going to shoot. I mean, it looks like it lays pretty good. One ball's going to stay right there. Missed it pretty bad, didn't he?
Yeah. Some guys are just very good at combos, and some guys are not. You've got to really practice those.
Yeah, that's what that one pocket's good for, isn't it, Darren? Teach you how to play combos. And
Straight pull, one pocket, very important. Even 8-ball, really.
yeah.
Left him a little bit funny here because he's got to cut the 1 into the 8, so he's not 100% sure how the cue ball's going to react with the 1, so he might have to double kiss it.
Oh, he had to draw it and he got a double kiss. Looks like he's going to get snookered here.
He's a little bit unlucky, but at the same time, I don't think he needed to play that hard. I think he should have just made sure of the 1, and then hopefully he gets a shot afterwards. I mean, you got to say he's pretty unlucky, really, to land there.
Yeah, he's going airborne here.
He's unbelievable with this jump cue.
He is a very good jumper. But this is. I mean, you saw he's going to the shortest portion of his jump cue and had to clear 2 balls.
Yeah.
With a half a ball to do it.
Yeah, he's made a few shots like that.
This isn't the worst though. This is a very difficult shot here.
Favor here is that he's just got to make the ball, and the cue ball should kiss the 3. So he's just really got to focus on making. What's he doing here?
He called it in the side.
This don't make any sense to me.
I don't either. I'm like you. I mean, I get it. It's a tough shot, but why would you not take it on? You're going to sell out straight away here.
You have to shoot that ball. But he did this about 3 or 4 times yesterday where he played a shot, and I'm thinking, what's he doing?
What the hell was he doing there?
Thinking, what's he doing here? He completely played like he played 3 or 4 shots yesterday. I just couldn't believe my eyes.
And I mean, just what you said right there. I mean, yeah, it's a tester. It's a tough shot, but you got to take it on. You're going to hit the 3. 2's laying right in the side for you. You got to make 1 tough shot and you're out.
It was game ball.
I don't understand that either.
You're leading 13-8. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Well, he didn't get punished for it. It looks like Chris is going to be able to jump here himself. Yeah, it looks like Oscar may be needing a dinner break or something. Not very sharp right now.
Yeah, hopefully they've got stuff with them to keep them going.
Yeah, big miss on the 8-ball, and then had a very makeable 1-ball right there, Darren.
Yeah, like seeing Chris yesterday and today is definitely not. He's not very strong with a jump stick.
Yeah,
quite weak actually with a jump cue compared to Oscar.
And he's a little short, right? A little short in stature. So
yeah. And Carl was saying like the build up to the match, the practice, he never saw Chris even play 1 jump shot in practice, where Oscar was practicing his jump shots and all that stuff.
Yeah, and this is really perfect for Oscar here. He's close to the ball. He can get back in a rhythm here. If he cleans these last 6 balls up, he can forget about that 8-ball, right, Darren? But if he screws up here, it's just going to keep mounting on him.
Yeah, he's really strong in these positions. Like, he very rarely makes mistakes when the balls are laying like this. But but I said he's missed that 9-ball earlier. What was it, 7-5, 8-5? He's missed the 8-ball in this rack. I mean, looks like he's going to get away with this one.
He's just a smart player, right? He takes the right path. He plays the right shots. He just isn't that accurate. You know, that's the thing. If Oscar screws up, it's usually because he missed the ball, not because he made a bad decision. It's just because he missed the ball that he shouldn't have missed. But that comes with having a day job, being a dad. Like you said, not as accurate as the young bucks. Not as straight of a shooter, but definitely a very smart player.
Well, I think he plays enough though. He's in stroke most of the time whenever I see him anyway. I mean, he plays a lot of pool for someone who's got a pool room, right?
Yeah.
Where usually you think when you get a pool room, that's you done, really. You're sort of like ready for retirement once you get a pool room.
Yeah, he's not very old. He's got a few more years left in him.
Yeah, I couldn't believe he was only 38 years old.
He's been around for a long time. Well, didn't want to bump the 10 there, did he?
Yeah, Chris is 25. I couldn't believe he was only 25, and Oscar's 38. I thought Oscar was sort of like around 44, 45.
Yeah, I think Oscar made his first appearance in the Moscone Cup. He was really young.
Yeah, 2009. That was my first Moscone Cup also. So that was 14 years ago. So yeah, it'll have been 24, 23 then. He's got a touchy shot here. Very nervous shot, especially after the ball he has missed in this rack.
Man, played it perfect, didn't he?
Yeah, he's definitely escaped one here. Yeah, I just still can't believe that Chris refused that free ball.
I can't either.
And the safety he played wasn't even that easy. You know what I mean? It's not like he had an easy safety.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that decision was. Didn't make a ton of sense, but
Yeah, and usually he's quite an aggressive player. As Chris, he likes to go for his shots.
you don't see many 25-year-olds not taking that one on, do you, Darren?
Yeah, that's unbelievable, isn't it? Yeah, even more so at 25. But sometimes you start playing the scoreboard as well. I mean, maybe he's thinking there he's leading 13-8. He don't want to take a risk. He's sort of defending his lead a little bit.
Yeah.
Where really he should be just kicking on. You know what I mean? He should be kicking on now. He's played pretty good to be 13-8. Oscar was on tilt a little bit. He's missed a couple of easy balls.
Yeah, I mean,
Oscar just kick on now. I mean, he'd probably come back.
yeah, Oscar doesn't miss the easy 8 and the easy 9. We're in a tie ball game right now.
Yeah, I just don't understand why Oscar sometimes is taking forever racking the balls, where then like he has like a period where he's racking the balls very quickly, and then he has like some periods where he's racking the balls like for a long time, and then he breaks dry.
Yeah, he slugged himself last rack. He spent 5 minutes on it, so I don't know if it's the spot or. Tell you one thing, Chris doesn't have any problems.
Yeah, Chris is racking very quickly.
I'm really surprised that Chris has the ability to out-rack Oscar like this, but from what I've seen.
Whose idea was it for the regular rack? And he reckons it was Chris's idea.
Who said that?
Kyle.
Yeah. I mean, I can see that. I can see where if Chris thinks he's going to out-rack him, he wants the wood rack, and then if you're Oscar, you got to be thinking, well, I'm going to outmove the kid, and he wants a wood rack, he's got it. I'm not a big fan of the magic rack. I just think it's too easy.
I mean, I'd definitely rather play with the wood block.
Is he going to get a look here? It doesn't look like it. Oh, this is interesting here, picking your brain on the push out here. What do you like here, Darren?
Well, the first thing I look at is obviously look at the problem balls. The 4, 6 maybe is a carom. So the 2 is close to the 1. So pushing down to this bottom right-hand side is pretty good because you can't make the 1 and get shape on the 2. I mean, you'd be relying on a lot of luck there. The safety's not easy, but it's doable. So, yeah, probably just push out into this bottom right-hand corner.
It's like he agrees. He's trying to make the 9-10 a little tougher.
Yeah, that's okay also. But I'm not going to gain loads of advantage doing that. But here, I mean, I would have liked the cue ball tight on the rail, though, because I think he's left him an easy safety shot here. He can spin the cue ball here and get behind the... He could get behind the 8 if he wanted, but I think he's just going to split the balls here. Oh, I don't like this.
Oh, he isn't going to like this either. But you're right, though. He should have taken away the bottom half of the cue ball there was more important than tying up the 9-10, to your point. Chris executes a safety there that was pretty simple with the whole ball.
Yeah, I mean, Chris had his full cue at the cue ball there. I mean, his full tip was at the cue ball.
Yeah.
So he had control of the old shot there, and he's sort of butchered it. Yeah, Chris just played a safe shot there. He didn't. There was no. He's going to gain a lot from that shot. Oscar's. I don't know what Oscar's done. Did he go for the bank?
I think he was playing for the one cross side and
Yeah.
two-way, a little bit of a two-way shot there.
Yeah, I was very surprised yesterday with some of their push-out decisions, and yeah, it was just weird. Especially Chris. I mean, Oscar's definitely tactically the stronger of the two. Chris was just so inconsistent with his tactical play.
Was he just pushing out the offense, or?
Yeah, he's gonna. Yeah, and then he was just like some decisions where he just put himself in trouble a lot, and he just played the wrong shot. I mean, sometimes he played nothing. Like that kicker, really. I mean, you've got to hit that ball for sure.
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward hit, really.
Pretty big ball for two rails there, right?
Yeah, you've got to make sure you hit that ball.
What does he do with the four ball here?
Especially where that four ball is. I mean, now he's giving ball in hand. He can get the perfect angle on the free.
I think he's going to try to get the angle on the three to maybe run into the 8 and play the 4 in the top left.
Yeah, exactly. And, yeah, he won't be able to do that if he don't have ball in hand. Yeah, because getting perfect on this two ball is huge. I don't know if he's done that. Yeah, but he can go forward if he needs to. I think I would have liked to get so he can just punch down into the 8 ball, but I don't know if he can do that. Has he left an angle on the 2? No.
Yeah.
Well, now he's going to go forward one rail, which is a bit more difficult. Or is he going to spin it around?
Is he looking at punching 2 rails out here? I don't like this at all. I like your shot where you just go one rail at the 8.
It would have been nice if he'd left an angle on the 2 and got eye on the 3 and then just punch into the 8 ball. Yeah, I like going forward here really, because if you don't hit this good, he could get behind the 8.
Yeah, then you could get hooked here going this way. If you went one rail right, he hit it great. But if you go one rail at it, you can't get hooked.
Yeah, he did really good.
Pretty perfect there, didn't he?
A little momentum shift. This is a big shot in this match, really, because it was looking like 14-8. So this could be like a 3-game swing, really, if Oscar wins this round.
Yeah, and this is another situation that you talked about earlier, Darren. He's looking like he's slowing down here, getting faced with a little bit of a challenging shot. Just get down and hit the ball. You don't need to do anything with the cue ball here. Just make the shot.
Yeah, and I probably say over the years I've known Oscar, it's probably the one big weakness in his game for me is that he starts overthinking in these little tough situations. So they're just letting it happen. You know what I mean? Just let it happen. Just let it happen. That was a good stroke, though. But I think it's like when I watch him in the Mosconi, he'll do a lot of good things, and he gets a little bit too pumped up, a little bit too excited, and then just makes that big mistake.
Yeah, and I think he's landed about as bad as he could have really on the 6. He's going to have to play the 7 in the side here, I think. He's going to go 2 rails to play the 7 in the left-hand side, I believe.
Yeah, Oscar had a period yesterday for about an hour where he had a really good spring in his step. He was playing at a good rhythm, good pace. He was playing really well. And then he slowed down again, started overthinking.
Yeah, he's overthinking this one here, Darren. He's looking at multiple spots. It's like, just get down, use a half a tip of outside English, and make the ball. Just make the ball.
Yeah, you don't need to be perfect on this shot. You just need to get in the area.
And he looks like we might have overhit it here. Might be end up being perfect, but no, he didn't.
Helped himself into it, really. I think he was actually playing for the right and middle there.
I agree.
Side.
Maybe he was steeper than what it looked like on TV. He couldn't hold it, right? Maybe he couldn't have held it, but now he's got to come with it here. This is touchy here. Is he going to have to draw all the way around, do you think?
So, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
He hit that one good, didn't he? That perfect angle, too, to where he can just roll up. That'll get him some confidence there.
Feels like a big wreck now.
A huge shot there from Oscar. Who did you like at the beginning of this match?
Couldn't really pick a winner.
Really? You thought it was that close?
Well, at the start, the fact that I bet my house on somebody, I probably would have gone with Oscar. But I played Chris at the US Open, and he surprised me. I didn't think he was that good. So yeah, I thought if he plays like I felt as if he did at the US Open, I think Oscar's got a really tough game. But with what I saw yesterday, I think Oscar. But Chris looks a lot better today. So it's like I'm saying, like with Chris, I don't know if I feel like you don't know what you're going to get. I mean, he's definitely got some talent and he's got a game. He's just obviously quite raw, and there's things he definitely needs to work on going forward. Where Oscar, like you say, you know what you're going to get with Oscar. I think with Oscar, you're always going to get 7 out of 10.
Yeah.
Where with Chris, you might get a 8 or a 9 out of 10, but you might get like a 2 or a 3. With Chris, sorry.
Comes with age, right?
Yeah, I just think with Oscar, he's more steady, more solid, so you know you're going to get your money's worth. Even when he's really struggling, you know what I mean, he's going to give it 100%. Where with Chris, like yesterday, when he was losing it, his decision-making was off. He started playing some weird shots, and just didn't really. He sort of got out. He just gets out of sync a little bit, and then his game goes. You know what I mean? If your game's only got to go missing for what 6, 7, 8 racks, and that's it. You're toast.
I was kind of surprised that a lot of the betting money was on Chris.
Really?
A lot of the sharp action in my mind, I couldn't believe it actually. When I heard they were playing, I'm like, I don't even really think that. I mean, I'm with you. I watched Chris at the U.S. Open, and he had a nice run, and feels like he's playing better now than what he did, 6 months ago. Yeah. But I still felt like there was a gap here between these two, and some people had me second guessing myself and pumping the brakes on making bets. Bet a little bit on Oscar, but I just thought it was lopsided.
Really?
Shows you how much I get out, though,
Yeah, I mean, if I was to bet now, I'd definitely be on Oscar, I think. And that's no disrespect to Chris. I just know what I'm going to get with Oscar, let's say. Where with Chris, I'm just not sure what you're going to get.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you gotta like Oscar. He's a favorite from this spot just because he's up 1 set, but if Chris wins this set the way he's breaking the balls, I mean, I haven't seen Oscar have a successful break yet.
I can't believe how bad Oscar's broken this in the day and a half so far. And I mean, Chris didn't break good yesterday, but today he's breaking really good. But I think even if this match goes to a third set, I'm still looking at what I'm seeing. I'd go with Oscar just because I think he'll just grind him down. So I think Oscar's B game is better than Chris's B game.
Yeah, I agree with that. When they get a little bit late into the evening and both are a little tired, Oscar's been there.
I think when they're both playing their best, there's not much in it. But like you say, that B game is huge.
Yeah, then it comes down to decision making and experience, and Oscar's been known as the grinder for quite some time.
Yeah, then you've got to put into consideration who needs the money and all that stuff.
Yeah, I think this match has been brewing for quite some time, though.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite things in pool is to kind of watch the young generation come up and challenge the people that they once, idolized.
Yeah,
The passing of the torch.
I did see Chris's post. He was challenging people. So
Yeah, it's funny because a lot of people think, like, you look at Chris, he's a clean cut kid. He's well spoken. He's in the pool world is, going to be as one of the more intelligent people that you're going to talk to. He's not trashy at all. People kind of expect him to not call people out, but he's always been that way, Darren. I mean, he's always, he spent a lot of time at the Derby, so I'm quite familiar with Chris, but he always has had games. He's always been in action, and he's the one that personally always stirred it up. So people think, oh, he's clean cut, good looking kid. He's not trying to wolf it up, but that's quite the opposite actually. He wolfs more than anybody.
he's like sneaky.
Yeah, I mean he doesn't do it in a disrespectful way, but he's always trying to give himself some action, which that's what I always liked about him. I was kind of surprised. I first met him and I saw him, clean cut kid from California, and he's just busting balls. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely doesn't lack belief. That's for sure. Definitely believes in himself. Whether he can go to that next phase, that next step to his career, we'll have to see. But he definitely doesn't lack confidence. That's for sure. Whenever I've been around him, anyway.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, Darren. I think he's taken a little jump that I didn't really expect him to take. I kind of thought he was at the tip top of what he was going to be or who he was going to be, and I feel like he's gotten a little better. And I didn't really anticipate that he would. I feel like certain players just have limitations.
Yeah, I didn't think Tyler would get better, but he's proved me wrong.
Well, I mean, the thing is with Tyler, this was a bad decision.
They've been doing this a lot, playing for the side pocket.
What the hell? All he had to do was just go one round, play it right in the corner, right? Well, I mean, why would you give yourself an opportunity to get funny here? But yeah, I mean, with Tyler's one of those kids that I always saw with a ton of potential. It's just the mental aspect. I never knew if he could get over that hump.
Yeah, I was just saying. I just didn't think he had it mentally.
Yeah. And I mean, listen, I'm still not convinced that he does. I mean, I'm not trying to shit on him.
He's quite there yet.
What's he won? He's never. I mean, outside of the Kremlin Cup, he's never won a tournament. I mean, he plays in every event. He's never won one.
I just feel like he's improved mentally a little bit. He's still not there. He's still not like a top tier player yet, in my opinion. But he's definitely better than what he was 12 months ago.
Yeah.
What I've seen anyway. I think he handles his nerves a little bit better than he does 12 months ago. He looks a little bit more confident in himself. Yeah, I think he's definitely improved. But he puts a lot of work in, so fair play to him.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's absolutely, you can't take anything away from him. Absolute workman, and done a ton of things to improve his game. And I think he spends a lot of time researching the mental aspect of the game and researching different ways and always looking for different techniques to get better. Can't take anything away.
He's a real student of the game.
Yeah, he's a true professional. But
we'll see if he gets to that real big tier level.
I hate to say it. I hope that he does, but I don't think he will. I mean, there's just certain people, Darren, when you flip them upside down, you put them on their head, they don't know how to act. I think he's just one of them.
Yeah, I don't think he'll get there, but we'll. But I mean, yeah, I don't think he's going to get to Fedor, Filler, all those guys' level. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely.
Outside the top 10, he's definitely somewhere up there. You know what I mean? Like, he's obviously, he can compete with all them guys, but breaking into that top 8, the top 10 is very difficult.
Yeah, I'm with you. He's just probably a third-tier player, you know. But he's one of those guys that can beat anybody in the world in a race to 9 or 13 for sure. Check out this break, Darren.
Awesome.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah, it's amazing how much better he's breaking compared to yesterday. Yesterday he was losing the cue ball. He was scratching in the side. He was hitting them flat. He wasn't getting that up on the cue ball. It was weird. Where today he's broke. He's broke properly today.
Sometimes it's if you can't find the rack too, Darren. You know that. Like you're getting there and you're racking the balls, and you know that you're not going to be hitting a great rack, so you don't hit them as square. You don't have as much confidence. Maybe he figured out the table. Maybe he figured out how to rack the table, so he's a little bit more confident. But he's gotten a little funny here, hasn't he?
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised he put the spin on the cue ball. I don't think he needed to do that.
He's going to be the cue ball's going to be flying here, right?
Is he going forward or is he going to draw this ball?
Ran into the 3. Now he got a little fortunate there. Now he can just roll up and play the 5 on the side.
I guess he had no choice but to kiss the free baller.
Yeah, he was really thin on it.
Can he play it in the corner?
Yeah, but was he looking at? He's looking at punching this ball. He was looking at the long rail.
He was looking at staying above the side.
I don't like. Why would you not just go with the high ball and just follow it here and just make sure you stay short of the 10?
I think so.
I mean, I guess he just didn't like making the ball that way. All right, like you said, he likes to hit him hard, doesn't he?
I mean, guess he was playing it that way.
You would have rolled that ball, right, Darren?
I think so, yeah.
On the right side of the 5 now, though, so well played.
Yeah, if he does have one weakness, it's definitely his cue ball. His cue ball can be very inconsistent at times. And the first shot after the break is very important at any level, but especially at the top level. I feel like the first shot after the break, when he can't see the ball, lets him down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if he keeps breaking like that, obviously he's an handful.
Yeah, he's going to be tough to handle if he keeps breaking the balls that way. Made a few nice shots here, too. That 3-ball shot that he took on wasn't easy.
Yesterday, he had a little period where he switched to a carbon fiber shaft for about 4 or 5 racks, and then he went back to the wood shaft again. I didn't know what that was about.
Are you back with wood?
No, I'm with the Tiger carbon. Yeah, it's the only carbon shaft what I've liked, what I've tried. Tiger Q's. Fortis, it's called. Yeah, I think it's the closest thing to wood what I've played with.
Wow. What in the world? It was definitely a missable ball. You just didn't expect him to miss it. Came up a little short on the 8, didn't he?
Yeah, it's just makes no sense really, because he was doing everything good up to that point.
What a huge miss that is, Darren.
Big rack, isn't it? It's another big rack. 15-10. It's a nice little lead. You're halfway to your goal.
And Oscar got the perfect angle there just to make sure he's not shooting the 10 ball from the rail.
And you just feel like this set's going to go very close. This set might go to the wire.
Yeah, and you also, I think you have to, like Oscar when it gets down to the wire and it's a close match in a gambling arena. Got to give the slight edge to Oscar there with the experience. But I'll tell you what, though, Oscar's got to do something to figure the break out.
Oh yeah, it's unbelievable. I can't believe how bad he is. I just can't understand why he's broke so bad. I mean, I understand like hitting 1 or 2 bad breaks, but he's consistently broke bad in this match. And Kyle said he's breaking good in practice, but for some reason he just hasn't got it together in the match.
Well, he
I
racked the
think
balls first time that time, Darren. So maybe he
yeah,
found a spot.
he racked them really quickly, so it's weird.
You know how it is, though, with these tables. Sometimes you can just set the rack down and it sets for you. I'm kind of surprised at how close to center both these guys are breaking. I think Chris is breaking dead center.
Yeah, that's dangerous as well, that is.
Yeah, I mean, Oscar's not even a – I mean, he's not even a quarter of an inch off center. And
Yeah, and he's making the ball to the side, so I don't understand why he's staying there. I mean, you think he'd take the cue ball a bit further out.
yeah, I mean, and they're coming short too. So, I mean, he needs to slide the cue ball out a half an inch, and he'll start making those side balls. It's he's not getting a slug. I mean, they're coming out of there. The four railers are going around, so he's not gapping himself. He's just
But Chris is putting it bang in the center, and he's making the side ball, so maybe he should be copying Chris.
well, I just think Chris racks the balls better. I mean, I saw that as soon as I came in there, and I saw him breaking dead center, and both side balls or both wing balls, whatever you want to call them, going right in the side. Tells me he's got the rack figured out.
Yeah, and that could be decisive because obviously Chris has made a bad mistake there, but coming straight back to the table, that makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I'm pretty open too. I mean, no real problems. I guess the 6 to the 7.
Yeah, because basically he's not getting punished for his mistakes. Where if he was playing someone like Shane Mambone in there, it probably cost him 2 or 3 racks.
Yeah, you get to sit there for 10 minutes and think about it. Instead, he makes a mistake, and 30 seconds later, he's out of his chair. That was a little interesting there. He got a little fortunate. I think he was trying to come above the ball.
Well, I'm amazed how many times Chris has used the bridge in this match, like yesterday and today, and he's not very good with the bridge. Where I don't understand why you don't have longer extensions. I think every professional should have a different size extensions to their cue. Well, I'm guessing he doesn't have like a long extension for his cue because he's had a lot of situations where he's used the bridge, and I'm thinking, well, if he had the right size extension for his cue, he wouldn't need to use the bridge, and he doesn't look very comfortable with it.
Yeah, and Oscar's going to call the 5 ball cross side here. It's like he can spin one rail here.
Well, he's going to try and hit the free ball fin and come back down table.
Try to get some separation here.
He might call the 5 just in case, but he don't really want to make the 5. With this free half ball and come back underneath the floor.
Watch out, corner.
Maybe he hit it a bit too hard, but he's unlucky to scratch, really. See, he was trying to get the cue ball back down table, but he just did the free ball a little bit too thin. But Chris, Chris has to take this opportunity.
It looks like the 6 passes the 10. Makes it play a little easier if it does, right?
Really the key to get on the 7 ball. He has to get out from here after the previous run. How many people left in the tournament, you know?
I just saw Luis DeMarco, and he was in the top side of the bracket, and he won his final 4 match. So I think there was eight left, 8 people. It was a big tournament. I think the Calcutta 77,000 or something.
Yeah, I see that Savannah Heaston was there, right?
Yeah, I saw Rob Saez and Sergio Rivas.
I saw Savannah Heaston's post today, or a mother's post. Wasn't too happy.
I didn't see her.
Yeah, she made a post on Facebook. I don't know if you've seen it.
Savannah or her mom?
Well, I think her mum wrote it, but it was pretty brutal. Yeah, because they was playing till like 8, 9, 10 in the morning or something. She'd be playing, I don't know. She'd been playing non-stop for 22 hours. So, yeah, wasn't happy.
Yeah, I see that now. 22 hours of pool.
Chris got a little bit funny on the 6 ball here.
Yeah, he did. He wanted to be under it, didn't he?
He always managed to get there.
Is he going to go 2 rails?
Pretty good shot, but yeah, he's. I don't know if he can draw over.
Whew. It's treacherous if he's trying to draw there.
Yeah, I'm saying, can he draw a bump here? You don't. Cue ball going towards the side pocket, that's for sure. He'd like to play the 7 in the top left, but he can get there.
He's done pretty good, didn't he?
Still not out of the woods though. So I don't know if the 8 passes the 9.
Yeah, and you're going to be close to the rail doing it, so.
Yeah. He's got to make this 7 ball. I don't think he's going to draw back for the 8 in the side pocket.
I was just about to say that. I kind of like that.
The 8's pretty sure the 8 passes a 9.
Only problem is you're going to be shooting it from the rail, depending upon how he likes it. Oh, he did. He drew it back for the other corner.
Well, he's tried to do something that wasn't really possible on this table. All right, it'll be better off just going forward with the cue ball there and just taking the 8 in the top left.
Yeah, I mean, he had enough angle to do that, right?
Because on this table, you can't pinch the pocket playing it that way.
And it appears Oscar has a rail first here, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, this is a big turning point here. I mean, it was looking like 15-10, looking like 15-11. Now it's coming 14-12. More or less tied up. And Oscar's got the momentum, and he's feeling the better of the two.
And, you know, I mean, he's only going to be down 2 games and hasn't broke the balls. So, I mean, the more time Chris gives him to figure out the break. After the break portion, Oscar's winning pretty easily since I've been here.
This is unbelievable. This is really, I mean, there's bad mistakes you can't make, really.
Yeah, you called it, though. You said not really out of the woods, landed a little funny on the 7. It was all because he got bad on the 6, wasn't it?
He talked himself into playing it the way he played it when he knew it wasn't the right shot. But he didn't want to play the right shot. He didn't want to take a more difficult 8 ball.
I mean,
Sometimes you just got to take what the table gives you. Especially on a tough table like this, you've got to play the table. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's just he could be in trouble. It wouldn't surprise me if Oscar takes a time out here.
Yeah.
Just let Chris dwell on things.
You called it. He just took the earbuds out of his ears and took the glove off, so he's going to take a break. We're going to do the same.
Experience, that is. Smart guy.
Let him marinate in it. Let's see. I'm going to take a break with him, Darren. I'll be back when I run to the restroom. Back in about 5 minutes, guys.
played phenomenal. He's been playing unbelievable. I'm glad I'm only down 2. I'm taking his best punches, I think. Just keep grinding. It's a wasted 30, unwasted 20.
All right, we're back here. Darren, you back with me?
Yeah, I'm back, pal.
It's like they took a quick restroom break. Yeah, 14-12, 2 critical misses by Chris in the last 2 racks.
Yeah, this is a big part of the match now.
See, Oscar came off center a little bit here. Darren, you see that? He moved it. He moved it about 1/4 of an inch.
Yep.
So we'll see if it helps. Just not hitting him square, is he? Both those went long.
Yeah.
So he needs to go. Oh, got the 4-railer. He's going to love this. Nice layout. Really the most challenging thing here, Darren, is probably going to be from the 6 to the 7.
Yep.
Maybe the 2 to the 3.
Yeah, the 6 to the 7 definitely key shot. Like you said, the 2 to the 3. I mean, obviously he's close to his work here, so he should get good on the 2 to get to the 3.
Not a terrible thing to not hit the ball square. Feel like you're not going to make a ball, and then the 4-railer comes home.
Oh, yeah.
2 feet away from the 1.
And then things start happening because obviously Chris has made 2 real bad mistakes the last 2 reps.
He's going to come up short here. This is no good.
Oh, the balls punish you.
It's almost become a ball that he can't even shoot here. Matter of fact, I don't think he will.
Few balls going towards the 8. Well, he's made it missable, that's for sure.
I don't even know if he's going to shoot at it, is he?
I think he's looking at it.
He's going to play the 2 over here. But oh, yeah, you're right. And handled it nicely, too. Wow. Nice shot there from Oscar. Nice recovery.
Yeah, and if he doesn't get good on the 6, he looks like a big pocket now for that combo.
Yeah, you're right. The 8-ball added a backboard for the 7-9 combo if he needs to play it. Think he'll just pull it back here and play the 4 in the side pocket.
Yeah, it looks like it. He's coming back. Coming all the way back. He's played that nice. I think this is perfect.
You're right, though. That combo might be easier than even messing with getting on the 7 and the side. Because that 10 ball could get you.
Yeah, I mean, that looks like a huge pocket to me, that 8 ball. The 7-9 combo, it doesn't look like it's missable.
Playing the 7-9 could give you an easier shot than this.
Yeah, he must have got straight in on the 4 ball, though.
Yeah. Almost going to be forced to play it in the side now, isn't he?
Yeah, I think you got to play in the side, but yeah, he's made this missable.
Oscar went to his chair to put his earbuds in.
All right.
Maybe he went
Is
to
there
turn
many
on
people in the
Mozart.
pool room?
What's that?
Is there many people in the pool room?
Oh yeah, there's quite a few. It's a packed house. Everybody's sweating that split bracket tournament that's going on right now. I saw Rob Saez is still in, and Louis DeMarco. This is definitely a tester here. If he knocks it down, you're going to see Oscar with tons of confidence going into the second half of this set. How'd he hit it, Darren?
That one was really good. Yeah, he struck that one nicely. It worries me when he starts taking too long over shots. He sort of gets out of rhythm and starts second guessing himself. I mean, I'm not saying that was the wrong thing to do there, but just in general, it seems to like his pace of play changes quite often. Just come underneath the 9 here. Wow. Caught it a little fast, but he's made it. So yeah, these are big racks here because I mean, Chris, I mean, he must be wondering what he's done here.
See, and I don't really like staying under this ball here. I think he should play the 9 in the same pocket. He's going to try to just stay underneath the 9. So he ended up getting kind of goofy like this. I mean, look at this angle. Or if he just plays back to the middle of the table, it's easy. Getting close to this ball, kind of a goofy angle. I don't like this shot.
Yeah, I mean, if he's playing on a 4.5-inch pocket, I mean, this shot's okay. But with what we've seen missed in this match, this becomes missable. Like I say, I think I would have gone above the 9 ball there.
Yeah, it makes it even tougher because he's actually a little bit closer to the ball than what it appears on the TV there. Obviously, he's a big favorite to make it, but
Drift over.
And he hit it nice. Nice rack from Oscar here, honestly. Some tough shots.
He knows it was it's a big part of the match here because he should have been 15-10, he should have been 15-11. Now there's only one rack behind.
Yeah, right in the game, isn't he?
And he's got that spring in his step, as you could see, the way he put his cue on the table. And yeah, it's just the body language just changed.
Maybe he put the earbuds in so Dez could talk to him a little bit, walk him through the rack.
Yeah.
Dez, did you walk him through that rack? She told him, stay below the 9 ball, Oscar.
Yeah, I'm guessing they'll all be watching back in hard times in Sacramento.
Yeah, I'm sure they got it on a few TVs.
Yep, they'll have it on there. Nice pool room. Probably one of the nicest pool rooms in the country. Nice So he's put the cue ball in the same spot of his previous break. So let's see if he I don't think he made one of the side balls, but he made the far railer, right?
Yeah, both the side balls went high, so we'll see what happens here. Looks like the 6 and the 8 right in the pocket. So he's at least changing it up, Daz. He's looking for some spots, right? He's trying to figure out where he's racking the ball and how much off center he should go and how much pop. That's what I said. If Chris doesn't take advantage of the situations, he gives Oscar's opportunities to figure out the break. And if Oscar figures out the break and neutralizes that part of the match, Chris can't win. That's at least the way I see it.
Yeah. He's obviously racked the balls a lot better that time as well. He made both side balls. Yeah, not easy shot here though. He can go up and down, but he's got to avoid the 7, the 10, and the 2. So I don't really see any great defense shot here. So he's looking to play the 1 and maybe bump into the 2. So he might play this with a touch of right English.
I was looking to see if he could maybe load up with some right here and just miss the 2 altogether.
Maybe.
I mean, the cue ball's traveling to a safe spot there, even if he wanted to hit it a little firmer. I mean, he could clip the 7 ball on the way back or something, but kind of feels like a way to get through the ball. He's decided to just play safe, side to side. I think he's a little short, Darren.
Yeah, keeping it tight. I think I think he knows that he's supposed to. He's slightly outmoved Chris in the 2 sets so far. So I think he's going to keep it tight and then just take his chances when they come. Chris has called the bank here, so he can see enough of the 1 to bank it. Really game bank this ball. That's what happens when things are going wrong. You just you miss the bank too good, and you leave it. If he would have hit that a little bit more fuller, he would have got the 1 ball safe. I think you can. It's just a little swerve. I want him to say a swerve shot. Just play this with a bit of right English.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he can just go ahead and clip this ball right in. A nice little nudge there too.
Momentum's changed here. Even the little rolls have changed.
It's amazing how that happens in pool, isn't it? Make a couple mistakes, and then a couple things like that happen where you're not supposed to get position. You just give a little nudge and end up being perfect. Always seems to happen that way, doesn't it, Darren?
Yep. He's just going to slow roll. Is he going to slow roll this? When he was getting down to the shot, I thought he was just going to slow roll the ball in, but he's used the rails, which I thought he should do.
He's got a
Good
little.
thing here is that the 4 goes in the corner as well. So if we don't get good on it for the side pocket, we can take it in the top.
I think he's got to take it in the corner, right?
You would think so, wouldn't you? But he was looking at the side pocket, so the good thing is that if he does come short, he does have it in the side pocket, in the corner pocket. Yeah, what I've noticed in this match is that they've been a bit scared to shoot the balls in the corners more than the side pockets.
Yeah, he's almost got perfect here. So to make sure he has a nice angle above the 5 ball. Maybe just stop the ball here, Darren. You're right about that, though. It just looks like a different Oscar right now. Handed him a couple racks to Chris, and now Oscar's got all the momentum and a ton of bounce in his step.
Yeah, all the mistakes what Oscar's made is they're erased from his mind now.
The 8 and the 9 ball miss are a thing of the past for him.
Yeah.
I almost missed that ball.
Not happy about it. Yeah, even little things like that will start to annoy Chris also because obviously he'll be dwelling in his chair about his mistakes he's made, but also like he'll be thinking that Oscar's got lucky there. Yeah, definitely massive change in this match.
Looking to be all tied here.
I think he wanted to be a little bit straight on the 9 so he could draw straight back, but he's okay. He can go across table.
I was kind of surprised to see that he was trying to get straight. I would have assumed that he would want a little bit more angle and just come across.
Yeah. He looked a bit disappointed that he bounced off the rail.
Yeah.
But if it's frozen to the rail, I mean, he can put a big stroke on this. And it's a little bit easy when it's frozen to the rail.
And it is.
Oh, wow. You see, if that was just off the rail, he might have missed that. He hit that pretty badly. Again, he's left one of those little ones where should make it, but for what I've seen so far, it's not guaranteed.
Yeah, this is the thing right here about Oscar's game. It's not a guarantee the 10 ball goes down. It did this time. 14 all's the score. For a long one here, Darren.
Yeah, I mean, 14-10, I mean, just, what was it, 13-8? 13-8 and 14-10, and yeah, Chris has missed some big chances here. Yeah, they've been playing 4 hours. 4 hours of play. It's 14-14, so.
Man.
28 racks in 4 hours. Well, yesterday they played, 52 racks in 7 hours.
Yeah, this.
Miles.
So Oscar staying in the same spot with the white ball here. We'll see how he does with the 9 and the 2. He's trying to get those deposited in the side pocket. Oh, he's off the side of it. Still made the 2. He's going to get a nice look here at the 1, I think. Oh, he hit him horrible, though.
Yep.
Cut.
Is it better than what he has been doing?
Yeah, but just not even close to square. Cut all the way across the 1 ball, didn't he? Nonetheless, racked the balls a little better, though. What do you see here, Darren?
Yeah, I think he can make the 1 ball, can't he? I think he's coming in. He's coming inside the 6.
I don't think it.
Maybe it's a lot thinner than I thought. I thought he could just make it with a touch of right English and come to the center of the table.
Yeah, you're saying it's so thin that it's going to go in between the 6-3. Oh, he hit this perfect. Absolutely perfect. Where do you think he's going to go with the 5 ball here? He's going to. This is an interesting one here, how to get shape from the 4 to the 5. Looks like he's going to have to really power up here to use 1 rail. May have more of an angle than what it appears. Oscar looking to take a lead here, Darren. Darren took a quick little break. He'll be right back with us. Meanwhile, Oscar looking to be the first one to the halfway point here. Oscar really gaining some confidence. Like a different player these last 5 racks. That may have been the quickest run out of the night. Oscar Dominguez takes his first lead at 15-14 here.
Yeah, I'm back, pal. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Welcome back.
I just went black. I just blanked out. My laptop just blanked out.
Man,
I thought it was the battery, but it wasn't.
I'll tell you what, you missed the fastest run out of Oscar's career right there.
Oh, yeah.
Quick work of it.
So he made balls. Oh yeah. So he fin cut the one ball.
Yeah, he hit it terrible, but ended up okay.
Wow, what a turnaround! So that's 5 games in a row here. Maybe it was even maybe 14-9. Is it 6 games in a row?
I think
5 or 6 games in a row here.
Yeah, I think it's 5. I think it was 14-10, right? It was 13-8, then 13-10, then 14-10.
Yeah.
5 in a row, and at least 2 unforced errors by Chris.
Oh yeah, it's all changed. He's got the ultimate punishment.
But yeah, Oscar's staying a little bit off center here. We'll see if he can find the spot here. He's really trying to hit that 1 ball square, and he's trying to pop the cue ball and squat it right in the middle of the table there. He's not wanting to hit off to the side of the 1. See how it's traveling toward the side pocket. He does not want to do that, but I think he's going to get rewarded again here, Darren.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got a good safety for sure. We're banking the 1 ball down between the 5 and 9, and the cue ball. Hopefully the 2 will block. Will block the path to the 1. But yeah, he lost the cue ball to the right again. Which was doing that all day, all night yesterday.
Yeah, it's easy to scratch when you get the cue ball traveling right at the side pocket like that.
Yeah, he scratched in the side pocket 8 times yesterday. Well, look at this. And I think twice today. He's definitely broke better today than yesterday, that's for sure. It was a little bit lucky there. He's double kissed the cue ball. Usually you'd scratch on that shot when you do that. Left Chris a very tough shot, but I think it's one he has to go for. I don't really see a safety here.
Yeah, really tough to get the cue ball on a spot for a shot on the deuce here at this range. It's almost he almost has to use high English here, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, just got to stroke it in and hopefully come in between the 4 and the 8. Yeah, I think he'll come underneath the 4. So if he makes it, but if he starts jacking up, then I don't know what he's doing here.
yeah, he's not really that jacked up if you look at him on the table.
He's aiming down on the cue ball, though.
Yeah. May just be where the white ball is, though, Darren. I don't know. We'll see. I'm like you. I think he's got to take this on.
Yeah, he's definitely not a favourite to make this.
I don't think he's a favorite to execute a safe from here either, so.
Wow.
He hit it pretty daggone good. Don't get there, 9-ball. He
Yeah, that's
just,
probably his best shot of the whole match.
I think he's landed dead straight here, though. Does he have a little bit of angle to where he could maybe draw it or follow it and get back for the 3 in the top left?
Got to somehow draw in between the 5 and 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he needs to put another good stroke on this.
Yeah, this is a tough shot no matter what way you draw it up.
The 4 passes the 8, so that's okay. So he just needs to put a really great stroke on this. Draw back about 4 feet, 5 feet.
Looks like he's checking the high English.
Yeah, it's so important for Chris to get back on level terms here.
That's exactly what I was going to say. This is a really tough shot to be facing when you've had a couple errors and gotten punished for him. He did okay here, though. Didn't get cover, but he's got full table length. Both balls close to the rail. A lot of things could go wrong for Oscar here.
Still very surprised he's turned that 2-ball down. So I think Oscar's got a lot of balls to get behind here. He's going to put the 2 just past the side pocket and the cue ball towards the 3. So he's got three blockers here potentially.
Hit a little hard, didn't he?
Yeah, he's too full.
Sold the farm, but nothing easy for Chris here. Froze into the rail.
Yeah, you could argue this is a tougher shot than the previous one.
And he's not going to have an easy one on the 3 either. Would assume he's going to shoot this one with the slow speed. Have quite a bit of distance from the 3 ball as well.
Yeah, these are tough shots. You're queuing across the rail.
And not being able to really strike the ball, you know, Darren.
Yeah, it's just so hard to get your hand really way comfortable. Then he's got to make sure you keep your eye on the cue ball here.
That speed there. Well, nicely struck there by Chris.
Beautiful stroke.
And another one, though.
Huh?
Another tough one here.
Yeah.
The punch over here. Try to get out for the 4 in the bottom left. He's going to play it in the side.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if he played for the side, but he'll take it. But slightly the wrong side, though, right?
Yeah, can he miss the 7 ball here?
Yeah, this is where it might be a problem here. It's not a case of missing the 7. Can he miss the 9?
Hmm.
Because I think the natural angle would be to go in the direction of the 9 of the 7. Sorry, but he needs to go outside. Look, yeah, he's okay.
Perfect.
Nice.
Well, not perfect. He isn't out of there yet. How's he going to land on the 5 ball? I think he can just follow it up, right?
Yeah, he's played that.
That's critical that Chris cleans these up here, stop the bleeding a little bit.
Oh yeah. Even that's careless.
Yeah, to get jacked up on the 9 ball there. Just left himself more angle, played above the 9. A little fortunate, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm not taking anything for granted at the moment.
What's the biggest money match you've ever played in?
Uh, uh, played English 8 ball for like $20,000-$30,000. English 8 ball. In the Derby City Classic, I played Chris Bartram one time, and we had about 40,000 on the side. I think we had 10 in the middle, and then we had about 40,000 on the side.
Playing 10 ball?
Yeah, we played 10 ball. I gave him the 8 ball.
Did you win?
Yeah, I won. Yeah, that was 2008.
That was
So
a
yeah,
nice
probably
day.
40,000 really. 40,000. I played a lot of 10,000, a lot of 20,000, but nothing over 50,000. I don't think.
Yeah,
Like maybe like 30,000 each person, but not like 50,000 per person. I've played a lot of $10,000 matches. Let's say, especially in the Philippines.
10,000. That's a big number in the Philippines.
In 2006 to 2008, I was playing every night. I was playing for $5,000.
In the Philippines?
Yeah. Yeah, I was playing them all at that time. That's where I learned my trade. Yeah, all the other foreigners were all playing for like $200, $500, $1,000. I had a stake horse at the time, so we just went halves. Like he'd have half of the bet, and I would have the other half. And yeah, we ended up spending a lot of time there. For about 2 years, I probably spent about 12 months there. Let's say over a 2 year period. So it was amazing. But back then there was money games every night. It's all died off a little bit in the Philippines now, compared to where it used to be.
Wow.
Oh, it was unbelievable. Like every table, you'd have like Ronnie Alcano against Efren on one table. You'd have Alex against Dennis Orcullo on the other table. You'd have like Gomez against Jeff DeLuna on another table. It was just crazy. It was when they had the World 9 ball in the Philippines. They had the World 10 ball in the Philippines. They had the Philippine Open. We'd have the World Cup pool there. We had the World Masters there. There was about a 3 or 4 year stretch where the pool in the Philippines were amazing. Around 2006 to 2010.
Yeah, it feels like a few new players are kind of coming out of the Philippines now too.
Oh yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. But they've nothing else to do.
Yeah. It's just unbelievable to see, though, and they all have their own style too, you know.
Oh yeah.
Like I feel like all the Europeans that are kind of emerging, they all have the same style. They're very technical. The Filipinos, every one of them have a different style.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's amazing. Even the cleaners can play.
Yeah.
So he broke, or did he come up? What's happened here? Obviously, Chris is broke.
Yeah, Chris broke, and he was real thin on the one, and he just missed it. Looks like Oscar's going to be able to go rail first here for a safety.
Oh, nice shot.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, he was watching that the whole way. He was admiring the shot there.
Didn't want to go back to the chair did he?
No, he's got 2 rail kick here, Chris. He'll call it in the side just in case. Oh, he's playing 1 rail.
Surely he's playing 2 rails here. That's why you play 2 rails there, so you can get some separation, right?
Well, yeah, but he's got a bit lucky. Yeah, I don't understand him playing 1 rail.
Yeah, not only can he only see the left side of this one, he's welded to the 6 ball. Looks like Oscar may go for the jump cue, though. I was going to say, if the 6 wasn't there, he'd for sure be jumping. But we'll see if he can reach it.
Yeah, he's got very fortunate with the cue ball being jacked over the 6.
Well, he's still. It looks like he's going to a full cue here. Maybe his break. No, he's getting a bridge. That's what he's doing. I was gonna say, what's he? He got some kind of special jump cue, but he just went for the bridge. He's probably gonna be playing it safe here. He's staring down it like he can make the ball.
But what's he going to do with the 2? Yeah, maybe, even he can make the ball. Obviously, if he makes it, he'll just play a good safety behind the 6 for the 2 ball.
Yeah, this is tough here though. You see, I'm sure they're just playing cue ball fouls here. I could make it, yeah. He might play the 8 ball here. He might.
Yeah, I think he's just rolling behind the 6, I would imagine.
Yeah, I'm looking down the table though, and the 8 looks like it's laying perfect.
Yeah.
He could go offensive here, but I'm like you, the safety's laying there for him to just go up and wedge on the 6.
I think he's got like 3 options. He can try and get behind the 6, or he could play thin off the 2 and get the cue ball behind the 10. Or he could play the 2-8 combo, but don't really like that, I don't think.
No, I don't really like it either, but
If he was straight behind the 2 ball, then maybe so. But he might play the 2 ball thin and get the cue ball behind the 10, 5, and 7. No, he's going the other way. He's getting the cue ball in the left-hand side. I don't like this shot.
well, he's going to give the window up, I think.
Well, I didn't like that shot, but yeah, he's left the window.
Yeah, if you go the other way, like you were speaking of, the 2 hits the 6, and then you got cover with the 6 on top of the 2, and then you get the cue ball under the 10.
Yeah.
I think he's left the window here, Darren.
A bit of tougher ball to it also. Where this, obviously, he can see the 2, but can he see enough of it to make it?
I think he can.
I think he's playing safe. See, he's turned down a few of these type of shots.
Not sure he's going to shoot at it, but I think he could if he wanted to. He did
Oh,
shoot at it and missed it bad. He's
He
going to
needs
get
some
away
help. He needs some help.
with it. Ooh, another window.
Yeah. Can't make it, but he can see it. So I would imagine Oscar will bank this towards the 6 and try and get the cue ball underneath the 10. 10-7. Yeah, with this shot, unless he can see the 2 ball full and he can punch in behind the 10.
I think he can.
Yeah, maybe he can see enough. Maybe he can see enough of the 2. I know he can't make it. He might be able to see enough to. No, he's going to come underneath the 10, I think. This is where he really needs to play the cue ball here.
Yeah, you just got to miss that 5 ball, don't you?
Yeah. Cue ball's a key. Pretty good.
Did he give him the edge here?
Don't think so. I think he's gone for his jump cue, has he?
No, he's got the playing cue in his hand. I think he has the edge.
Needs a bit of help there as well. I think he's got it though. The 2 doesn't pass the 6.
There's been a lot of racks like this where you have 5 or 6 inning exchanges on one ball. I think that's what's taking it so long, Darren.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking, can he slow roll behind the 6? I mean, I don't think so.
At this
You don't like
range, I don't really like that.
I think he has to go forward. He might even call the 2 in the side pocket just in case and go forward. And just try and get the 2 ball back down table. Can he do that?
Yeah, that's what I like too.
Well, you just played it. I didn't like that shot.
Yeah, not at that range.
Yeah, that was very hard.
I think Chris can chop this in too.
It's like he's played that shot knowing it wasn't the right shot. But he couldn't resist.
It's just like one of those, if you do execute it, it's devastating, but that
What's he done
range.
here?
Playing it for the corner, huh?
No, I thought he was going to play for the side. Does the 5 past the 8?
Yeah, it does.
Draw straight back.
Should be able to clean these up. Get his lead back.
Yeah, this could go to the wire, this match.
He just went ahead and went to the other corner.
He got the wrong side, though.
Yep. Doesn't really just want to stop it there either, because then he's gonna have to bridge. He's gonna have to mess with the 7-10 on his bridge. I don't know. What do you like here, Darren? This has gotten a little funny.
Yeah, I just don't think he needs to overthink it too much. Even if he just draws it back a few inches and then just make the 6 in the corner, draw across to the side rail just above the side pocket. The 7 passes the 8, so I think the more he thinks about it, the worse it's going to get.
I'm like you. I think you just take your
He
medicine
might be able
here.
to go forward. I wonder if he can go forward off the just miss the 10 and go forward that way. But I think draw it. I think he can draw out, or just draw back a few inches.
Yeah, just
you
like
go.
that. There you go. Take what the table gives you there. Still got his work cut out for him here, though. He's going to have to move the cue ball.
Yeah, and he missed the 8 ball, very similar to this, in the opposite corner. Played that nice. Yeah, he's making it look a lot more difficult now. It's amazing what a couple of bad mistakes does. It's like just you can see that he's really everything looks difficult right now.
Yeah, that's what you said yesterday, right? After the first 15 racks or so, he fell apart.
Yeah, it's just weird. Like 1 minute it looks really good, and then just with one mistake, everything just goes. Yeah, it's like one mistake follows more mistakes with Chris for some reason. I mean, we all make mistakes, but you've got to try and forget them very quickly.
Yeah, and he has an opportunity too right now. Taking the lead back at 16-15 is Chris Reinhold over Oscar Dominguez, day 2 here. This is the second race to 30. They're playing the best of 3. Oscar leads 1-0. Oscar won the opening set yesterday, 30-22. This is our second set if you're just now tuning in with us. Playing for 4.5 hours, 31 racks in. It's going to be a marathon tonight. Chris takes this one down. Really amazed that he's just breaking absolute dead center.
Yeah, he's been doing it. Both sets so far has been doing this.
It's just a little bit tougher to get the one ball to travel where you can get a shot like this. Obviously, it's easier to hit the ball square from here. Probably going to scratch less frequently.
Yeah.
But you get the one ball to where you don't have as good of a look at it there. But
A really good break. Made plenty of balls. I guess can he draw to the 4? Hold the one ball so it doesn't leak out.
yeah, I like that shot. He's calling it in the corner. I think he's taking your shot though, Dan. is he going to bank it twice?
Oh,
Yeah. I really like that. I liked what you said. Just chipping the one kind of in a similar spot, but make sure you get to the 4.
Yep. Yeah, he's not got the cue ball, so Oscar can see the 1 ball here.
This is one of these where he's probably just going to use the 2-10, right? This range.
He's just use 2 and 10.
A little thin, didn't he?
Yep.
Still did okay with the cue ball, though. He got it down on the rail.
Yep. Yeah, let's see how aggressive Chris plays this, or if he just plays conservative.
Say Chris could chip this ball and try to get underneath the 8. Kind of surprised he didn't. You see the path, the way the ball was traveling there.
Yeah, he could have hit that a lot thinner also.
Yeah, hit it a little thinner and with a little bit more speed. He could have ended up underneath the 8.
Yeah, even if he got the cue ball on the top rail, that would have been good for me. Like, get the cue ball tight on the top rail. Yeah, that's a bad shot.
Oscar's not going to like this. We'll see if Chris can capitalize here and take advantage in this moving rack.
It's a little bit funny, actually. I don't know if he can kick at the ball or whether slow roll it with a lot of right English to try and get behind the 6.
Yeah, that's what I like.
Yeah.
Hit it,
slow roll.
hit it pretty full with some right-hand English and try to get the cue ball under the 6. You're right though. He's elevating on a lot of these shots where I feel like he doesn't necessarily have to.
Yeah, he like deceiving. It's like deceiving the way when he's executing. Sometimes I think, what's he doing?
I mean, but like right there, why elevate? When you're slow, hitting a ball slow with loads of spin at full distance of the table, you don't want to jack up there.
Yeah, and you also get a lot of unwanted English on the cue ball doing that.
It's a lot tougher to predict there.
He's left a shot here.
Yeah, looks like Oscar can deposit the ball. He may just go ahead and go 2 rails here. Darren, what do you think? You like him going up and down?
Yeah, let's go up and down. They can let his stroke out here. I think it's thin enough.
Just make sure you don't.
And be able to hold it. He maybe can just hold. He might be able to hold it, just the 1 rail. No, by the 2 rail.
Yeah, I like it.
A bad shot from Chris there.
He's landed a little funny here, though. Is he straight? I can't tell if he's straight or if he's going into the long rail.
No, I think he's okay. I think you can draw straight back.
If he's straight, he's good, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he's usually pretty good at these type of shots.
That's a little angle here, though.
Yeah, he's tried to use the rail there, but he didn't need to. But he tried to use the second rail, or the first rail.
Yeah.
Well, I don't disagree with the stroke he put on the ball, but I think he was close enough to the 2 to get more control with the draw. I think he's got a slight angle, but he can't get close as what he would like to the 5, I guess. But I think he's okay. He's got something to play with.
Yeah, he's just got to pull it back, right? He's just going to have to take some range on the 5. There's no reason to belabor it here. It is what it is. This is what you were talking about earlier, Darren. Instead of sitting here kind of going through the progressions and making yourself sick about landing in a goofy spot, you know what you have to do. Just get up there and do it. Probably going to see him utilize some power here, wouldn't you think, Darren, to try to get as much separation between the cue ball and the rail as he can.
Yeah, he's looking at power drawing this with a lot of left English, and even men playing for the 5 in the side. The way he was just lining things up there. Well, he doesn't want to take the 5 in the side. The looks of him. I think he can power draw out there, but he doesn't really need to. I think he can get out so that he's got a longish 5, but not the cue ball's not going to be froze to the rail or anything.
Yeah. I think you just take it here. Just take the longer shot on the 5 ball. Don't try to do too much and end up jarring the 4. You get trying to hit the ball too hard here. It may not take it. The pocket may not take it. Oh, wow. Got some juice on that one, didn't he?
Ready?
What do we know? Nice shot from Oscar there.
Yeah, I think Oscar's starting to turn the screw. Is grinding Chris. Well, Chris has grinded himself down a little bit, but I think Oscar's just going to grind him down now.
Definitely looks like a different player here.
I think they're naturally going to slow down a little bit as this match goes, and I think that's going to suit Oscar. The pace of play is going to slow down a little bit, and yeah, I think Oscar's just going to grind him. Just going to grind him down. Did you get any action on this, Jason?
Yeah, I ended up betting just a little bit on Oscar.
No.
That's what I said. I was at first I was like, I don't know how you can't bet a lot on Oscar, and I was ready to ship it, and then a couple people that I trust their opinion of the match said, oh, they were actually betting on Chris. I'm like, damn, what am I missing here? I guess I'm just that far out of the loop now. But obviously the game's a lot closer than what I thought it was.
Yeah, 16-16. I think in this sort of, with these conditions on this table, yeah, I mean, Oscar, I think's the slight favourite. But yeah, I think the table conditions play a big part, really.
Yeah.
I think a looser table would definitely suit Chris. Get the momentum. He's got a lot of firepower, I think. Maybe a little bit more firepower than Oscar, but Oscar's more steady.
Yeah, if Chris plays his best game, he'll probably win, right?
Well, you say when Fedor played Tony on this table, yeah, the Tony's style doesn't suit this table. Same when Alex played Scott Frost, was it, in Vegas?
Yeah.
On that tight table, I mean, that was no good for Scott. Well, if they're playing a loose table, then Scott's got every chance to win. He's a shot maker, isn't he?
Yeah, it definitely changes a lot of people that.
Like Tony. Tony's a shot maker.
Yeah, Tony likes to shoot at his hole for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely think the tighter the equipment, the more it is advantage to Oscar in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely.
And it hit him a little more square there, didn't he? The 6 ball went down. Cue ball got kicked a couple times, but he's going to like it.
Yeah, I haven't seen loads of Chris play. I've seen him play in the Mosconi Cup, but you can't really judge him on the Mosconi Cup. And I judged him when I played him myself at the US Open. He played really well, so yeah, I haven't seen enough of him play really.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Chris personally. I think he's a good pool player. He's actually exceeded what my expectations were as far as where he'd kind of get. I figured after a few years of grinding that he would, end up doing something else. He's a smart kid, so
yeah.
It's the competition, the level of competition, Darren, you can attest to this, is just completely different than what it was 10 years ago. 10 years ago, somebody the caliber of Chris couldn't make a living. Now it's very, very challenging.
Yeah, they're going out the woodwork now.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. But I mean, I know the prize pools and there's a lot more tournaments with what Matchroom's doing and different things, but the talent is just unbelievable right now. It's off the charts.
Going to get better. Yeah, more money coming into the game. It's going to get bigger and bigger. These kids in USA, they're good players. Well, I think the future of pool in America is pretty good. Yeah, there's a lot of good young girls as well.
He didn't hit this the way he wanted. I can guarantee you that. He got way too steep on the 7.
Yeah, and he's missed a few of these type of shots in over the 2 days. So this is a real test for him here.
This is one of these though. Instead of going through the cadence of worrying about what the rail just did to you or any of that, like it doesn't change. You're absolutely 100% shooting at this ball. You're never making a decision to not. So don't do anything other than just concentrate on this shot, because you don't have to do anything but make the ball. Nothing special here. Don't go down the path of what happened. Just concentrate on what you have to do.
Yeah, never fancied him for it.
He might get away with it. 9 ball might be big for him.
Yeah, I never liked him for that shot.
Yeah, he's definitely an
Just because he
underdog.
put himself there. If Chris put him there, he'll probably made it.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
I think Chris can see the edge of it, but I don't think he can see enough of the 7 to make it. If he can see enough of it where he can get the 7 on the top rail, but I don't think even that's possible. Maybe.
He's going to try to chip it and bring the cue ball back to where he's at now.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Watch out, 9 ball. He doesn't want to hit the 9.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that. He'll take that.
Does Oscar shoot here?
Yeah, I can't really see properly because he's standing in the way. But yeah, I mean, the bank's definitely there, isn't it? The safety, I don't think it's too easy. You don't want to risk banking it up and down. I mean, that's dangerous. Because if he
Yeah.
hits the top, probably leak it out.
This is like the bank pull bank here, where you bank it back underneath of you in the bottom right.
Yeah.
Get some separation.
Looks like he's playing it on the left-hand side, so that tells me he's banking it up and down table.
Yeah, he's banking it. Yeah, he went for that bank. That was the right shot, I think.
He played it at a good speed, knowing that if he doesn't make it, he'll probably leave a toughish shot. It's a big shot for Chris. This is.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Chris here, he's passed on these. He had a big lead. He had a five rack lead, and he started passing on shots like this. I mean, listen, if you're going to jump up and play a set for $100,000 playing 10 ball, you just have to take these shots on. I'm sorry. You have to at this level. I know you don't like it. You may feel like you're not a favorite to make it and get shape, but you got to shoot. I mean, if you're Oscar, you can play safe here, but if you're Chris, you're going to get outmoved. You have to shoot when you have the opportunity.
Can you see enough of the 8? From too far, Jason.
Just a little bit, didn't he?
You can see the 8, but I don't know if you can see enough of the 8. Unless he spins a cue ball with a lot of left English.
It's pretty unfortunate, too, because he hit that ball great.
Yeah. Well, I can't believe what I'm seeing here. I mean, he's got to get the 8 ball past the side pocket, surely.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, hitting it at that speed, you know you're going to give him a full look at the ball.
Well, he's got loads of options here. He's got an easy safety. He can go for the bank shot. He can get him behind the 10, the 8 in the middle of the table.
I think I like that.
I don't know. Chris played that very quickly as well. It was like really weird.
The cue ball under the 10 here should be the shot. Is it 3 rails at it? 2 rails.
What's going on here?
Oof.
Oh, this will work though.
He was playing to get under the 10 and gets under the 9.
Well, I guess he just played the object ball more than the cue ball though. So it's worked out. But I would have liked the cue ball tight to the short rail there, Jason.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I'll have rather the cue ball be on the short rail and the 8 ball been in the center of the table. But I don't fancy Chris to make it. If you're playing Joshua Filler, I think this is more of a better option.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm surprised that Chris has got to be, I was going to say, he's got to be looking 2 rails and call the side here, right?
Yeah, 2 rails in the side pocket.
Just hope you don't hit the point.
Yeah, it needs something good to happen here.
Just try to hit the 8 full so the cue ball doesn't leak. Very well done.
Very good.
Yep.
Very good. He would have liked a bit more speed on it, but he would have taken that.
Yeah, I think Oscar's
stage
gotta
where
shoot.
they're both not comfortable, so anything's missable.
Yeah, Oscar's got no other choice but to shoot here, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and he's going to play it in such a way that if he does miss it, he might get safe because he was looking at the 9 in the side. But if you're going to put a pure stroke on this ball, you should be playing for the 9 probably in the same pocket as the 8 ball. I've got a feeling that Oscar is pretty, maybe a slight favourite to make this. He's usually pretty good at these type of shots.
I'm surprised he shot it at that speed, though, Darren.
Yeah, I knew he was playing for the side pocket. That's why I said I'm surprised that he lined up to play for the 9 in the side. I think he should be playing the 9 in the same pocket as the 8 ball. Because he sort of played it in a negative way, where if he does miss it, he might get safe. So Chris can definitely make the 8 ball. I would imagine he should be going rail first here. Yeah, right. He's going rail first.
No, he can see the whole ball there. I'm surprised, like you said, he didn't go rail first and play the 9 in the bottom left. But nonetheless, it's perfect angle here to lead him right to the 10. Take another lead here.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
I didn't like it. I didn't like it. When he left the cue ball where he left it, I thought, oh, he might miss this. And he was off the shot. He was off the cue before he struck the cue ball there.
I'm not sure what's going on right now.
Wow, this is very exciting, Rack.
This is how you play for 5 hours and 32 racks.
Unbelievable. Yeah, that's why I tell people, I says, look, unless the ball's over the pocket or dead straight in and the 2 feet behind it, don't give your opponent the rack.
You sound very much like me, Darren. That nothing pisses me off more than to watch somebody give somebody a rack.
I find it unbelievable.
They haven't been really giving anything, though. Not that I haven't seen anybody give a ball. (17-16) is the score, with Oscar Dominguez with the 1 rack lead. Racing to 30 here. If Oscar Dominguez wins this race to 30, it's all over. If Chris wins, we've got another race to 30 tonight. Might as well say tomorrow at this point.
Yep. Unfortunately, I won't be here for the last set.
You won't be?
No, I have to sleep at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told Kyle he knows that I can't do the final set.
Yeah, I'm the same. I've got to actually leave. I'll be here for another probably 30 minutes with you, Darren, and then I got to cut out.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I thought they would have played the final set tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe they have to be somewhere. I'm not sure.
All right, I thought they would have started early. Actually, sorry, just because there was play. I knew that these two games would take around 15 hours.
See if Oscar can find the square side of the one here. Big pop. Both side balls went high there, Darren. 5 ball's going to go down. He's going to be straight in on the one.
Yeah, everything's changed here. The balls start punishing you. Yeah, Chris is getting punished.
Yeah, all self-inflicted at this point.
Wow, what's he played here? He's run out of position straight away here. He's left himself a very tough shot on the 2. Not only making the 2, but getting shape on the 3 is not going to be easy. He might have played safe here.
I was going to say, what's the safety option? Maybe try to bank the 2 to the 4. That's tough too, though.
I think he's looking at going for it, I think. No, underneath the 10.
Leaked on him a little bit. Even after that, Darren, you can just see the confidence in Oscar's face and his demeanor when he gets into these types of racks. And he just
you
walks back
start
to his
fencing
chair.
it now. I mean, Oscar will be thinking, obviously, because Chris played pretty good to be 14-10. He was having a good day, and then it's just fell apart again, like similar to yesterday, really. From 8-4, he made a couple of mistakes, and then it just snowballed. But yesterday, he was really, really poor. His decision making, everything. Today, he's like been okay until he missed these few balls, and then he's just you can see that he's completely lost any confidence he had, really.
He's going to sell dead out here.
And that safety shows. Yeah, you really see the players' weaknesses and strengths when you put them on tough equipment. In a longer race where obviously there's a lot of money at stake. Yeah, because tournaments you can mask it, like you said before. You really can mask someone's level in tournaments and what they're really about.
Yeah, there's no hiding what you're good at when you're playing on tough equipment and playing 3 races to 30.
Oh yeah.
Somebody like yourself watches them play that many racks, you're going to figure out real quickly what they're good at, where they need to work.
Yeah, and also there's some players that just don't play very good for money, and some guys are great in tournaments, but vice versa.
Yeah, and I don't really feel like that's either one of these guys. I think both of these guys are both accustomed to playing money matches.
Yeah, no, Oscar, he likes the action for sure.
Put a nice stroke on that one,
Feel
Dave.
like Oscar's the one what's going to grind it. He's going to grind him down. He's going to do everything nice and steady. His cue ball's a little bit better than Chris's. Yeah, his pattern play is a little bit better. And when you're playing on a really tough table like this, eventually it's going to show up.
Does he travel with the cue ball here? Does he just go ahead and does he travel his next shot?
Yeah, keep it simple. And you just gain confidence from your opponent's mistakes. I mean, he had a really good chance to really get some daylight between the two of them. And Oscar wasn't particularly playing well at that point either. It was a really good opportunity to
Is this a slowdown? He's okay.
Yeah, and it's perfect, really. If he can even go like 4 rails here if he wanted, 3 rails. Laying nicely to do that. Just to punch it in with a touch of right English, just come before the side pocket. But also he can come back over the inside of English. Yeah, that really checks up on this table. Next week you can't play that shot on the Mosconi Cup table, but you probably come back in a straight line, but not get it to grab as much as that.
It's Oscar's biggest lead of this set, isn't it, Darren? Stretching out to 2 games.
Yeah, similar story to yesterday. This was like sort of around this time where Oscar started to get a bit of daylight between the two, and Chris got weaker. So it's very important that Chris stays close to him. Oscar won 8 of the last 10 racks.
Had a quick second to jump back in the booth here, Darren. What a difference in the timing of this match from yesterday, huh?
Oh yeah, unbelievable.
It's gonna be a long night if Chris manages to pull this win out.
For you, pal.
Yeah, long for me. That's right.
Wow, what a break! That's his best break so far, Jason.
Yeah, he let him. Both balls got in. Both side balls went straight in. Squatted his cue ball.
Break I know anyway.
Yeah.
First time I've really seen it in 2 days.
I think he can make the one in the side, right?
Can I see enough of it?
Really close.
And the way he's standing right now, it appears not.
Yeah, so he's looking to his. I think he's just standing there for the sake of it at the moment.
He's trying to figure out a way to maybe get the cue ball to the deuce. Maybe he can make it. He's looking at going thin off the 1 and using the 10. Doesn't like it.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was looking at playing it really thin and leaving the cue ball on this short rail, which is not a bad option when you consider some of the shots what Chris has turned down, and obviously getting position on the 2 is not easy.
Yeah, I'm like you. He's calling across. He's calling across side here, so he's going to be banking at it cross side and trying to get cover. He's going to try to draw the cue ball over toward the 7.
Yeah, he could even just spin underneath the 10 and hopefully the cue ball spins towards the 7 and 2. This really thin.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Really...
We're trying to do that. That was a pretty good effort, to be fair. If he'd have missed the 2 ball there, it would have been pretty good. Still not bad. It's not an easy shot.
It's an opportunity for Chris to gain control of the table here, erase some of these mistakes.
Yeah, I don't see him shooting at this, do you?
I mean, I think he should, don't you? I'm not saying he will.
I don't think he will do. I think he's going to hit it thin and try and get the snooker behind the 2.
I just think he's going to lose this game. You know what I mean? Like, if you get an opportunity to shoot, as long as it's not a stupid shot, I mean, I just think you have to be offensive if you're Chris. He's proved to us that he's losing these racks where their safety exchanges are happening. You get an opportunity to shoot. Yeah, this is a nice one, but
he could be in trouble if Oscar hits the left-hand side of this 1 ball, and he can get the snooker back.
I'm surprised you haven't played any big sets with Oscar.
Yeah, we were supposed to play like maybe 10 years ago. I was going to give him the 8-10, but for some reason it didn't happen. I can't remember what happened at the time. I think he was playing a lot of money games at the time, and he wanted a crazy spot. Yeah, I think even at one time he asked for the 7 ball.
Oh, wow.
That's was you're okay, pal. Yeah, maybe in the future, half playing.
I was going to say, and I don't think it's too far off now, right?
Yeah. Yeah, either of these two, we'll see.
How old are you now, Darren?
About Oscar playing Carl Boys. Has anything come of that? I know there was a lot of smack talk on Facebook.
Who, Oscar?
Oscar playing Carl Boys again.
Yeah, they played a few derbies ago, right? Probably 5 years ago.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Oscar trying to tie up the 3 ball there. No success. Not thrilled with his effort there.
Yeah, and it's not really that difficult to get from the 2 to the 3, really.
Yeah, that'd be a good match. Carl Boys get out of the commentator booth and get in the action again. I think the first time they played Darren at Derby, I think Carl won very easily.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I was actually there that year. Yeah, I mean Oscar was all over the place.
Yeah, Oscar used to chase around Ruslan pretty well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Oscar's played quite a lot of the European guys. I think even people like Kachi and I don't know about Fedor, but in the early days.
Yeah, I think he just kind of was of the mindset that Europeans weren't gamblers, right? They were more
Yeah,
tournament players, and he didn't think they could hold up under these conditions. He beat Ruslan a couple big sets, and there were a couple other games. I think he played Mario. He's chased around quite a few of the Europeans as Oscar.
yeah. He likes getting in the box. I'll give him that. He isn't scared to get in the box. But he is right though. About 10 years ago, I think there wasn't many Europeans what played for money really. Probably, yeah. I mean, when we used to go to the Philippines and that, there was only really me playing. I mean, Niels had played cheap sets, but he didn't play any big sets. And then the other guys were the same. They'd play $200 sets, $500 sets, but they weren't playing no big sets.
Yeah, now the talent discrepancy is so much different.
Yeah, well, obviously now you got Fedor and Filler. They play for a lot of money, and Kachi and all that. Jason.
That's the match we need to get drummed up.
What's that?
Jason versus Federer.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Jason's definitely a better tournament player than he is money for.
Yeah. Tendency to lose his mind. Have to play for 8 hours. It's tough for him to keep it together, you know.
Yeah.
Nice shot there by Chris.
Bergman. That was a good shot from Chris there. And a very, very much needed shot. He needed that rack because he start going 3-4 racks behind, and he's in big trouble. Yeah, I think this set is going to go very, very close, Jason.
Yeah, it's going to be down to the wire. Who knows? I have to run back home for a little bit, but I may come back and sweat in the last bit with you. Shouldn't be gone for maybe an hour or so. I may come back.
The way this match has progressed today, they might be through a couple racks.
I was going to say I might be gone for an hour and just miss a few racks. Need to update Chris's score there. He has 17.
Wow, the 49ers are winning 35-19 against the Eagles.
Really? That's on the road too.
Yeah, no.
Give a big thank you to our sponsors while Chris gathers himself. Michelle Griffin, local realtor, always a big supporter of everything we do here at Rail Yard. Really appreciate her. If you need anything real estate-wise, buying, selling, questions, make sure you reach out. Love the crew at Fort Worth Billiard Superstore. Anything you need, supplies, and even outside of pool, they do a lot of stuff there. Reach out to Albert and the crew. CNC Computer Technologies. All your IT needs in the southern Indiana, Louisville area here. Big thank you to all of them for making this event happen.
Both balls went high there. Four-railer went down. It's going to have a nice look at the one here, Darren.
Yep. And it could be a nice little momentum shift again. Just at the right time.
This one feels like it's all about the 3 to the 4.
Yep. Yeah, needs to play a couple of good positional shots here. Are you looking forward to the press conference? When is the press conference for the Moscone?
I think I'm going to be on the plane.
Oh, right.
But, yeah, I think it's Tuesday, right? Oh, maybe
Yeah,
I'll...
What day does it start? Is it Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or
I think it starts Wednesday. It starts the 6th.
the 6th?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Press conference is
that's-
Tuesday, right?
That's on Wednesday. That's on Wednesday, so the press conference is going to be on Tuesday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the day I fly to China.
Well, I think the press conference will get a few views.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of smack talk, and then once it's all over, they'll be friends again.
Maybe. Just knowing how Federer is, maybe. I'm not sure he is one to forget the smack talk. We'll see, though. Depends on how personal it gets with him, you know, Darren.
Oh, yeah.
I saw a post today about Vladimir. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah.
Mm.
And this is one of these situations here. Oscar may be able to go into the 4-ball right here, Darren. He may be able to bump this 4-ball and get it over top of the side like he's pointing to, but he's got to be careful, though, because if he pushes it down to the 7, could be a big problem.
Yeah, I think it's worth a risk, though.
Yeah, I agree. I think you just use a tip of inside here and try to run into the 4 with control.
Yeah, because it'd be hard to hold it for the free if he didn't do that, so a little bit of inside English should help him. And making the ball a bit easier also.
Really want to hit the rail right before the 4-ball. Kind of push the 4 off the rail a little bit. Wow. Hit that, didn't he?
Yeah, but I don't know if he caught the rail first there or something.
So it almost like he hit the ball first, right?
Yeah, maybe. Tough spot here.
Did he call cross side? So he can try to get the cue ball back to kind of where he's at.
That's not gonna be easy. Got a good free ball.
Cue ball too. Look at this.
Turned out great.
Sweet little shot there from Oscar. You like going multiple rails here, Darren?
I do, but I don't know. I just feel like Chris is. I think he's just going to play the one rail here. Going to try and come underneath it off the short rail. But I mean, I don't really see how he can get safe on this. The way he's playing the shot.
He might scratch in the side.
Okay, he's made the 8 ball, so Oscar's got the option. I think Chris would take that.
Yeah. I think Oscar's giving that one back. Looks like he took a little break there. I think I'm going to go ahead and cut out.
Yeah, no
Good
problem.
talking to you, Daz. I'll check in on the score when I get done with my duties, and I may come back to catch the final 10 racks with you or something. So, but if not, good talking to you, and good luck over there in China.
Right, cheers, pal.
Appreciate you hanging out, Jason.
See you guys.
Players are going to take a quick break. I'm going to do the same, and we'll be right back with you all. Stay tuned.
Right, see you later. We're back, pal. Tough shot here for Chris. Called the side pocket, the free ball. Maybe just in case, but I think it would best just putting the free just next to the 10 and the cue ball just to the left hand side. Just split them. Not too bad either. It's a better shot than where it looks. Well, Oscar can make the free, but getting shape on the floor is very difficult. I have to leave the cue ball there, take a thin cut on the 4, or play safe on the 4. I think Chris refused quite a few of these type of shots. Not the 3, but the 4. A big shot here. I think he has to go for it, really. But looking at the bank also. Yeah, it's a tough shot. A big break here for Chris. A chance to square up the match. So it'll be interesting to see if he plays for the side pocket or the corner. He's played a lot of these type of shots where he's played for the side pocket. Look, that really good. And he's got the right side of the 6, so I just got to roll the 6 ball in here. Tie it up at 18-18. So, what, 5.5 hours of play, I believe? Still quite a few hours left in this one. It's back and forth. Both players got a little bit weak in the last hour or so. So it's going to be a real grind now, especially if it goes to a third set.
Yeah, this has been a stark difference from the play yesterday, wouldn't you say, Darren?
Yeah, and I think the level's been better today, except for like maybe 5 or 6 shots what they have missed. I mean, the level's definitely been better. It's just been a bit slower.
Yeah. I've been tied up with the tournament most of today. Would you say Chris has kind of settled into that better rhythm like he was talking about today? Has that made a difference?
Just more careful, more cautious.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a bit more stop-start. Maybe been a bit more safety today. Obviously, they've both broke the balls better today. Yeah, so yesterday was like a weird one.
Yeah.
Just a lot of scratches and a lot of fouls.
You know, it reminds me of the first match Tony and Federer played here. Tony wins it because on the first day, Federer was behind by 5. Or so it was something like that. You know, being behind 5 in a long one-pocket race is just so hard to come back from. And, you know, it's similar to this where Tony's experience kind of won out that first day, and Federer really played really well the rest of the match, but it didn't matter because he was so far behind that first day. Obviously, playing sets here isn't going to hurt near as bad, but maybe a similar situation where experience on the tough equipment and stuff like that kind of won out that first day, and now he's getting settled in.
Yeah, I mean, Chris has sort of done the same thing as yesterday. He had a 8-4 yesterday, and then he sort of made some mistakes, got weak. And today was up 14-10, missed a easy chance to go 15-10. Then they missed a very easy chance the next rack to get back to 15-11. So he sort of let Oscar back in the game.
Yeah.
So that's why we're tied here, where he should have really been at least 15-16-10, Chris. Let Oscar back in the game because Oscar missed 2 or 3 easy balls. I mean, Oscar missed a really easy 9 ball around that time. And yeah, Chris let him off the hook. So yeah, there's like been a 2 or 3 big game swings here in Oscar's favour. That's what Chris will be looking back on if he loses this set for sure. From 14-10, he should have really been 16-10 from there. Instead, it was 14-14, and then yeah, it's been the last 8 racks for sure. It's just been a grind. So yeah, up to 14-10. I think Chris was playing really well, and it's just been and then Oscar's just played better safeties and he broke better today than he did yesterday. Yeah, just obviously the table's tough, and but just some of the misses like really hard to believe some of the balls that they have missed, but it happens.
Yeah.
Obviously playing on a tough table, a lot of pressure.
Yeah, when you see a couple that don't go in that you thought were going to,
Oh,
it
yeah.
might make you start missing them a little worse just out of timidness.
Played a good shot here, so I'll probably play 2 rails here. Try and kick the 1 ball up table, and he might get the cue ball behind the 4 if he hits it really good. Just like that, he hit it pretty good. Got the 6 though. I think he might have him.
Yeah, it's really close.
Are they still playing the tournament there, Kyle?
We are down to the final 6
Oh.
out of over 200. Yeah, it has been a grind. There were a couple, I guess maybe you could call them misfires. Of course, this isn't an event that we run. There's it's a Jersey Girl Entertainment event that's, we host it, and
Okay.
some things that kind of slowed up the match play at the beginning. I know there was some complaints maybe about, I know players were playing real late through the night. Obviously not something that we want to see. So hopefully we can adjust for the next one, make it a little bit better. That's all you can do is learn. But it's overall, I would say, really positive feedback. The prize money is one of the higher ones that we've had. It's been an exciting weekend, of course, with this match playing side by side.
I got there from Chris, but the 3, you might have to play a 3-8 combination. Not dead set, but it's very makeable. You could play in the corner and play for the 3 in the corner also, but then he needs to get perfect on the 3 because then it's difficult to get on the 4.
Yeah, you really can't stay. You got to get below the 3 if you're trying to draw underneath, or things get really tough.
It looks like he's taking it in the top pocket. If he's taking it in the top, that tells me he's going to play for the corner. The 3 in the corner. He needs to get lucky here. Sort of. That could have been worse. Don't know how much Oscar can see the right hand side of that too. Don't think he can see it really thin.
He has, I think he has enough of the ball to bank if he wanted to.
Yeah.
I've got
Yeah.
another angle we can look at it, but he's standing right in the way. That helps. Just where the 3 ball is makes this all the more difficult.
He might be able to make the 2 ball, but just slow roll it in. So if he does make it, great. If he doesn't make it, he's going to get the snooker. Yeah. Yeah, he was going to make the 2 and then play safe on the 3. Make the 2, but he's got second prize unless Chris can draw into the 7. and get the 2 ball down near the 3 and the 8, which I think he can do. Need to commit to the stroke here. And draw into the 7 ball, that'd be really good. You should get the 2 towards the 3 and 8. It's 2 pin. That's what he tried to do, but he hit it 2 pin, but he's got lucky.
Yeah, got away with it.
We'll kick at this from underneath. Oh, it's sticking behind the 8 ball. Not easy, but it's doable.
You can kind of use the 8 a little too with the 3 ball there. Stuff will kind of jam up maybe a little bit easier.
Yeah, and you might even free the 8, the 3 ball up also. Yeah, you got to be very confident with this stroke. You can't really give up on it. You got to play quite firm just to make sure you stop the cue ball. Yeah, come underneath it too much. It's a 2 pin. Wasn't an easy shot. But the good thing is that he didn't break open the 3-8, which he could have easily broke the 3-8 there. He was actually quite fortunate. Pretty sure that 3 doesn't even go in the corner now.
Yeah.
It's really hard to break open the 3 and 8 from this shot anyway. Yeah, that doesn't go. So he's really playing safe on the 3. I mean, he might not even go for the 2 ball here. Yeah, if he can get to the bottom rail, that's what he'd probably try and do, and then play safe on the 3 from there. If you can get somewhere just underneath the 10, and couldn't get into it enough. So he'll probably just use the 10 ball here. Hit the 3 fin. 8 ball might come in front of the 3. 3 is going to drift over to the side rail. Use the 10 behind the 10, hopefully. Pretty good. Might be able to see the edge. If you can see the edge, you might just put him behind the 8, just like he just showed you there. The other option is to get the cue ball back to where it is now. Yeah, I think we'll just get you behind the 8 here. Put you behind the 8. A bit pacey, but as long as you haven't left him the left-hand side of the 3, be quite happy. I wonder if Chris will risk banking the 3 over towards the 4 and putting the cue ball towards the top left-hand pocket. Or just put the 3 on the top rail and try and get over there with the cue ball. Just like that. That's a nice shot. Oscar might go for the jump cue here. I would imagine I just play this full in the face and try and get the 3 somewhere around where the 4 is. Stop the cue ball where his hand is right now. If the 3 comes underneath the 10, should go towards the 4 and the 7. Try and stop the cue ball on that top rail. He likes his jump cue, that's for sure. Definitely one of the best players with a jump cue. Yeah, a little bit thin, but I think he's going to be okay.
Yeah, he's hit this really well. Ooh, man, did he leave a window?
He left the window, but he hasn't left the open shot. It's not easy to get saved. In some ways, sometimes you're better off being snookered than he's forced to kick at this ball. There's a chance of making it by kicking it. Plus, you can see the ball. Obviously, he's going to bank it back towards 7 and 4. No. No. Very adventurous. Very adventurous. It's not bad, though. It's not bad. You can see the edge of it, so he's going to slow roll this, hit the edge, maybe try and get behind the 8. Yeah, a tricky situation here. Wow. Well, he nearly got a great kiss on the 8. I thought he was going to kiss it in such a way it would be snookered, but
Yeah, I mean, that's really a pretty great result from where he was coming from.
yeah. Could really play the 3 into the 7 and get the cue ball back to somewhere where it is now. Yeah, just slow spin the 3 into the 7, get the cue ball back to where it is now. So he blocks up a lot of avenues that way.
Having a look at kicking. Just called it in the side.
Don't like this shot. The 6 helps him.
Speed was good.
Played a deliberate foul. Pretty clever. Wonder if he'll try and break it open here. Got ball in hand. Yeah, I think he's going to try and break it open. Now, does he go for the bank? Does he go for the bank, or does he play thin into the 7 and use a 10 as his blocker?
Be interested to see his decision here. Yesterday, he opted for the safe more often than going for the shot. Looks like more of the same today.
Just about okay where Austin can't just put him behind the 7, but does the 4 past the 7?
I believe he's called the 7. Maybe playing a ticky. Or maybe he can see the 4.
Yeah, it's tricky. I think he can hit the 4 thin, but there's not a lot he can do with it. You could see the left-hand side of it, it'd be a lot better, but you can't really kick it because I think the 4 are beating the 6. I think there's a chance the 4 ball passes a 7 into the corner.
I think that's maybe what he was looking at to see if he had enough of the ball.
If the safety's too hard, then unless he can play it off the 7 and put the 4 on the top rail and get the cue ball behind the 6. Just graze the 7 with the 4. No, he went for it. Tried to make it. Yeah, it was a tough shot.
I think Chris has a look at this.
I think he can see enough. Yeah, this match has really slowed down these last 4 or 5 reps.
Oh man, yeah. I don't really have a dog in this fight. I like both these guys a lot actually, but feel myself pulling for Oscar so I can get some sleep. It's been a long weekend here with the split bracket running.
If Chris wins this set, I think you're going to be here another 10 hours.
Oh my gosh, I know.
Easy.
Be interested if they. I do know that they initially estimated around 6 hours for the match, and so, you know, if this goes far beyond it, I wonder if they might consider playing tomorrow instead. Of course, whatever they want to do, we'll let them do it. That's entirely up to them.
Yeah, I was surprised that they was going to play 2 sets in one day. Yeah, they're not the quickest players in the world.
Yeah. In any case, Chris is going to pull ahead 19-18 here. Definitely much more of a sweater's delight today. Just from the little bit I've seen, I'd have to agree with you. Just the overall level of play seems to be a little bit higher.
Yeah, Chris has broke really well today. I mean, Oscar's broke better than he did yesterday, but Chris has broke the balls really good. Hasn't capitalised like he should have done. He should have really. He really could have had a good lead in this match when really, if he hadn't made them really 2 bad mistakes. Yeah, that just stopped him with momentum, and it's just been a grind since then.
Had a visit today from Kentucky Colonel Nick Varner, Hall of Famer as well,
Was
making
in the
his way
field?
in. Yeah, he came in for a little while, watched some of the action.
Yeah, legend of the game, a good friend of mine. I've done a couple of tours with him.
That'd be nice.
You know, like doing clinics and exhibitions.
Yeah, yeah. Nick's a great guy. Loved having him here.
He's a funny guy.
We actually, I was telling him the story when he was here. Crossed paths several times. I hadn't, you know, met where he lives. I have an uncle that owns a golf course there, and Nick's played on it several times, and so we've kind of been around each other. But I wasn't into pool back in my golf playing days when I was younger. But spent a lot of time working on that golf course. Did not like it so much.
Yeah, it's a small world.
Yeah, it is.
Had a good shot there to Chris. Tough kick here. One real kick for Oscar. He got lucky, I think. Has he? Yep.
Will be Chris's option here.
Chris, you got the option. I'm not too sure if the 1 passes the 8 into the side. Yeah, the 5 looks like it doesn't pass the 9. The 8 is in a tough spot. Pretty sure the 1 doesn't pass the 8. Maybe can make it off the 2, but
Yeah,
that's really thin.
he's called it. I think it just goes clean. He's caught the 8. I think he's put it back in the same spot.
Yeah, I think this time it does go.
Yeah. Yeah, nudge the 8 over just enough.
Yeah, if it doesn't go, Oscar will just roll in behind the 8.
Good shot. I think the 5. And I'm looking right down the line of the shot from the booth here, and it's really, really close if it goes.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think it's a shootable
Really?
shot, just even if it does go based on the margin for error.
Yeah, I'm thinking he might play the 2 and bump the 9 out the way, just slightly.
Can he get into the 5 and hold for the 3?
Maybe.
I think he can if he overcuts the 2. Have a look at from this angle. Maybe not with enough speed to clear the 5.
Yeah, I think it would be better just if he can make the 2 and come off the side rail, then bump the 9. I'll just leave it there and maybe try and get an angle on the 3. Get an angle on the 3 to try and bump the 5 out. Yeah, he could punch the 2 ball and come in between the 9 and the 3 with a bit of right English. Try and get the right hand side of the 3 like this. Needs to spin. I'll tell you what, this has turned out good. He might have an angle here where he can make the 3 and draw into the 5.
Yeah.
Or he could use the pawn and try and bring the 5 into play in the 4. But I think he's got a little angle here where he can draw. He can punch into the 5. Maybe punch draw into the 5.
Yeah, it looks like it to me.
And use the 4. I don't think there's no risk trying to land there on the 5. A lot of bad things can happen. Yeah, his angle's good, so I think you just got to go for it. Just try and bring it off the rail. There you go. Oh, he double kissed it. It's come off the
Yeah.
rail, but not enough.
A little bit unfortunate there. He hit it pretty
Mm.
well.
Yep, very well. I don't really see any attacking option here.
He's called it cross side.
I don't think it was quite there.
Short, yeah. At the very least, needed quite a bit slower pace to give the 5 a chance to open up to the pocket. One good shot from Chris here. Get back on this 8, and a good chance to extend his lead to 2.
He would have liked to get a bit more out of the cue ball there than what he did. Didn't really want to be on this rail, but should be okay.
Yeah, he's landed with just enough angle, or just needs to roll this ball forward. Focus on making the ball. And I like to definitely see the difference taking his time here. You know, landed a little bit funnier than he intended. I think he's got more angle than what I initially saw, pulling 2 rails out.
Yeah, some massively overthinking from both players.
Yeah.
You know, all he's got to do here is just play follow, just with a touch of right English. He's got to hit this ball.
Well, it's the speed.
Oh, where is it? Might have got lucky. Might have got lucky where he can play away from the 9 ball and still make it. Don't know what the rule is here.
Oscar verifying how he was going to approach the ball. Decided that don't need a watch.
What's a tougher shot than what it should have done? Big shot here.
Gets it down. Chris Reinhold extends his lead by 2 over Oscar in the split bracket. While Chris pulls this up, we have local player Paul Age few juniors that made it out for the event. Savannah Easton, Hayden Ernst, of course, was in the booth with us. Payne McBride won the SVB Junior Open at the U.S. Open here recently.
Yeah. Nice break there from Chris. Chance here to re-establish some momentum and try and get a bit of daylight between the two. So this is where he really needs to step on the gas, really, and try and grab this match by the scruff of the neck. We go forward here, inside English, 2 rails, play for the 2 in the side. Like that's okay. Might be able to draw back. Don't think the free passes the 4. In there. I wonder if he's got a slight angle where he can go forward and then play for the 3 in the right hand side pocket. Go big shot here. Is to make he can play for the 4 in the same pocket as the 3. So he can draw back out. 4 in the top right. Nice shot.
Has there ever been a point where there's been much separation between the two today, Darren?
Yeah, Chris had a 5-game lead. He was 13-8.
Okay.
Into 8. And 14-10, he had a great chance to go 15-10. But he missed the 8 ball.
Hmm.
And the next rack, I think he missed a 9 ball.
Oh, wow.
I think he wants to run there, but he's okay. He's got an angle. Just go forward here, come around the back of the 8.
Just taking a moment to collect himself.
You go forward here. I think he's got a little angle, so he can go forward with a touch of right English, but it might play for the 8 in the side pocket. Back at the 8. He hasn't really hit it. We've got lucky here. No way he's played for the 8 in that corner. It was turned out perfect.
Oh, wow.
Wow. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming.
Everything's too like I don't know. It's everything's too careful. Everything's too like taking too long on the shots, and
Yeah, I mean, it's almost the exact opposite of yesterday, right? It was like the frustration set in. Kept playing faster and faster, and
it's just everything's just too like measured. If you know what I mean.
yeah.
Unbelievable. He wasn't even close to to the eight ball there. I mean, he had plenty of room between the cue ball and the eight ball.
Right. In any case, Oscar will take his early Christmas gift.
He's right back in the set now.
Yeah, a little bit funny over the eight ball, but
Yeah, it's going to be very tricky to get on the two ball. If you can't get the full cue on the full tip onto the cue ball, which I don't think you can. Took shot here. Take that. It could have been a lot worse.
oh, for sure.
He hit that a lot thinner than he wanted, but
Yeah, he's really come up with a great angle to get back down on this three ball. A little bit thinner, I guess, so he's got to navigate the traffic on the left side of the table. Work out okay. Thought he was initially a little bit thicker where he might be able to draw straight down the right side where it was open, but wasn't able to do that. This will work, but he's tied up to 7.
Wow, look at this.
Yeah, just a lot of having a lot of difficulty with the speed control the last few racks here. Not sure if that's been a theme today. Try to get behind the 9. He's hit it well.
Really
Yeah.
Very good safety, though.
That's another difference, I would say, from yesterday when Chris seemed to struggle or get out of line. He would follow it up with a poor recovery, a bad safety, and definitely not a winning recipe. Much better here.
Yeah, everything's become difficult for both of them. And, yeah, just the pace of players is showing.
I think just from talking with both of them yesterday too, at the end, it's almost like a little bit of a shock to the system, right? Both of them had plans on how they thought the match may go, and it was drastically different. Even Oscar winning, of course. You know, really fortunate to be in a winning position the way he played and broke the balls yesterday. So just a little bit overcautious today, maybe.
Yeah, it's probably best playing the short rail and then the side rail and trying it the 4. Call it. It's difficult to hit the 4 from where the 5 is. To play there's 2 rails. Unless you can just draw it. You can draw off this side rail and just miss the 5. Doing. I think he's looking at playing 3 rails here. This is the easy option. Short rail, side rail, and then try and hit the 4. Just call it in the side pocket just in case.
See, he's measuring around the corner pocket.
Yep.
Trying to find a halfway point between the 1 and the 4. Parallel to where he's looking.
The foul shift. I don't know if Dan White took him 5 minutes to do that. Only the only shot he could play.
And anytime you're kicking straight into a rail really close like that, especially with spin, it can be so hard to judge.
Yeah, and I think because he's playing on the table that long, it becomes more of a field shot, really.
Sure.
But yeah, once he figured out what shot he was going to play, he's actually played it really quickly. Now, this is a big rep for Chris, especially after losing that last rock.
Yeah. Gonna have to develop something on the 7 here.
Yep, well, he's going to get the perfect angle on the 6 to break the 7. He should do anyway. I mean, even that's not great, really. Couldn't be that far away from with the cue ball.
Yeah, even the stroke just kind of seemed to be a little, I don't know, like half power, you know, just kind of letting his arm come. You know, he didn't stroke the ball bad, just didn't really get into the ball.
He's really struggling now after the mistake he made in that last rack. Really affected him. Yeah, all he can do really is probably hit the 7 pin into the 8 and try and get behind the 10.
Trying to figure out path behind this 9 ball.
Don't like that shot.
Seems a little tricky.
You can hit the 7 pin into the 8 and come across behind the 10.
Yeah. Yeah, just on where he's pointing, I'm not really sure why you would even want to measure up getting back there.
But you never know. He played some shots yesterday. I just couldn't believe he played them.
Sure. End up going with your shot, Darren.
Yep.
I think he's left a piece of the 7. It's close.
Yeah, Oscar's just got to take a chance here, try and get him behind the 9 and try and get the 7 in front of the 8. Or if he can somehow get the 7 close to roughly where the 10 ball is, or just in the middle of the table would be nice. In line with the 10. Yeah, just good. Oscar's got to really focus on the cue ball here. Just
Yeah,
make sure that cue ball tight to the rail, even if you get behind the 9.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. Really going all out on dialing your speed in here. Angle's a plus, get behind the 9's a plus, but get the ball on that top rail. It's going to be a win.
Wow. Wow. Well, he definitely didn't play that cue ball there. Very lucky to not scratch her. Left Chris a shot. It's not easy, especially after the opportunities he's missed. It's definitely a chance. That's if he goes for it. I play safe. It's unbelievable. I can't believe he's turned that down. Yeah, it's amazing what one mistake can do, how it just affects your confidence.
Yeah. And I don't know, you know, my experience watching Chris play has mostly been tournament based. I don't know if it's just, and maybe you better than I, Darren, if he tends to lean more towards the defensive side of the game. It just seems like he's always in every situation. He never really considers the offense.
Yeah, and then I only really look at him and think he's a very offensive player.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm surprised, really, because his safety play is not that great, to be honest. It's definitely something he's got to work on. Definitely been outplayed with the safety in this match. So, yeah, the attacking side of his game is definitely his strength. So,
yeah,
he should be using that. He should be using that. And so I think he shoots really good.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
He just missed silly balls. He's missed silly balls at crucial moments, and yeah, some bad safeties, speed control, just things that he really needs to work on going forward. Anyway, but yeah, I think he's got a lot of potential to go to a different level.
Yeah, like I said, maybe it's, you know, it's been a tough match for both of these guys.
Well, yeah, the table's brutal. I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
I can see that, and I'm not even there.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, some of the misses they've made and some of the mistakes it isn't the table's fault.
Right, right.
But there's a lot of fatigue, obviously keeping your focus. I mean, there's going to be a lot of. It's an endurance test, and especially when you're playing it slow. I mean, the pace tonight is unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, you got to
Even
look
the
at
level of players got better today. The pace has just really slowed down.
Yeah.
I think because obviously they know it's very important. I mean, obviously today is a day where someone gets paid.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the timing of yesterday, it was somewhere around 7 hours total, including breaks, and we're at 6.5 hours right now, and we still have a whole third of the match to go.
That'd be interesting to see if he goes for the bank here, or whether he just puts the cue ball underneath the 9, which I think he will do, and spin the cue ball behind the 9 here.
Yeah, and there's talking more about the safety play. There's situations like this where I think there's valid reasons for playing the ball either way. It just seems like there's been a lot of other options or shots where the offense made a little more sense if you wanted to take it on, and he's kind of opted to not do that pretty much every time.
Yeah. He's just overthinking. I mean, even little things like this here, he's thinking where he's trying to put the 7 ball in the perfect spot, where really this shot here is all about cue ball. Unless he's trying to bank the 7 ball,
Sure.
which I don't think he is. But yeah, he shouldn't. That was all about cue ball. He shouldn't even be thinking about 7 ball. Because the 7 ball was naturally going to go in that area anyway. But yeah, he has to commit to something, what he's doing. He's trying to be too careful and too perfect. But he's played a great shot here. He's got Oscar in a lot of trouble. I don't really see one rail escape here. Side rail. But again, Oscar will take like 5 minutes to decide what to do here, where he's only really got one shot, and that's come off the side rail.
Yeah.
And try and hit the 7.5 ball or hit a full ball and get the cue ball back underneath the 8.
Yeah, there's a local player here. You saying that reminds me of some of the guys we'd always talk about. Great guy, never mean anything mean by it, but playing one pocket, there's, especially in that game, there's shots that come up. There's one shot. Everybody knows you're going to shoot that shot. You know you're going to shoot that shot. And then you stand there and look at it for 10 minutes before he does.
Yeah, like Oscar's looking at a 2 rail escape here. What's not well, it is there, but it's growing to absolutely perfect to make the 7 in the side.
Right.
He might play it. Yeah, he's playing well. He's looking. He's lining up to play it. Anyway, 2 rails, there's 7 in the side pocket. Maybe you can get it. Wow, that was a good effort. Very good effort. It was only like an inch away from making that.
Yeah. To be fair, that path to miss the 10 just seems so much tighter than it really needed to be, just for the sake of having a chance to make the ball versus kicking and trying to develop another chance at the table.
So that safety from Chris has paid off. He's got to, again, here's overthinking. Just roll the 7 ball in, go to the side rail, play the 8, and swing the cue ball around. He's coming backwards with a cue ball. Wow. Turned out good. Nice shot there, and a regain his 2 rack advantage. The big rack after what happened the previous rack.
Absolutely. 21-19. Chris leads over Oscar. I'm going to step out for a quick second, check on a few things, and I'll be right back with you.
$21.19. Wrist to break. The race to 30. See all our sponsors there in the background on the boards. Chris is sticking to the same break, put cue ball in the same spot every time. Quite successful with a break, especially today. We could do with a couple, just a 2-pack would be really good. Good timing, right? Nice break, nice pop on the cue ball. Cue ball's slightly got kicked down table. I think you can see the one ball, but it's a very difficult shot. Well, I think there'll just be a safety here. If you can see enough of the one ball, might be able to punch him behind the free. I'll go forward. Okay, see that side of the one ball helps. A little bit short. Left Oscar a shot here. Now, nice shot. Yeah, a good shot from Oscar there. One he really needed. Got a little angle here on the 2 ball, so he needs to be careful. He might punch down, just like this. As the spin took. Wow. Just okay. Didn't quite get the spin on the cue ball he wanted there. We nearly got stuck behind the 7 ball. So here you can just draw around the back of the 5. We'll play this with a touch of left English. Low on the cue ball. Even if you land straight on the 4 ball, it's okay. In fact, playing with a lot of extreme left. About the draw. Yeah, these rails, they're really grab. I mean, on a brand new table, that brand new slick cloth TV table, that would never do that. Yeah, I can definitely see this set going right down to the wire. So there could be another 2 or 3 hours for sure in this set. And I think, unfortunately, I have to go in about 20 minutes. Nearly 2 a.m. in the UK. Oh, wow, goodness. Wow. Look at that. Yeah, it's 2 a.m. in the UK. It's nearly 2 a.m. in the UK, and I've got to be up early tomorrow. On Tuesday, I'm flying to China, so unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to finish this match. A couple of little gifts here to Chris after that horrendous miss he made. He's been given them back by Hosker. So yeah, the way things are looking, this is going to go to a final set. So for you sweaters out there or people that's had a bet, it's going to be a long one. Probably got another 8 hours of pool to look forward to, maybe longer, maybe 10 hours. Yeah, I predict about another 10 hours of pool. This is going to be a real big endurance test. There's going to be a lot of mistakes. There's going to be a lot of indecisions. Unless they agree to come back tomorrow and finish it. But I'm guessing they've probably got flights booked for tomorrow. It'll be interesting to see what happens. This is from Chris's break. Let's take a little quick restroom break. Yeah, you can see the one, but we've got a 1-3 combination possible. We could hit the 1 ball thin, just hit the 3/2 ball, and get the cue ball just to the left of the 10. That shot. So Oscar here. We just split the 1. Try and get the cue ball near the 7. Unless you can see more of the 1 ball than what I can see. Yeah. Even better. So Chris will have to kick at the 1 ball here. Might call it in the top right-hand pocket. Yeah, take that. Lost can see at the edge of the one, so I think you can spin round. Spin round the back of the 8, I think. Yep. Yeah, nice shot. Very nice shot. That's the best shot he's played for quite some time. He does have a one rail kick here, does Chris. Not going to be easy though, because the far ball's going to hinder him with a cue ball. It might do. Maybe hinder his cue ball coming back down table. Might be okay. If he catches a second rail just before the one, he might just come down table. Look, the cue ball probably heading towards a free ball if he goes 2 rails. If he catches the one ball full like that, he's done well for the cue ball to come around the back of those balls. I don't know what's happened there. Chris said something to Oscar. Oscar caught the far ball just in case there. Try to get the cue ball behind the 2 and the 10. Not too bad. Not an easy shot on the one ball. Not easy to get back down table. He might be able to come in between the 4 and the 6. He can avoid the side pocket. He's got a decent chance. If he can get good shape on the 2, that's banking back over. He needs a little bit of luck here because I think he's left the window. He's turned down a lot of shots, that's Chris. Surprisingly. I do think the strength of his game is shooting. Definitely not the safety. Anything in Chris's favour there. It's slightly tied the 7 up, so I think the 7-8 will combine. Is a combination, sorry. But it needs to be made. It's not straightforward. That means he's got to get underneath the 7, really. On the 6, which is very difficult. A bit short there from Oscar. I'm not too sure what he's going to do here. He's pointing his cue towards the 7 and 8. Is if he's going to break it? Can't see him. Maybe leaves the cue ball where his hand is there. He can play good safety. Well, maybe bank the 7 ball up table. Use the 8 ball as a pumper with a cue ball. And it's the opposite hand. He's going to thin this cue ball behind the 10, hopefully. Can do with the cue ball getting tight to the rail. He's not done that. So Chris has got a chance to really thin the 7 ball here. Use the 8 to stop it. Or possibly bank it up, back up table. I think we can get the edge of the 7 ball. Not easy, but doable. Yeah, nice shot. Very nice shot. Deserves to not scratch. Oscar's got a decent shot here. Can kick at the 7 ball. Call the 7 in the side just in case. Nope, we keep the cue ball where the 7 is. Left the gap. Left the shot here. We're not turning this one down, Chris. Find the gap. Need that cue ball to go. Ooh. Shame. It's a big rack, this is a really big rack. Either 22-20 or 23-19, and the way the match is going, for rack lead is pretty big. Don't know what's happened there. Whether Chris has disappeared. He tried to get the cue ball behind the 9. Not quite done that. Oscar might go for the bank here. Don't really see an easy safety shot, so it's definitely a possibility that he goes for the bank shot. Like he's going to split the balls. This is a tough shot. Wow, he's played this really well. Or has he? Might have left. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised he didn't go for the bank there. That was a tough shot. Where's the cue ball? Oh, nice. This is about 23-19. Actually, a good break, but he no friends. Well, Oscar can see the edge of the one ball, so he's going to probably spin the cue ball with a lot of left if he can miss the 7 ball and come sort of towards the 2. Keep the one ball just that short rail. It's in line with the 3 and the 2. That would be good. Kick at the 1 ball. Try and kick it underneath the 6 and 4. Keep the cue ball behind the 8. You can just get past the 3. If there's a gap between the 3 and the 8. Looks tricky. Especially when you can see the ball. I think you can spin this enough to get the cue ball inside the 2. Pushing out's okay also. Create a better angle. Okay. Trying to tie the 2 up a little bit. Pretty good also. This next shot's going to be a lot more difficult than it was prior. Yeah, you're always going to be the underdog. You should be the underdog when you come back to the table after pushing out. Well, a shot what you know you're comfortable playing and you can execute. You don't want to lock yourself up completely. Sometimes you've no choice, but yeah, you want to give yourself a chance to play a shot. But this is where you play the opponent as well, because you want to dangle the carrot, ask them the question. Maybe they will take it. Maybe it's their strength, maybe it's their weakness. Oh, this is a good shot. Really good shot. Even though he's not got the snooker, that was a really good shot. I think Chris has got to play the 1 ball really thin here on the right side. really low. Spin the cue ball if you can get between the 3 and 9, just like that. Makes it a little bit too fast. Let's put on the one ball. Where's the cue ball going? Right, so he's going to lock him up here. Maybe behind the pink ball. I'll just play a soft draw behind the 10. I think he's going to go forward. Try and put the cue ball tight behind the 4. If he can do that. Right, we've left him a kick coming off the short rail at the top with left spin to hit the 2, so I'll be a bit disappointed there, Will Hosker. So you really want to block that back off. Didn't get the spin he wanted. I think he's got the wrong side of the 3 here. A bit careless. Yeah, everything's looking very difficult for Hosker right now. Just the pace of play has just completely slowed down. Unfortunately, after this rack, I'm going to have to leave. That's my bedtime. I've got to be up early. It's close to 2 a.m. now. Done 7 hours. And yeah, it's a lot tougher. I mean, people that has done stream commentating for this long will understand what I'm talking about. I hope you've enjoyed my commentary. Better when there's 2 people here. It gives you someone to talk to for a start. Yeah, enjoyed the matches. It's been a grind, that's for sure. There's at least another hour left in this set, so this set's longer than the one yesterday. Wow. What, it's the same ball. Turned out okay. As long as you make the 9, it'd be okay. Just play what left English. Go off the side rail and back down. Just make sure you don't get into the cue ball too much and scratch in the corner. Okay, left is a little bit thinner than what he would like. He needs to bear down here. Right then, guys, so I'll leave you to it. 23 to 20. Let the best man win.
Hey, Darren, back in here with you. 23-20. Like local Paul A. just taking down Sam Henderson in the split bracket. He's going to be moving on. Congratulations to Paul. Looks like Darren's signed off for the night. Appreciate him hanging out with us so much. Of course, being in London, it's getting quite late. kind of getting to that point of the match where every rack's so important. It's a 3-game lead for Chris. Of course, this set is do or die for him. Definitely a lot of fatigue and wear on these players. Chris is going to take a quick break. I'll give a huge shout out to our sponsors who make this event happen. Literally not possible without them. Michelle Griffin, a local realtor, had a lot of success helping pool players in this area. I can tell you that. She's a pool player herself. Gonna need to find a place to put that 9-foot table in the basement, right? So give her a call. Looking to buy or sell a home, that's who you want to talk to. Blue Mill Software Development helped us build the X-Pool platform. Hope you're enjoying that. Constantly trying to make improvements. Always appreciate everyone's feedback. Let us know how things are going. And Fort Worth Billiard Superstore, Albert and the crew, been so supportive of what we're doing here at Rail Yard Billiards, as well as pool just in general. You know, you see these guys everywhere you go. They're pretty much every event. They're behind it, helping make it happen. Show them some love. They've got a fantastic store. One of the partners here at Rail Yard was recently down there to tell me how amazing it is. Great event here recently with the Moscone players. And they do more than pool. Skee ball, any kind of game you want to spice up your house, you name it. Of course, CNC Computer Technologies, IT gurus here in this area. They are the absolute pros getting your business set up, do disaster recovery. Give them a call. If you ever need help getting in touch with the sponsors, just reach out to Kyle at railyardbilliards.com. I can get you in touch. I also want to thank our streaming partners, Windows Open, Diamond Billiard Products, of course, playing on this beautiful 9-foot diamond table they're here this weekend. We've got about 30 of them here at Rail Yard. Railbirds, our in-house pro shop, Louis DeMarco, running that, always doing a great job, and the Dunsky Dungeon. I'm going to step out, take a quick break. We'll be right back with you all. Thanks. All right, sorry, back here with you. Had to step out and make a payout in the tournament for Sam Henderson. Congratulations to him, finishing in 7th, 8th. Meanwhile, Oscar gaining 1 back. Trails by 2 in this set. He had a really good break here. One of the best ones of the match, I'd say, he's had. Talked a little bit about that yesterday. Spent a lot of time here with these guys getting everything set up for the event and the last few days they had been practicing, and really stood out to me how well they were both breaking the balls. I mean, just really consistent. And if you were watching any of the match yesterday, you would have saw anything but that. It was a total flip of the switch. I'm not sure, maybe just the early match nerves setting in or what it was. But and of course, you know, a lot more bodies in the room with this tournament. Changes conditions a lot. But from what I've seen today, seemed to be a lot more dialed in. Certainly the overall play has been a lot higher. There's really not much to do here for Oscar. This is exactly what he needs to kind of keep himself in this match. Doesn't want to fall too far behind down the home stretch here. He can clean up these last 6 balls, he'll be breaking to tie. Spent a little bit of time talking with both these players last night. Kind of the mindset coming into today. Really stark differences between each other. Oscar said, you know, it's 0-0 to him. He's not worried about winning the first set. He's glad he's got it, but right now his focus is just winning this one. Of course, he's got that cushion of having a third set to go, but doesn't even want to bring that into mind. Just all out focused on getting it done here, whereas Chris said he's coming into today knowing he's down 1 and wanting to go after it, get it done. I think a little bit of hesitation there from Oscar. He's kind of in between whether he wanted to float between the 10-8 for the 4 on the side. Kind of had an angle where he needed to spin the ball, so elected to come up above it. Now he's kind of overrun ideal position. He's going to be going towards this 8 ball, trying to navigate down towards the 7. So a little bit of work left to do in this rack. I think I liked trying to play for the side there a little bit better just because of the margin for error. You know, as long as you can even go towards the 8. You know, if you end up on either side of it, you can go up and down fine. The entire left side of the table is open. And see there where he was at, he tried to create something. He drew to the rail with a bunch of right-hand spin, trying to spin down, but collided with the 8. And so going to have to duck here. Plenty of options to do so. He's looking to thin the 7. Go up table with the cue ball. That's what he's done. He's overrun the 7 a little bit, and the cue's not going to get behind the 9, so Chris is going to have a look here. I don't know if he has enough of the ball to shoot at it, and even if he did, we've seen a lot of times where any kind of in-between shot like this, Chris has elected for the safety. I think you'll see him thin off the left of the ball as we look. Come back up table. Oh no, he could see a lot more of it than I thought he could. So yeah, just a duck behind the 8-10. We might see Oscar go for the short cue here. Yeah, he's called it cross side. Looking down the rail on the 7, it is, if it's not froze to the rail, it's right up against it, really close. So that makes this all the more difficult. I think he's going to err to miss this long. Cue ball travels back down towards the 8-10, and you can get the 7 to bounce out towards the middle of the table. Got a couple options for cover there. We're here at Rail Yard Billiards in Louisville, Kentucky. Been around for about a year and a half now. Yeah, he's played this really well. It's a great shot. cue ball was the key there. Even if he left the 7, getting that down to the bottom rail where the 8 is, it was always going to be tough on Chris. So he's going to be going to the short stick now as well. And he's hit this really well. It's going to be a chance for Oscar. The trick here, of course, is navigating the 8 ball. I don't think he's going to go into the 8 with any kind of ability to move it towards the pocket unless he draws that way. So at this distance, it gets a lot tougher. I think here I like just taking your medicine. Should miss the 8 and come up. Even if you're shooting the 8 from the, up towards the left side pocket as we look, you're not in terrible shape. You don't really want to feel like you're punching the ball. Now he elected not to go for it. Would have liked to have missed that 9 ball. Well, Chris can pocket this if he elects to. He's also got a opportunity to kick right behind the 7. Move it to the top of the table and hold the cue right there behind the 10. It's not a terrible option. It lays okay for that, but as I said before, we're kind of at the point of the match where every rack starts to count for more and more. Just going to spin this. Yeah, that's a really poor effort there. Just caught the 7 ball way too thick. Needed to be able to spin both of those balls further away from each other. Missed the 8 ball, of course. Good opportunity for Oscar. He's going to take a second, settle himself down. I was a little bit surprised to see Oscar not go for the last shot he had on the 7, really. I thought it laid okay. And if he misses it to the right side of the pocket, it had a decent chance of being all right. Came with shape. And not only that, shape that gets you to the next ball and, wins the rack. But these guys are playing for a lot of money here. It's tough to judge anything that they decide to do, really. Sitting in a cushy commentary booth. In any case, Oscar looking good to pull within 1 here, and this was his rack to win. If you remember, had a really great break, chance to get out, and just had a little bit of an error playing shape on the 4 that led to the back and forth. So 22-23 is our score. We are approaching 7.5 hours. We were at 7 hours on the day yesterday, including breaks. And today has just been much slower pace of play from both players that I've seen, really. Neither one of these guys are you know, they're both here to win. I can tell you that. There's a lot to be proven, I think, on Chris's side. Not even counting what's being wagered here. You know, it's not anything small by any stretch of the imagination, and I think there's even more beyond what's been stated. So a lot of pressure on these guys, and Oscar mentioned that last night. Really felt some kind of early on jitters that he wasn't used to feeling. It's been a while since he's played big sets like these. You know, he's certainly not a stranger to any kind of action, but it's really been a great match overall. A lot of fun watching these guys. Another really good break from Oscar. He seems to be really getting that dialed in, which is exactly what he needs, but might have got an unfortunate roll from this 8-ball. Try to take a look. I think he might just have enough. Does appear that way, so another really good opportunity here for Oscar. Balls are wide open. I mean, you really can't even just set them out there with your hands any better. 2 right next to the 4, right next to the 6. Stop on the 7, the 8. It's just all about holding your nerve here, staying in line, and getting the balls down. This is one of the things Darren mentioned, kind of just spending a little extra time on things. You know, for me, I'm not sure that, like, that movement's not really necessary, right? Like, just hold the ball there, shoot the 4 in the corner. Just because it's close to the side doesn't mean that's where it needs to go. And of course, these are all things that, you know, it's not news to Oscar. But this, you know, we've talked about it a bunch. This table just really wears you down. The corner pockets play so tough. You see a lot of guys playing rotation that elect for shots in the side pocket just because the opening's a little bit more inviting than you might otherwise see on a table that's playing a little bit easier. I've seen that in this match from both of the players, really. In any case, it's not going to hurt him any. As long as you get the job done. That's all that matters at the end of the day, so. Been a lot of fun having these guys here. I can say just from being able to hang with them, both top-notch guys, really easy to work with and get along with. You know, this match means a lot to both of these guys, and you know, they're not here just to mess around by any means, but they're also you know, they're not hard noses for, you know, some guys will come in, and we're a pool hall, you know, things are going to be a little bit distracting. There's a level of that to be understood. And even with the cloth, you know, I think there was a little bit of a scratch in one of the side pockets on the cloth, and we'd sent pictures and offered to change that if that's what they wanted. And both of them were kind of like, you know, it doesn't matter. It's the same cloth for both of us. We're going to play, and may the best man win, you know, which is always fun. Just really down to earth guys. Had a lot of fun this weekend here with them. We try to create whatever conditions we can within reason for the players that want to come in and play here at Rail Yard, but always going to be a degree of variance there, of course. Just what the doctor ordered for Oscar Dominguez. We are tied at 23, a break and run. Great break, followed it with a really great out. So it is a sprint to 7. Oscar trying to close this out once and for all. The plan from the beginning has been to play, if a third set is needed, to play immediately following this one tonight. I have not spoken with the players if the slower pace today is going to change that plan at all. I would assume it does not. Both of these guys are no strangers to getting it done and grinding through. So I would assume that even if Chris does pull this out with the long hours, we're still going to play. But ultimately, that'll be their decision. We're more than happy to accommodate if they want to come back tomorrow. We'll do that too. Otherwise, at this hour, my wife and baby girl are in bed, so I've got nowhere else to be. We'll hang out and enjoy some good pool. Another good break, really, from Oscar. He hit the balls well, just balls in the side pocket, jarring out. And other than the 8-ball, which it really looks pretty playable even where it's at, I don't see any issues for Chris here. A lot of opportunities like this that he had yesterday and was just unable to capitalize. Been much more consistent today overall. He's got the option, whatever he likes best on this 2-ball. He can spin back above and shoot it in the same pocket or come straight across, which is what he was looking at. I think it's the way he'll go. We've talked about tending to favor side pockets a little more than usual, just given the equipment. He's falling a little bit on a funny angle, though. Overall, you generally want to avoid playing for the side pocket unless it's just, the obvious shot. If you have the option, corners generally offer a little bit more margin for error as far as the angles you need to move the ball. You can be on the wrong side of a ball shooting into the corner and work it a little bit easier sometimes than if you fall on the wrong side shooting into a side pocket. Sometimes it can be detrimental. Little bump on the 9-ball. Just going to make these shots a little bit more difficult. What would have normally been a little bit more routine for Chris. It was a lot of what we saw yesterday, and it caused some unforced errors. Still the favorite to make this. I think favorite to get out as well. So just needs to stay focused. It's a tough shot here, but if you make it, you've got guaranteed shape on the 4. Things start to get a little bit easier. He struck that ball really well, right into the center of the pocket, but cue ball's just traveled a little bit more forward than what he would have wanted. Work's still not done here. He's done a good job, but he's going to have to stay down and really stroke this ball. It's pretty much straight in. Just needs to get to just above center line on the table. He does that really well. Good stroke from Chris there. little bit surprised he elected to play all the way below this ball. Looking right down the rail from the booth here, it does not pass the 9 for sure, and I don't think it goes in the side. Could be wrong. Yeah, he's just ended up with more angle. It seems like he could hold the ball anywhere near the center of the table, just play one rail towards the 8. A little bit of a surprising path he took there. He was able to check the ball really well with inside. That is one thing that conditions like this give you a little more options. The cloth grabs a lot more. Get a lot more out of spin, especially check spin like that. It's a good shot, and I like the way he played it. You know, there's no need to do more than you need to there. Try to go back and forth or anything crazy. Just take your shot on the 9. It's going to come with shape to the 10. Just got to stay down and make this ball. Yeah, that's a good shot. And one thing I've noticed, even just watching this rack really carefully, Chris is pocketing the balls really well. No chance of missing them straight in the center. Definitely overall just playing with a lot more confidence, I think, than he was yesterday. Even really than the earlier parts of the match. He seems to be in a good flow right now. We're at 24-23. 7 hours and 40 minutes in, and just one rack separates these guys. It's been a great match. Even though Oscar won by 8 yesterday, and really could have been a few more down at the end. There was just a couple racks that went Chris's way, but the scoreline really didn't dictate anywhere near how close the match actually was. You know, we talked a little bit about it early on and last night in the interviews. You know, and I think it was the last 14 racks, Oscar scratched 7 times on the break. So Chris has come to the table with ball in hand. And even after that, you know, if and when he made a mistake, Oscar would come and Chris would still end up back at the table. It was just it was a lot of really funny things happening. I think both players were really struggling to get settled into the conditions of the room. It was very busy in here. We had, you know, it's the start of a 200-player tournament. And Saturday nights in general are just busy, of course. And there we see what we saw a lot of yesterday, is just jumping the ball straight in the side pocket. So opportunity for Oscar to pull back level. Really appreciate Darren hanging here with us this weekend. It's always great having his expert viewpoint on things. We normally have Jeremy as well. Of course, as you can imagine, he's a little tied up over in Darren's neck of the woods here this week. Moscone getting ready to kick off this coming week. It's going to be an awesome event this year. I'm really excited. I think, you know, there's a lot of things that can be said, plus or minus, towards Fedor Gorst joining the American team, but one thing you have to agree on is it's certainly going to make a much more interesting Moscone Cup, no matter how you shake it. As Darren mentioned a few times yesterday, trying to beat Europe on European soil, Alexandria Palace, is always difficult. Even if you're the favorite, it can be tough to do. It's just it's a brutal environment. You can tell just from watching. But it's definitely one of my favorite events of the year. Oscar's lost his cue ball here. Speed is another thing that has kind of caused some trouble for these guys a few different times. A few racks ago, we actually saw Chris. He got right up on the 8-ball, and really he had plenty of room to work, but kind of just made a bad stroke and didn't even get the ball to the pocket. And that was a rack that really was gonna. He was, had some momentum and could have continued to do some damage. So neither player, there's been some swings, but no one's really, especially today, been able to pull ahead. And once they do kind of stay there, it's every time somebody gets ahead, then something happens and it changes the momentum. Some of that's always to be expected. Any kind of race, especially a race of 30, the longer the race is, you're going to have ebbs and flows, but there seems to be a lot of them here this weekend. Oscar's going to call this. Chance it goes in off the 9, but I think he's playing cue ball here. Yeah, I would have liked to have got a little more out of it, bring the 10-ball into play. This 3-ball's ahead of the side enough. It is a shot that Chris can take on, I believe. It's close. I think he can just catch the point of the side pocket, and the 4's right there, so just needs to get this ball down. Oh yeah, had plenty of room. The speed he played made the pocket open up a little bit, and truthfully, I'm actually a little bit surprised that the ball went in. We've seen a lot of those hang up here this weekend. But that was all about the speed of the shot. So where Oscar had a good opportunity to level things out here, lost his cue ball on the 2, and we've had a change. Another change in the rack, and Chris looking to pull ahead by 2. In good shape to do so. This has gotten a little funny. I think he's still okay. He can soft draw this with outside over to the rail, spin out for the 7, but certainly a lot more work than what he wanted to have. Especially being jacked up over the rail. He's uppercut this. Good shot by Oscar. Looks routine. Anytime you have the ball in the jaws of the pocket like that, you've got to pay a little bit more attention. Got to make sure you commit to exactly how thick and what part of the pocket you plan on making the ball into. It just drastically changes things. You're not real careful. He's judged that really well. Spun out 2 rails. This is just all about keeping your angle to get to the 10. Doesn't want to be straight in. It's not the end of the world. You can always pull back, but just a little bit more comforting when you've got some rails to work with. It's also just a little bit of a frustrating thing, right? Mentally kind of wear yourself down whenever things aren't going the way that you plan for them to. It starts to eat at you a little bit. He had just enough angle to force follow. 2 rails around. He's done really well here, so we're looking at another tie ball game, 24 apiece. This is Kyle Ferguson here with you at Rail Yard Billiards, Louisville, Kentucky. We're about 20 minutes from where the Derby City Classic is held in southern Indiana. If you've ever made it out that way, we've got a great tournament coming up. Be promoted and produced here on X-Pool again. The Mini Derb, 2nd annual. Had the first one last year, was a lot of fun. Great events. Had Fedor Gorse, Skylar Woodward, Tony Chohan, Scott Frost, Billy Thorpe, Mietsko Fortunski, you name it, just a lot of great players. I know I'm leaving people out, and it's not intentional. I've just been here many hours here this weekend, but a lot of those guys that I've talked to are planning to come back again this year. We've upped the added money, $20,000 added to the Mini Derb. Put it together as a good warm-up event for Derby City. So it's January 10th through 17th. We've got banks, 1 pocket, and 9 ball divisions all running with an all-around payout as well. So don't want to miss that. If you're in the area, want to come into Derby City, come hang out with us here in Louisville for a little while. Meanwhile, a good break from Oscar, just a little bit off center. Lost the 1 ball to the center rail, and he's going to have to look to cover up here. It's a pretty routine shot, placing the cue ball behind the 2-3, but one thing you want to be careful of is where you're placing the 1. If you catch it too thin and don't get behind the 2, then of course that's disastrous. Or maybe bank the 1 into the 6 and leave an easy escape or a look at the 1. So there's just things you have to kind of be aware of beyond just putting your cue ball somewhere. A lot of the fine details of the game that have come through, I think, in Oscar's experience, too, that's made a big difference in this match. He's having a look at really putting the 1 ball all the way down center table where he pointed. Didn't want to leave any kind of escape for Chris up table. He's done well. He's kept, maybe not. I thought he was able to keep Chris off of the side rail, which was the easy 2-rail escape, but he's called the 1 ball cross side. So this rack is going to be about the 8 to the 9, and I think the 9's in front of the side enough. It's not much of an issue. See, over in the split bracket we have running, we have Louis DeMarco in action. There's a stream up on Facebook page for Rail Yard Billiards if you want to check that out. Free stream as that event comes to a close. Paul Age, who just defeated Sam Henderson, he's playing Payne McBride, getting down to the finish. Can't quite see who Louis playing just yet, but wow, it's an unexpected miss there from Oscar. Certainly a lot of fatigue coming into play here at the end. It's really hard to take too much away from these guys either. You know, it's easy to say there's this mistake or that, and you have to remember, you know, these guys are playing for a lot of money. There's a lot of pressure here. A lot of people have interest in this game, and they're doing it in really tough environment. You know, there's a lot going on here at the pool room, which was to be expected. And anytime you're in a room, you've got to be able to fade that. But when you combine it with the arena here, the tough table, lights, cameras, most importantly money, it's you know, it's going to wear on you. Really just get the feeling this set is just going to go right down to the end. You know, neither player's been able to pull ahead. It is certainly a sweater's delight, depending who you ask, I guess. Good shot from Chris there. Made sure to leave himself a little bit, not have to shoot the tin ball frozen to the rail. Makes such a big difference. One of the things talked a little bit about yesterday is the interesting dynamic in this match. You know, Oscar had mentioned he's really one of the guys that did a lot of work with Chris early on, helped develop his game. That's why you almost feel like there's something for Chris to prove here. Of course, both of these guys are just unbelievable, tremendous talents in their own right. Both have multiple Mosconi appearances. I always feel like Oscar's like, I don't know how, because he wins all the time. He's like somehow like this player that you forget about as just one of those top tier talents sometimes. And, you know, he gets in these matches and it's like, who is this guy again? Oh, yeah. He's only played in like how many freaking Moscone Cups, beaten pretty much everybody all over the world. Just an awesome guy, and you can say the same about Chris as well. Once again, I want to give a huge shout out to our sponsors. Streaming made possible by Windows Open, Diamond Billiard Products, Railbirds Pro Shop, and the Dunsky Dungeon. And this event was made in collaboration, Blue Mill, Software Development Company, CNC Computer Technologies, Fort Worth Billiards, Superstore, and Michelle Griffin. It is literally impossible to do this without them. If you ever get the chance, make sure you tell them you appreciate it. More importantly, give them money, because then they give us money and we can do more things like that, like this. Back to the action. Good break from Chris. Every rack, you know, I feel like the last 5 or 6 racks, there's been a ball frozen to this left side pocket as we've looked, at least near there. Seems like when that ball doesn't go in, it never just sits in front of the side. It always snuggles up on the rail. I think Chris has enough to cut this in here. Oh yeah, easily. Wasn't quite near the top rail as it appeared from my angle. But he's rubbed the 2 and made things a little bit funny here. See where the 3 is. Of course, easily passes the 7, but taking the bank on makes position all that much more difficult. I think he has enough to thin this and play 4 rails around. But you've really got to hit it well. And he has. Gonna dive right between the 7-10. Good shot. This could really be a pretty important turning point towards the end of this match. If Chris is able to get out here, he's got a 2-game lead and he's breaking. You certainly don't want to see a 27-24 score line if you're on Oscar's bench. Where that 9 ball is, you just got to be a little bit careful here, playing up to the top rail and back down. That's what I was talking about, but he's able to hit it enough to clear out the way, so. Just needs to fall below this 7, and should be all she wrote. Of course, most people know, in case you don't, Oscar is the owner of Hard Times in California, kind of a veteran, renowned pool room in its own right. If you've never been out there, make sure you come by. I've been spending some time in California here recently, and looking forward to making it out there sometime soon, hopefully. (26-24) is our score. Chris Reinhold over Oscar Dominguez, and breaking. Every rack counts for so much more here at the end, of course. Playing races to 30, best of 3 sets. Oscar was the winner last night. 30-22 was the score line. Chris gets both balls down the side. Great break. As long as everything stays open, he's going to be in great shape to pull ahead 3 here. Also want to give a big thank you to Jason J. Diddy Sword, spending some time with us today. Always love listening to Jason's opinions on things. He's got a lot of great stories, but just a really fun guy to hang around, and does a great job. Super knowledgeable about the game as well. Been a good friend to Rail Yard since the beginning. Doesn't want to get jacked over the 9. He's going to be okay here. And this is the kind of thing you want to see if you're on Chris's side. This is really the kind of breaks that I grew accustomed to watching the 2 or 3 days leading up to this match. Like I said, these guys were it was really pretty impressive. Just the consistency and results they were getting off the break, and I'm just not. It's so confusing as to what happened, what changed, especially yesterday. Both players, in their own words, talking about just how horrible they felt like they broke the entire match. So a little bit more of a tester being on the rail here than he would have wanted, but shouldn't pose any issues. 27-24. So again, if Chris is able to get it done here, the plan was to play tiebreaker set immediately following here. I believe that is still the plan, even though we've had we're at over 8 hours on today. So as far as I know, if that happens, we've got a lot more great pool coming our way. So stay tuned. Ultimately, it will be the players' decision. Whatever they want to do, we'll be happy to accommodate. Both balls down again in the side. One ball's dressed up nice, but the 4 ball will come in and give Oscar a breather, I think. I think Chris can see a piece of this. Not sure how much. I know he can see a piece of it, rather. I think he's looking to thin this ball, take the cue between the 1 and the corner pocket. Okay, now this makes more sense. He's banking it 3 rails around. He's called it in the side. Wants to miss it long. Get the 1 ball to dive down table. He's done a good job with the cue ball behind the 4. But what has the 110 done? A 3 ball. 110-3. Looks like it may have a chance if Oscar's able to get over this 4. He's got the short stick in hand, of course. He's called the 3. Yeah, he's just overcut it. He's left a little bit of work for Chris here. Could have certainly been much easier on him. I'm a little surprised. Stroke seemed a little bit short to me on that. I really felt like Chris was favored to make that ball. So this could be just the turn of events that Oscar needs. I'd like to get an angle to play the 3 ball in the same pocket as the 1. He's fallen considerably short of pace. You can play the 310 if he needed to, but we are playing the 10 ball has to go last. So if he did that, the 10 would just spot. He'd continue to shoot from there. That was his speed. Couldn't have hit it much better. Really good shot from Oscar there. Good recovery. Oscar said he was trying to cheat it there, and it's just something you've got to really be careful doing on this table. There's just not much wiggle room there. The way this match is going now, it looks like we're going to 3 sets. Certainly don't want to call it too early. Put the commentator's curse on anybody. It seems to be similar to the match in a way yesterday, just the other way around, where yesterday Chris was given plenty of opportunities, just wasn't able to do anything with them. And overall today, it's been a highly contested match, a lot of back and forth. But here at the end especially, where Chris has pulled ahead 1 or 2 games, he's been able to keep it, mostly due to Oscar not really capitalizing on some pretty key opportunities he's had. Again, we are 8 hours and 15 minutes in and on 1 set here, so there is certainly a lot of that to be blamed. Oscar says he's seen enough on this one. 28-24 in favor of Chris Reinhold. All that means for us is a lot more fantastic pool to watch, so hard to complain too much. It is interesting to see Chris break off the dead center here. You don't see that very often, especially on the 10-ball break. Tend to be off ball or 2 to the left or right. But it's pretty hard to argue with the results. What that tends to do is make the 1 ball go more towards the center rail versus one of the corner pockets. But he's getting both balls down in the side pocket, and the 1's coming up enough most of the time to bounce off and still come up with a shot. So breaking has been considerably better today versus yesterday from both players, really. Chris is going to leave a look at the 1 here, so another opportunity if Oscar can really lock Chris down. Look, it's at the end, but we're not at the finish line yet. If Oscar gets this game, he's down by 3 and breaking. You can never count this guy out, especially at that margin. Chris is going to go for the short stick here. It's really a makeable ball. Where the 3 sits makes what comes after a little bit funny. Of course, the 9 is over the corner, so if he can get a shot on that, I think that would be the preference versus looking at the 5 ball, of course. Elected to kick 2 rails, called the 1 in the side. one rail, banking the one. Sorry. I like that play. A little bit more controlled. There's a lot of traffic in the center of the table, so even though both balls are going the same direction, they're kind of traveling opposite rails where there's traffic in between. Generally, trying to find a path kicking where you create separation between the balls. In that case, a little bit different play. Pretty good safety play here. It's one of the things that Oscar's had the edge on this whole match, I think you have to say overall. Chris letting Oscar know the ball's not froze in case it comes up. Good touch there from Chris. A little bit surprised to see Oscar go for the short cue here. I thought maybe the 2-rail kick around the bottom right. Trying to use maybe the 3-5 for separation. Just wasn't much element of control with the jump shot up there, because you're hitting the ball so thin no matter what. It's the only angle to get there. And just my 2 cents anyways. Chris with the first real offensive shot. Certainly not out of the woods, though. Collection in the bottom center of the table. He's going to have to navigate around. Just having a look if he wants to play the 3-9. I think I like that a little better than holding there the 3 in the side, because you're going the wrong way, of course, to get to the 4. He's gone up and down to play the 3 in the other side. I think he's just going to lay Oscar on the 5 ball here. Fell considerably short. See Oscar play 2 rails up and down. He's called the 3 in the bottom right corner. But he's really hoping to miss this where the cue ball goes to the bottom left of the table as we look. He actually missed it on the other side. Really surprising, because it's one of the strengths of Oscar's game. So, fantastic opportunity for Chris here to reach the hill. Pretty routine here. You can go 3 around or check it inside English, whatever he prefers. I like the 3-rail path, just kind of come into the 7 ball. But it's looking like Chris is going to get it done here. Set number 2. 29-24. Chris is on the hill, leading 5 games over Oscar in a do-or-die situation. So if you're in Oscar's camp here, all you can say is the same thing Chris was telling himself yesterday. He's just got to win one more game. 6 more times, right? The way Chris is breaking the balls seems unlikely at best, but I have certainly seen crazier things happen in this game. I'm sure you have as well. Oh, good containing shot from Chris. He would have really liked to have got on the 4 ball. He kind of shot that a little bit quick, and I think he's seeing the finish line and knew the shot. Didn't feel like he needed to really grind and make that happen. But anytime you get close to the ball, one, you're going to take the short cue out of Oscar's hands, which is always a win. He just plays so well with them. But you also take away the rails the closer you get to balls when you play safeties. It's been good enough to pay off. Chris is going to have the opportunity to close out this set here. The only real trouble I can see is possibly from the 6 to the 7. 10 ball in the center of the table, so you just got to navigate around that. He's played a good shot here. Ideal. Barring anything crazy, it looks like we are going to 3 sets. I have to say I'm very excited about myself, although very tired, but that's what we signed up for. We're pool players, right? Really surprised he's played this for the side pocket. Yeah, I'm really not sure what the need for that play was. He's been able to work around it. We are going to set number 3. Great shooting to Chris Reinhold. I'm going to jump off here, check in with the players, keep you all posted on the plan. Appreciate y'all hanging out. Once again, thank you to our sponsors, Michelle Griffin, Realtor Extraordinaire, Fort Worth, Billiard Superstore in Texas, CNC Computer Technologies, and Blue Mill Software Development. Literally impossible for us to do this without their support. So huge thank you to them. I'll be right back on here with you all shortly.